This manhwa starts when a mysterious stone tablet descends upon the planet Earth, and its powerful shockwave completely turned countries fragmented. 5 major powers of the countries dispatch scientists to study the tablet. A year later, somewhere in an inconspicuous company in Hang City, Zhang Wei is showing Lin Luo a girl he has just adopted. However, he finds that Lin Luo is just standing there completely frozen, tears silently streaming from the corners of his eyes. Lin Luo is in a daze, thinking, why am I here? Shouldn't I be in that chaotic era? 1 year after the stone fell, the world became a game-like shithole. Everyone has awakened different rank talent, obtained superpowers. Meanwhile, everywhere around the world have dungeons and monster horde appearing. Humans relied on the awakened ability to live in this shit world. The original social order completely collapsed, only leaving the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The last moment Lin Luo remembers, he was fighting with tiger-level monsters to increase his talent level. Unexpectedly, there was a ghost-level monster in the group, lured there by an enemy. His brother died protecting him, and he himself was brutally killed by the enemy who had been stalking him. The root cause of all this turmoil was their refusal to hand over the spirit-ascending crystal they possessed. In that chaotic era, being weak as a kitten was literally begging to be killed. Lin Luo soon snaps out of his memories, somewhat in a daze, asking, "What's today's date?" Zhang Wei looks at him puzzled. "Are you okay?" It's November 12, 2025. Lin Luo is overjoyed upon learning the date. He has been reborn on the day of the awakening 3 years ago. Just then, a sharp, overbearing voice sounds from behind him. "Lin Luo, your performance is the worst in the team. You're fired. You don't need to come back this afternoon." Lin Luo looks at the person who seems like a clown and suddenly smiles. The company's supervisor, Wang Jichao, is just as annoying as he was in his past life. In his previous life, this scumbag Wang Jichao turned into a demon after awakening his talent. Wang Jichao harvested the organs and lives of ordinary people in exchange for resources. Seeing Lin Luo not daring to retort, he continued to mutter, "A bastard raised by a thief is worthy of when you see admiration." Lin Luo didn't pay him any attention and directly turned to leave. Wang Jichao lackeys immediately start kissing the soon-to-be hideous demons behind, saying Lin Luo is trash and a coward. He wouldn't dare to go against their great supervisor. In his previous life, he got into a fight with the supervisor after being mocked, which led to his arrest and detention for 10 days. This caused him to miss the first and most crucial wave of opportunities in the era of global reclassification. By the time Lin Luo was released after awakening his talent, most people were already above level 10. He had been an orphan since childhood and was raised by a thief. But what people didn't know was that the brother who raised him, though a thief, was the light in his dark life. His brother was also an orphan and, being too young to find work, had to resort to theft to support Lin Luo. Although they were not related by blood, their bond was stronger than that of biological siblings. In his past life, his brother was sentenced to 15 years in prison for his crimes, only to be released early due to his awakening of an A-tier talent and making a significant contribution. Lin Luo became strong slowly with the help of his brother. Once, Lin Luo accidentally killed someone and joyfully found that his talent level directly rose to that of the person he killed. In other words, he could plunder other people's talents by killing them. But his brother, who had been through prison, warned him never to intentionally kill or they would sever their relationship. To Lin Luo, his brother naturally mattered more than gaining power. However, his brother's kindness didn't lead to a good end in that chaotic and dark era. They did not die at the hands of beasts or in dungeons, but rather at the hands of their own kind. Lin Luo quickly left the hardware store, carrying the tools he would use for his upcoming plunder. The look in his eyes grew colder and colder. If good deeds go unrewarded, then he might as well become a villain. Only by being worse than the villains can you completely bury those who harmed them and truly take control of your own destiny. Lin Luo returned to the office and hid in the men's restroom. The moment of global awakening, as he remembered, soon arrived. Lin Luo of Blue Planet, welcome to the new era. Blue Planet will, from this moment on, open various levels of dungeons and secret realms in various places. Upon awakening your talents, entering these places will awaken your combat professions. Congratulations! You have acquired F-tier talent, Plunder. Upon taking a life, you can plunder 1% of one of their attribute values or 1% of their talent effects. Being reborn before the start of the new era, he clearly knew all the famous dungeon clearing methods and the locations of opportunities in all the secret realms. Most importantly, he knew how to quickly elevate his talent to SSS tier. In this new life, he intended to completely reverse all the frustrations of his past life. Suddenly, the voice of manager Wang Jichao came from outside the restroom. Xiaomei, I've awakened S-tier talent healing grasp. If you stick with me, you'll definitely have a good life. Lin Luo's face turned grim. He was hiding here precisely to wait for Wang Jichao. This would be the first target he would plunder. Lin Luo used a rope to violently strangle him from behind. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation and pain made the supervisor utterly terrified. Suddenly, a green figure leapt out of Wang Jichao's body, a special form called Substitute, which only those with S-tier talents could manifest. It immediately began to heal the injuries on Wang Jichao's neck. Fortunately, the healing speed was clearly slower than the rate at which he was getting injured. His life force was still rapidly draining away. You have plundered the opponent's soul force. Your F-tier talent has evolved into D-tier. Your D-tier talent has evolved into C-tier. Finally, Wang Jichao showed no signs of life. Lin Luo's talent soared directly from F-tier to S-tier. His plunder skill also grew into an S-tier talent with significantly enhanced effects. Upon taking a life, you can choose to plunder one of the following: all attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, or soul force. The cooldown has also been reduced to 1 day. Once the talent reaches S-tier, you can also manifest your own substitute. With a low shout, Lin Luo commanded, "Come forth, my substitute." A pitch-black figure quickly materialized before his eyes. This imposing figure was cloaked in menacing, sharp metallic armor with a large black cape fluttering in the wind behind him. This was Lin Luo's S-tier substitute, Dark Emperor. At the same time, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Lin Luo was thrilled to discover that Dark Emperor's strength, agility, and growth all reached a high value of 200. The 200-point mark is the limit that all attributes, aside from life value, can reach for an S-tier substitute. For SS tier, the limit is 400, and for SSS tier, it's 600. Dark Emperor actually had 3 attributes at their maximum limit. Even in the chaotic era to come, this substitute would be a top-tier entity. Lin Luo ordered Dark Emperor to dispose of manager Wang Jichao's body, then nonchalantly left the company restroom. He aimlessly wandered the streets. His usually quiet class group chat had become lively due to the Global Awakening event. "I've awakened an S-tier talent. Book of Wishes." A message from someone named Lu Ming popped up. Most in the group had only awakened F or D-tier talents, but this message caught Lin Luo's attention. Lin Luo remembered that during college, Lu Ming had been a sycophant. In his previous life, after awakening his talent, Lu Ming had quickly ended up with his college crush, Fong Michu. Later, he brutally murdered his former leaders and the inspectors who were pursuing him, eventually joining the dark organization known as Smiling Coffin. Killing such a person and plunging his talents would be a public service. Resolved, Lin Luo directly dialed Lu Ming's number. Meanwhile, in a hotel on the other end, a triumphant Lu Ming was examining his own substitute's attributes. Named Master of Wishes, this substitute had only one ability: to fulfill the host's wishes. A visibly excited Lu Ming made his first wish: "I want to completely win Fong Mingchu's body and soul." Upon hearing this, Master of Wishes immediately began flipping through a book he held. An indescribable, dazzling light flashed across the pages. "Master, your wish has been fulfilled," he said, his figure gradually fading away. Clearly, fulfilling that wish had drained all of Master of Wishes' energy. An impatient Lu Ming immediately texted Fong Mingchu, who had previously been indifferent to him, but now referred to him as darling. He instantly asked Fong Mingchu to wear his favorite black stockings and come to see him. After receiving an affirmative reply, Lu Ming burst into excited shouts. He couldn't believe how the Global Awakening had turned him from an ugly duckling into a swan. Just then, Lin Luo's call came through. "Lu Ming, I've discovered a secret about S-tier talents. Where are you? I'd like to discuss this in person." Startled, Lu Ming wondered, "Have you also awakened an S-tier talent?" "I'm in a hotel. Come over." After hanging up, a sinister look crossed Lu Ming's face. "First, I'll get Lin Luo's secret, and then I'll properly enjoy my time with my goddess." 10 minutes later, Lin Luo walked into the room and casually closed the door, surveying the room. Lu Ming said, "Didn't you mention a secret about S-tier talents? Well, go on. I have a date later." Leaning in close to his ear, Lin Luo mysteriously began, "The secret about S-tier talents is..." Suddenly, a black knight in armor materialized behind Lu Ming, punching him and sending him flying across the room. This punch from Dark Emperor had 20 times the strength of a regular human, immediately causing Lu Ming's facial features to cave in. By the time he landed on the floor, he had already lost all signs of life. Your S-tier talent Plunder has activated. Please choose one from the target's attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power to plunder. The prompt appeared. As Lu Ming was still an ordinary person who had not even entered any instances to gain a job class, his attribute values were negligible. He also lacked any skills. Soul power is used for leveling up one's own talents, but Lin Luo was already at an S-tier level. Plundering from one Lu Ming wouldn't be enough to raise it to SS tier. Considering the current situation, gaining another S-tier talent would be more beneficial for him. Congratulations, you've acquired the S-tier talent Book of Wishes. Book of Wishes can switch between 3 wishes. Heart's Desire, Battle Hardened. This increases your hit rate and critical hit rate by 20% and doubles experience gained from killing enemies. Heart's Desire, Iron Wall, increases dodge rate by 20% and nullifies one attack from any source every 10 minutes. Heart's Desire, Good Luck, increases your luck tenfold. Upon acquiring his second S-tier talent, Lin Luo felt a new surge of power emanate from within him. Come forth, Master of Wishes. A young man clad in a black robe, holding a massive book, appeared before him. The young man then respectfully bowed. My great master, Master of Wishes, heeds your summons. Any wish you have can be fulfilled by my Book of Wishes. Somewhat surprised, Lin Luo asked, You can directly communicate with me? Yes, Master, I am a functional type substitute. I'm not adept at combat, but any wish you have can be fulfilled by my Book of Wishes. The simpler the wish, the less it drains me. The more complex, the more it drains. In theory, my Book of Wishes can grant any wish. Additionally, my intelligence far surpasses that of other substitutes, and I can assist you in devising strategies. Immediately, Lin Luo inquired, How can I use your abilities most efficiently? After pondering for a moment, Master of Wishes responded, I believe the most efficient use would be to ask for information. Information is immensely valuable, yet it drains me minimally. Lin Luo, being intelligent himself, quickly understood the rationale. For instance, if I ask you to directly give me a treasure hidden in a secret realm, that would consume a lot of your energy. However, if I merely ask you to tell me the location of that treasure, your consumption would be minimal. Master, you are truly intelligent. Master of Wishes complimented. Additionally, wishes with higher feasibility consume less energy. Creating something from nothing consumes more. For example, asking me for lottery numbers would consume less energy than asking me to conjure a bottle of water for you. Lin Luo thoughtfully nodded his head. He had roughly understood the capabilities of Master of Wishes. How much energy would it take to release my brother Zhou Shengong from the Oversight Bureau? Upon hearing this, Master of Wishes began flipping through his Book of Wishes. Master, to fulfill this wish, I would exhaust all my energy and fall into a deep slumber. Lin Luo appeared to understand. It seems that wishes also have to be logical. The most suitable course of action now would be to gather intelligence on other S-tier individuals. At this point, Dark Emperor had returned after dealing with the body. Lin Luo noticed a clock with only one hand embedded in Dark Emperor's chest and quickly asked, Does a substitute's appearance have something to do with its abilities? Yes. The substitute's form is related to its abilities and the soul state of its host. Master of Wishes confirmed. Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. The abilities of substitute Dark Emperor obviously had nothing to do with time. Could it be because of his reincarnation? He kept this thought at the back of his mind and left the room. His plunder talent had entered a one-day cooldown period. It was time to explore some dungeons and secret realms. As he walked, he encountered Fong Ming-chu, who was wearing a short skirt and black stockings. She was muttering to herself, Why did I send so many disgusting messages to this bootlicker? I should block him immediately. This is so nauseating. Lin Luo ignored her, heading to the hotel's front desk instead. He not only paid for a 7-day extension on Lu Ming's room, but also instructed the staff not to allow cleaning as his friend liked peace and quiet. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in Hang City, a strikingly handsome young man was looking at his substitute, King of Time, with a frustrated expression. Where's the white clock on you? And why is the time point you traveled back to a week later than scheduled? A little girl dressed in a blue and white dress timidly replied, While time traveling, part of my power was stolen by an unknown entity. This caused the deviation in the time point. The young man angrily retorted, I paid such a huge price. And still, something went wrong. This young man, named Yu Tai Chi, awakened an SSS tier talent for time travel as soon as the era of universal awakening began. Relying on this talent, he ascended the ranks to become one of the guardian gods. Alone, he ventured into the cracks of time-space, where he encountered an opponent that made him lose all hope, tried without logic. In the end, he exerted all his strength to activate time travel, not hesitating to reduce the energy limit of the King of Time from 4000 to 40, just to escape and time travel back. Unfortunately, instead of going back to a week before the awakening, he arrived only a few hours after the awakening, and even lost some of King of Time's power related to the second hand. Suddenly, King of Time closed her eyes and sensed something, then spoke with a hint of joy. "Master, I can feel the power of the second hand. It seems to be with someone in Hang City." Eutegia asked in surprise, "Why would your power end up on someone else?" After pondering for a moment, King of Time replied, "It appears to have been forcibly taken by that individual." Eutegia looked serious. "If he could take your power during time travel, he must be extraordinarily strong. Since you're not skilled in combat, let's not rush to find him. Let's focus on clearing some dungeons and reconnecting with our old teammates for now. We can settle the score with this thief later." Meanwhile, near a hotel at an intersection, an entrance to a dungeon, measuring 10 meters in length and width, slowly rotated. The government had issued an official notice warning people to exercise extreme caution when entering dungeons, advising teams of at least 5 people. Many curious bystanders had gathered around, some even taking pictures. Although everyone expressed strong interest in the dungeon, no one dared to be the first to enter. Just then, Lin Luo emerged from the crowd and walked toward the dungeon entrance, immediately causing a commotion among the spectators. With a familiar look at the dungeon, Lin Luo smiled. "In my previous life, I was hesitant to enter this dungeon. In this life, I will conquer it." As soon as he entered the dungeon, a prompt sounded in Lin Luo's ears. "Your body is being backed up as data. Any injuries you sustain in the dungeon will be fully healed upon exiting. If you die within the dungeon, you'll be resurrected and sent out. After 3 deaths, you will no longer be resurrected. Please choose one of the following 6 basic professions." In his previous life, Lin Luo had chosen the straightforward profession of a warrior. But now, with 2 S-tier talents in substitute, he naturally wanted to switch to a profession that suited him better. With that in mind, he summoned Master of Wishes and asked for recommendations on these professions. After a long contemplation, Master of Wishes recommended the mage profession to Lin Luo. He explained that with a 95% probability, Lin Luo could advance to the hidden profession of Prophet Mage at level 20 if he used the S-tier talent Book of Wishes as a guide. Also, since Lin Luo had the protection of Dark Emperor, the mage's inherent weakness in close combat wouldn't be a concern. Intrigued, Lin Luo hadn't realized that an S-tier talent could lead to a hidden profession. After all, in his previous life, he was just an F-tier nobody. Lin Luo then asked, "If I choose the mage profession and use the plunder talent as a guide for the second promotion, what hidden profession will I get?" Master of Wishes promptly replied, "I don't recommend using plunder as a guide. You'd end up as a hybrid melee mage, which would be awkward." Lin Luo wondered if it was his imagination or if Master of Wishes seemed a bit biased, always recommending himself. However, Lin Luo was clear that his core talent was plunder and his actions should primarily align with Dark Emperor. Given that Dark Emperor's strengths lay in power and agility, the assassin profession would be a more suitable fit. After pondering for a moment, Lin Luo asked again, "If I choose assassin as the basic profession and use the S-tier talent plunder for the second promotion, what profession will I become?" A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Master of Wishes. "You would likely become a rogue outlaw, maximizing the advantages of the plunder talent. However, I still recommend choosing Prophet Mage as the profession is more elegant and easygoing." After Master of Wishes' response, Lin Luo's resolve solidified. The next moment, he directly chose the assassin profession. "You have successfully become an assassin. A tribute panel is now generated." As the prompt ended, Lin Luo's attributes began to change, and he acquired a large number of assassin-exclusive skills at the same time. Swinging his novice dagger, he thought, "Indeed, Assassin and Dark Emperor are the perfect match." At this moment, another prompt sounded, "Please select your dungeon exploration team. The maximum number of team members is 5. Without hesitation, Lin Luo chose to enter alone. Dark Emperor's combat ability was already equivalent to that of a level 20 to 30 elite player. There was no need for a team. The dungeon was named Goblin's Lair, difficulties ranging from easy, normal, hard, to nightmare. Filled with confidence, Lin Luo chose the highest difficulty, Nightmare. The next moment, he found himself in a dark forest, facing numerous red-eyed goblins, holding clubs, ready to attack. Lin Luo summoned Dark Emperor and buffed him with Heart's Desire, immediately raising his critical hit rate by 20%. Dark Emperor calmly approached the incoming goblins and, at a speed indiscernible to the human eye, threw 50 consecutive punches. The goblins were instantly killed, turning into experience points for Lin Luo. He gained 2,250 experience points. Due to the over-leveled monster kills and the effect of Heart's Desire, 100 battles, Lin Luo received a 700% experience boost for each kill, allowing him to instantly level up from level 1 to level 6. Every time Lin Luo levels up, he can get 4 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Reaching level 6 gives him a total of 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. Drawing from his experience in his past life, Lin Luo immediately chooses to allocate 16 points to agility and 4 points to strength. He puts all 10 skill points into agility-related quickness skills. His reasoning is simple. Quickness skills can reduce the consumption of stamina during movement and combat. Many people in his past life chose powerful attack skills like Shadow Hunt and Phantom Slash, only to find out that the stamina drain in dungeons was a major problem. Therefore, he knows it's best to invest in quickness skills. Lin Luo, leading Dark Emperor, makes it to the second stage of the dungeon. The monsters here are significantly higher level than before, but under the effects of Heart's Desire, 100 battles, Lin Luo still levels up to 7. They soon arrive at the final stage of the dungeon, where the Goblin Guardian, the boss, is waiting for them. Upon entering, Lin Luo sees a few goblins assaulting female human NPCs, which angers him. Dark Emperor seems to sense his host's emotions and becomes even more ferocious, instantly killing the strongest goblin next to the boss. As the lead goblin dies, all other goblins rush toward Lin Luo. Fortunately, Lin Luo is agile and dodges all attacks under the protection of Dark Emperor. Facing a swarm of goblins, Dark Emperor stands at the forefront. His attack power is overwhelming. Within 30 seconds, only the Goblin Guardian remains. Despite its intimidating roar, Dark Emperor is not deterred and defeats it with a single punch. Killing 83 goblins in the second half of the dungeon provides Lin Luo with 9,700 experience points, leveling him up to 9. The next second, hundreds of golden lights emerge from the goblins' corpses, forming an energy vortex. Lin Luo knows that the dungeon chest is about to spawn. He quickly switches Heart's Desire, 100 battles to Heart's Desire. Good luck, boosting his luck tenfold. A golden chest starts to form in front of him. You've successfully cleared the goblin's nest. Your dungeon score is 1,500 points. Congratulations on receiving a gold-level epic chest. Lin Luo smiles contentedly. As he had predicted, damage and clearing time determine the basic score, while the number of players and levels can either increase or decrease the score. Based on different scores, the rating of the chest varies. Normally, even at the highest difficulty level of Nightmare, one could only get an iron chest from this low-level dungeon. However, under the effects of Heart's Desire, good luck, he jumps 8 tiers to receive an epic gold chest. The loot is extraordinarily good. Lin Luo is incredibly excited. He quickly opens the chest in front of him, and for a moment, the dazzling colors of various items blind him. The chest is full of high-level healing potions and countless pieces of equipment. What used to be coveted silver-level gear in his previous life now seems like trash. Among them, the best are 2 gold-level pieces that are suitable for an assassin. Indeed, a tenfold increase in luck paid off. He carefully examines the attributes of a golden-level short blade, which not only offers 40 more attack points compared to bronze-level weapons of the same level, but also includes a bleeding effect. It's the perfect weapon for early-stage dungeon runs. He also picks up a golden-level light armor that not only increases the maximum health, but also reduces damage, another excellent piece. Just then, a notification sound rings out. Game character data backed up successfully. Please name your game character. The game name will be displayed during your dungeon and secret realm explorations. A smile creeps up on Lin Luo's lips. Let's call it Dark Emperor, he decides. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Dark Emperor for becoming the first person in the world to clear a nightmare-level dungeon solo. Reward 110 pull ticket for the Wheel of Destiny. The world erupts in chatter. Everyone is discussing who this Dark Emperor is and what Wheel of Destiny means. Meanwhile, Utaji's face turns sour. The history he knew has changed. He distinctly remembers that in his previous life, The first nightmare-level dungeon was cleared by a player named Grey Wolf late at night on this day. He quickly turns to King of Time. "Are you sure time travel won't alter history?" King of Time replies earnestly, "Master, time travel lets the soul go back to its previous body. It absolutely will not affect history." Yu Taijia strokes his chin. "Then there are two possibilities. First, this world's Dark Emperor has taken your power and grown stronger, and then cleared the dungeon. Second, the future Dark Emperor took your power and traveled back to the present, then cleared the dungeon." King of Time asks in confusion, "But my power can't increase raw strength. How did he solo the dungeon?" Yu Taijia looks grim. "Regardless, we have to find him quickly. If his growth outpaces ours, that could be a problem." On the other side, Lin Luo has no idea about the impact his solo dungeon clear has had. He excitedly looks at his lottery ticket and quickly summons the Master of Wishes, asking for the most cost-effective way to make a wish. Wheel of Destiny's drawing qualifications are very precious, usually available only for clearing nightmare-level dungeons or the Tower of Babel's secret realm. It has 9 grades of items from F to SSS, including many rare items that cannot be found in dungeons. There are life-extending elixirs, spirit-ascending crystals that can raise talent levels, and many other powerful and functional items. Different items also have varying probabilities. The chance to get the lowest F-level item is 40%, while the highest SSS level item is only 0.01%. So even if Lin Luo can increase his luck tenfold through Heart's Desire, good luck, it's not guaranteed he'll get an S-level item or higher. Lin Luo asks again, "What about using your ability to make a wish?" Master of Wishes flips through the Book of Wishes and after a moment says, "Acquiring one SSS tier item will make me sleep for 6 months. An SSS tier item consumes 190 points of energy, and an S tier item consumes 10 points of energy." Lin Luo falls into deep thought. Although each SSS level item holds terrifying power, the dormancy period will affect his ability to plunder talents from others. He still needs Master of Wishes to help him locate those he plans to plunder. Playing the pros and cons, Lin Luo decides to go for an S-level item for now. Upon hearing this, Master of Wishes immediately flips through its book, releasing a burst of dazzling light. "Master, your wish has been granted." Lin Luo promptly uses his 10-pole Wheel of Destiny lottery ticket. As the golden ticket dissolves into fragments of light, a giant ancient blue wheel appears before him. 10 needles in the center of the wheel start spinning wildly. Lin Luo doesn't bother to predict the outcome and yells, "Stop." The needles slow down and finally point in 10 different directions. "Congratulations, you've won the following 10 items," the announcement says. Various colors intertwine, and to Lin Luo's surprise, he draws an SS-level extreme crystal. Among them, bond crystals can increase a substitute's range of movement away from the host. Extreme crystals can increase a substitute's energy cap. Rage crystals can temporarily boost a substitute's abilities. The same type of crystal also has different grades. For instance, from this 10-pole, he got 2 reality crystals, 1 D level and 1 F level. Their effects allow him to carry back 3% and 1% of his attributes from the game to reality, respectively. Without hesitation, Lin Luo crushes the 2 reality crystals in his hand. "Congratulations, after you exit the dungeon, you will inherit 4% of your in-game attributes," the announcement says. Lin Luo immediately has Dark Emperor crush 2 bond crystals, which now allows Dark Emperor to move freely within a 6-meter radius around him. A B-level Spirit Ascending Crystal helps Lin Luo improve his talent growth by 5 points. Finally, he's left with an A-level Energy Heart and an SS-level Extreme Crystal. The Energy Heart can improve a substitute's energy recovery speed, while the Extreme Crystal can increase a substitute's energy cap. Lin Luo holds the 2 crystals in front of Master of Wishes and muses. "Which substitute should I use these 2 crystals on?" Master of Wishes seems to sense Lin Luo's hesitation and directly suggests, "Great Master, I recommend you use these 2 crystals on me first. This way, it will increase the limit of your wishes, and if you continue to use the Wheel of Destiny in the future, you won't have to worry about energy issues." Lin Luo laughs at the suggestion, clearly pleased. "That's exactly what I need right now. Alright, I'll give both crystals to you." He tosses the crystals over, and Master of Wishes immediately crushes them. After absorbing the crystals, the energy cap of Master of Wishes, an S-level substitute, breaks through to 300 points, and its energy recovery speed also doubles. Lin Luo pockets the remaining life extension pills and rage crystals and exits the dungeon. Unfortunately, without a space crystal, he can't take out the equipment he's wearing. The entrance to the dungeon is now crowded with people continuously entering. Lin Luo blends into the crowd and quickly leaves. He plans to head to the Tower of Babel, which exists in every city. He aims to once again seize a global first clear achievement. The Tower of Babel is about 100 meters tall and has a metallic blue hue. It takes him half an hour to arrive near the tower, where a crowd has already gathered. Just then, a beautiful woman walks up to invite Lin Luo to join her team. Although tempted, Lin Luo declines, thinking, "Women will only slow down my clearance speed." He squeezes through the crowd and quickly enters the tower alone. A group of gnoll-like creatures bearing their fangs rush towards him. Dark Emperor appears in a flash, and in less than 2 seconds. All the creatures are vanquished by a flurry of punches. You have cleared the first level of the Tower of Babel. Clear time, 20 seconds. First clear reward, 5 fragments of destiny. Congratulations, you've set a new world record for the first level of the Tower of Babel. Your game name, Dark Emperor, will be spread among global players. Lin Luo proceeds up the staircase to the second level of the Tower of Babel. The monsters are still gnolls, but are somewhat stronger, though they are all instantly killed by Dark Emperor. He quickly reaches the end of the second level. You've cleared the second level of the Tower of Babel. Clear time, 30 seconds. Lin Luo races through the successive layers of the tower like lightning. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Babel, a frenzy erupts. The world is paying attention to the records of who's clearing how many layers of the Tower of Babel and in what time. People can't help but exclaim, "This Dark Emperor is too incredible, isn't he?" Lin Luo is unaware that he has once again caught the world's attention. At this moment, he is at the entrance of the Tower of Babel's 10th floor. Upon entering this level, one can only exit upon clearing it or dying. Lin Luo, fully aware of this, enters without any hesitation. In his previous life, the first player globally to clear the Tower of Babel's 10th floor was someone named Worthless Pig. Lin Luo decides not only to snatch the global first clear achievement for the 10th floor, but also to take the 20th floor achievement as well. Inside the 10th floor, there's a single gnoll covered in heavy armor 4 times the size of a regular person. Upon seeing Lin Luo, the creature slowly stands up and charges at him, wielding a large cleaver. This gnoll boss is evidently much more formidable than the previous Goblin Guardians. Dark Emperor directly confronts him, while Lin Luo stays behind his substitute. The gnoll leader clearly senses Dark Emperor's threat and attacks him. Not bothering to defend, Dark Emperor goes toe-to-toe with the gnoll, who gradually becomes overwhelmed. Suddenly, the gnoll emits a pulse of energy, momentarily repelling Dark Emperor. Now enraged, the gnoll exudes red steam and his eyes turn red as well. It then splits its cleaver into 2 and lunges at Dark Emperor again. Dark Emperor, extremely agile, dodges the fatal strike and lands a punch on the gnoll's head, causing it to fall to the ground with a scream. Global announcement. Congratulations, player Dark Emperor, for becoming the first to clear the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward, 110 drawal of Destiny ticket. This global notice captures the attention of the entire world. After the announcement, a mysterious stele shows a warning. When the first player to undergo a second job advancement reaches level 20 on Blue Planet, mouse-level disasters will occur in various places around the world in reality. Countless scientists and a coalition of 5 major powers begin debating what mouse-level disasters mean. Could it be that Dungeon and Tower of Babel creatures will appear in reality? They even start looking for this player named Dark Emperor. Meanwhile, Lin Luo is excitedly staring at the Wheel of Destiny in front of him. Once again, he makes a wish to Master of Wishes, hoping to draw something good. As the pointer comes to a halt, a notification sound rings in his ears. Congratulations, you've won the following 10 items. His luck isn't as good this time, receiving only 1 S-level item, Spatial Crystal. However, this already makes Lin Luo very satisfied. After all, the S-level Spatial Crystal allows him to take many items back to the real world. Lin Luo first crushes the D-level Reality Crystal, boosting the attributes he can bring back to the real world to 7%. He then gives all his C-level and B-level mana crystals, as well as the C-level Life Crystal, to Dark Emperor. The remaining crystals are ones he can't use for now. He still has 2 Wheel of Destiny draw tickets left. Rewards from clearing Nightmare-level dungeons in Tower of Babel. He plans to wait until he accumulates 10 to make it more worth his while. He also needs to accumulate more Fragments of Fate to exchange for items in the shop. Next, he plans to sell all the equipment he isn't using. After all, the sooner he sells them, the more valuable they are. In this game, in-game currency can be exchanged for real-world money, with one copper coin worth around $5 to $6. Equipment is even more expensive. A single piece of black iron-level equipment costs hundreds of gold coins. No sooner had Lin Luo listed those few items for sale than they were bought, netting him a total of 8,400 gold coins. Considering that one gold coin can be exchanged for $5 to $600, that's equivalent to around $5 million. He smacks his forehead in slight regret. I really underestimated how many wealthy people there are worldwide. He should have listed items one by one for a better price, but he doesn't regret it now. After all, grinding for equipment is now very easy for him. He plans to reach level 20 in the Tower of Babel tonight. By tomorrow, when he exits the tower, the cooldown for his plunder talent should be over. He can then acquire another S-level talent. He remembers that after the advent of the chaotic era, there were 3 infamous guilds: Smiling Coffin, Tomb of Nazarick, and Eight-Headed Assembly. One of the 8 leaders of Eight-Headed Assembly, Rainy Knight with a Knife, but no Umbrella, whose real name is Bai Hong Lai, and the Bloody Witch and Wrath of the Glacier from Tomb of Nazarick, named Ji Wenying and Lu Jining respectively, are all S-level talent holders based in Hang City. They are Lin Luo's targets for plundering. After taking them down, Lin Luo plans to head to the city of Sin. The people who caused the deaths of him and his brother in his previous life were likely hired freelancers. Once he's taken care of these important matters, he plans to find out who's behind them. Meanwhile, in an office, a Xing is posting job ads online. He's registered a legitimate company in Hang City called Brilliant Media. He'll hire people to work for a period, and then take them on a team-building overseas trip that will actually end up in the city of Sin, where he plans to take them all down. The company has already hired more than 40 people, a few more, and they can close the net. At this moment, Lin Luo has reached the 11th floor of the Tower of Babel, which is full of skeletal and undead-type monsters. In the Tower of Babel, only fragments of fate are acquired in the first 10 floors. But from the 10th floor onwards, you can directly get equipment. Lin Luo feels somewhat nostalgic about this place. In his previous life, he and his brother had spent a lot of time here grinding for a skeletal armor set. Putting aside his nostalgia, Lin Luo immediately issues an attack command. The brave Dark Emperor charges into the crowd of skeletons, obliterating many skeletal soldiers with his flurry of punches. At this moment, a level 17 skeleton commander quietly moves behind Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiles lightly, feeling underestimated, with a flourish of his short blade. He turns around and pierces through the core of the skeleton commander. A system prompt then rings out, announcing that he has cleared the 11th floor of the Tower of Babel in 1 minute and 35 seconds, earning him 85 fragments of fate as a first-time clear reward. With 3 years of combat experience from his past life, these lower-level monsters pose no threat to Lin Luo. 8 minutes later, he arrives at the 20th floor. The boss guarding this level is a level 20 skeleton lord named Tadamir. Drawing its great sword, Tadamir uses the skill Netherworld Summon. Awaken my minions. Return from hell to fight for me. The next moment, countless skeletons of various levels crawl out from the ground. Lin Luo's eyes flash coldly. He knows that he can't rely solely on Dark Emperor for this level, as its difficulty far surpasses the previous 19 floors. At least 200 or more skeletal soldiers charge towards him, causing slight tremors in the cave floor. Dark Emperor takes the lead, smashing the charging skeletal cavalry into pieces with his punches. He then quickly engages the skeleton lord Tadamir in combat. The two are evenly matched. Meanwhile, hundreds of skeletal soldiers have bypassed the main battlefield to encircle Lin Luo. He adopts a combat stance. Though he has rich combat experience, the number of enemies is just too overwhelming. While he can eventually win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Left with no other choice, Lin Luo summons the Master of Wishes. With a roar, Lin Luo exclaims, "I wish for Dark Emperor's attacks to result in critical hits," until he has completely slain Skeleton Lord Tadamir. The Master of Wishes quickly flips through the Book of Wishes, its pages shimmering with dazzling light. Moments later, the respectful voice of Master of Wishes rings out. "Great Master, your wish has been granted." Dark Emperor suddenly feels a surge of frenzied energy coursing through his body. He roars and charges back at the Skeleton Lord. Meanwhile, Lin Luo takes advantage of his agility to weave through the skeletal soldiers. The ground suddenly trembles again. It's the Skeleton Lord unleashing his ultimate move, Shatter Greatsword. This move caused a huge dent in the cave with a cloud of dust, making Lin Luo grit his teeth. Unfortunately for Tadamir, the move is too slow and is easily dodged by Dark Emperor, who is airborne. Lin Luo exclaimed loudly that he knew it as Dark Emperor moves in for a critical attack. What's more, after executing the ultimate move, the Skeleton Lord clearly enters a stagnant state. Although the time is short, it is a fatal weakness for him. Dark Emperor goes full throttle, pounding his fist mercilessly onto the helmet of the Skeleton Lord. Each punch deals a critical damage of 580 points. At that moment, damage numbers skyrocket. The Skeleton Lord is instantly killed by this concentrated attack. Lin Luo also successfully wipes out all the remaining skeletal soldiers. You have cleared the 20th floor of the Tower of Babel. Time taken, 3 minutes 11 seconds. First time clear reward, 100 fragments of fate. A global announcement is made. Congratulations to player Dark Emperor for becoming the first person globally to clear the 20th floor of Tower of Babel alone. Reward, 110 spin Wheel of Destiny ticket. Lin Luo decides not to use the reward ticket for now, but to lead Dark Emperor further into the tower. Relying on the memories and experience from his past life, he quickly clears up to the 29th floor. At this point, Lin Luo also reaches level 15. A system warning advises him that his level is too low, and it would be best not to enter the 30th floor. Hearing the warning, Lin Luo lets out a cold laugh. He commands Dark Emperor to kick open the door. What appears before them is the Minotaur King, Monophilos. It looks disdainfully at the entering Lin Luo, saying, "Foolish human, do you know what you are about to face?" Lin Luo doesn't waste time talking to the Minotaur King. He immediately directs Dark Emperor to charge. Seeing this, the Minotaur King swings down his hammer fiercely. According to Lin Luo's memories from his past life, floors 21 to 29 cannot be rushed through, as the monsters that players avoided will be summoned by the Minotaur King as reinforcements. Of course, Lin Luo has already thought of countermeasures, so he dared to push forward quickly. The Minotaur King, realizing he can't hit Dark Emperor, uses his skill Earth Shatter, causing numerous cracks to appear on the ground. Lin Luo, sensing the timing is right, calls forth the Master of Wishes and again wishes for Dark Emperor's attacks to always critically strike. After using his skill, the Minotaur King falls into a brief state of weakness. Dark Emperor seizes the opportunity to unleash a furious assault, each rapid punch dealing 450 critical damage. The Minotaur King's health quickly depletes. Seeing he's losing, the Minotaur King uses his ultimate skill, King's Command, calling out, "My warriors, heed my command, come protect your king." A glint appears in Lin Luo's eyes. He knows the time is right. He activates a skill that Dark Emperor has never used before, Seize by Force. System prompts indicate that Dark Emperor successfully steals the skill Earth Shatter. 1200 health points, the skill King's Command, and 23 agility points from the Minotaur King. With the system's prompt, the Minotaur King falls unwillingly and the stolen power pours into Lin Luo, directly leveling him up 3 times to reach level 18. Just then, the Minotaur warriors summoned by the Minotaur King also arrive at the 30th floor. Lin Luo sees this and immediately uses the King's Command skill. He wants to test how useful this stolen skill really is. All the Minotaurs suddenly start trembling and their eyes turn dull. The next moment, they kneel before Lin Luo. Meanwhile, in a dungeon outside Hang City, a young man reveals a huge golden eye behind him. The SS Tier Talent Emperor's Eye. With a light command, both the boss, Mushroom King, and his teammates obediently kneel before him. Just then, Eutegia walks up from behind and says, "As expected of the SS Tier Talent Emperor's Eye, I've heard a lot about you." The young man's face changes. "Who are you? Why aren't you affected by my Emperor's Eye?" Eutegia smiles faintly. "I'm Eutegia, a person who exists outside of time." Eutegia remains cautious. "Why are you looking for me?" Eutegia grabs his wrist. "Because I need your help. You're the only one who can make monsters kneel." Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Babel, countless Minotaurs respectfully kneel before Lin Luo, shouting, "Great King." Dark Emperor uses the recently acquired skill Earth Shatter, instantly killing all the Minotaurs. The massive experience points gained level Lin Luo up to level 22. Congratulations to player Dark Emperor for being the first solo player to clear the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Lin Luo quickly pushes through the crowd and leaves the Tower of Babel. Having leveled up to 20, he's now eligible for his second-class advancement. Exhausted from the day, Lin Luo arrives at a noodle shop. Clearing 30 floors has drained him, and he needs a full meal before going for the assassin's second-class advancement mission. Just then, a commotion catches his attention. It's his former colleagues, led by Zhang Wei, who used to be close with him superficially. The girl kneeling on the ground, begging, is in turn Qin Kellen, ignoring her pleas. Zhang Wei kicks her to the ground, listening to their conversation. Lin Luo learns that one of the colleagues died in the Tower of Babel due to Qin Kellen's mistake, but as the only healer in the team. She won't be abandoned so easily, though her situation is obviously dire. Lin Luo has no intention of intervening. In his past life, this girl, like others, mocked him. Relationships have changed now that circumstances have altered. Qin Kellen is dragged back like a toy to continue healing the team. Zhang Wei and others are discussing plans for the Tower of Babel's second floor. Suddenly, Zhang Wei spots Lin Luo and quickly grabs a dish to walk over. Placing the dish on Lin Luo's table, he embraces Lin Luo and feigns warmth. "Old colleague, where have you been since you got fired? I missed you. What talent have you awakened? Let me help you make big money. Otherwise, how can you be worthy of what you see?" Lin Luo gazes at Zhang Wei coldly. In his past life, when he was released from detention, Zhang Wei was the first to approach him with the same questions. Without much thought then, he had revealed his talent, only for Zhang Wei to turn around and humiliate him along with others. Recalling this, Lin Luo stands up to leave, stating that he doesn't team up. Hearing this, Zhang Wei bursts into laughter. "Do you, a poor kid, think you're some big shot like Dark Emperor?" Just then, Qin Kellen quickly runs over and clings to Lin Luo's leg, pleading for him to take her away, saying she would agree to any conditions. Her face flushed. She grabs Lin Luo's hand passionately. "Brother Luo, please take me away." Lin Luo, visibly disgusted, shakes her off. "Find someone else. I can't help you." Zhang Wei, furious, approaches Qin Kellen. "You slut, flirting with whoever you see. Huh? Does Lin Luo even have the power to save you?" He grabs her hair and violently pulls, eliciting screams from her. Two others join in the mockery. What makes her think Lin Luo has such high talents? "I think I'm even better. Those two brothers are just petty thieves under the Wen family's charity." Zhang Wei continues to torment the girl, smirking. "Had I known the Wen family had a soft spot for thieves, I'd have gone there to steal something too. Maybe even spark some romance with Wen Yoshi." Hearing this, Lin Luo's expression darkens. "I'd advise you not to mention that name." Zhang Wei taunts. "What name? You delusional frog, wanting to eat swan meat?" Lin Luo clenches his fists, struggling to control his anger. However, Zhang Wei has no plans to let him off easily, and signals two people from their small team to teach Lin Luo a lesson, telling him about the rule of the fist. The two, menacingly smirking, ready their attributes carried over from the dungeon. "This is perfect for testing our skills." They charge towards Lin Luo, fist swinging, loudly yelling, "Kneel and call us dad if you don't want to die." Lin Luo, watching the incoming fists, has no intention of dodging. Their speed is too slow for him, effortlessly raising his arms. He sends them flying, having lived two lives. He understands far better than they do what the rule of the fist means. Zhang Wei didn't expect his two comrades to be so useless, defeated with just a single blow. Furious, he draws a dagger and lunges at Lin Luo. Lin Luo dodges and proceeds to counter with an uppercut to Zhang Wei on the chin. He then continued with a devastating kick, sending him flying. The two who had just picked themselves up look at the flying Zhang Wei, their eyes filling with fear. They exchange a glance, as if making a decision. The next moment, they kneel in front of Lin Luo. "Master Luo, please accept our loyalty. Do you have a spot in your team?" Lin Luo coldly responds. "I told you already. I don't team up." The two kowtow and beg again. A young man on the second floor of the noodle shop is observing him. The man is one of his plunder targets, one of the 8 leaders of the 8-headed assembly by Hong Wei. Lin Luo ignores everyone and plans to leave. Qin Kellen watches him admiringly. "This is the man I can rely on." She grabs Lin Luo's hand, apologizes loudly for past insults, and promises to make it up to him tenfold, even rubbing his hand against her smooth face. Annoyed, Lin Luo pulls his hand back and leaves without hesitation. Qin Kellen stares at Lin Luo's retreating figure, vowing to make him pay double for today's humiliation. The two kneeling men mock her. "Who do you think you can seduce? Luo's heart is set on Wen Yusi, so save it." Qin Kellen drops the act and screams, "How am I inferior to Wen Yusi? You aren't even fit to carry her shoes." Suddenly, they sense energy emanating from her. "Weaklings? Lin Luo is gone, and you have no protection," they say, trying to stand. But they find themselves weakened and trembling, having been harshly beaten and kneeling for so long. Seeing this, Qin Kellen seizes the opportunity. "Everything you gave me before, I'll give it all back now." She slaps them until they're unrecognizable. Bai Hongwei finds the girl downstairs interesting and orders his subordinates to recruit her into the eight-headed assembly. The guild had been lamenting the lack of female players, and maybe they could gather some intel on Lin Luo from her. Qin Kellen stands satisfied, stepping on the two men. Sooner or later, I'll also step on Lin Luo. Just then, eight-headed assembly Xiao Gang quietly appears behind her. "Miss, have you heard of our eight-headed assembly? Would you like to join?" Knowing their reputation, she doesn't hesitate and signs an agreement, mocking Lin Luo for his lack of judgment. "Who's this Lin Luo you mentioned?" Xiao Gang asks, seizing the opportunity. A resentful Qin Kellen says, "That's the guy who just left. He was a former colleague and deceived me emotionally." Xiao Gang subtly pulls her closer. "Does he have any weaknesses? Maybe I can help you get revenge later." Filled with hatred, she reveals, his weakness is a woman named Wen Yushi. On the other side, Lin Luo walks leisurely on his way to the Class Advancement Guild. Not far behind him, a scout from the eight-headed assembly is reporting his every move. Although Lin Luo has long since the scout, he refrains from exposing him, unsure of his affiliation. At this moment, the voice on the other end of the spy's phone tells the spy that Lin Luo has a weak spot named Wen Yushi. The voice instructs the spy to confirm Lin Luo's movements first, and then investigate this woman. After saying this, the spy immediately follows closely behind Lin Luo. Suddenly, to his astonishment, Lin Luo turns around and heads in his direction. Lin Luo wants to find out who's behind this talking. The scout's anxiety peaks as he tries to maintain his composure, passing Lin Luo and hastily leaving, but then a towering figure blocks his path. Dark Emperor punches the scout, sending him flying. Lin Luo's face turns sinister. "Speak. Who sent you?" The scout tries to explain, "I'm just a passerby. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Why would you attack me without reason?" Lin Luo grabs his ear and closely inspects an earring. "Ah, so you're from the eight-headed assembly." This immediately puts Lin Luo on high alert. According to the timeline from his past life, the eight-headed assembly shouldn't appear in front of him this early. Lin Luo grabs the scout's face again. "I'll give you another chance. Speak your purpose." Seeing the scout still playing dumb, Lin Luo realizes that more extreme measures are needed. The eight-headed assembly's scouts are known for their resilience under questioning, and continuing the interrogation would be a waste of time. He summons the Master of Wishes, wishing for the scout to reveal his intentions. The scout's eyes go vacant, and he begins to speak. "My name is Sun Lang. I am a loyal subordinate to Bai Hong Lai, one of the leaders of the eight-headed assembly. We recruited a beautiful woman at the noodle shop. She gave us information about a strong individual named Lin Luo. I was ordered to track Lin Luo and also to investigate a woman named Wen Yusi. This Wen Yusi is Lin Luo's weak point. Our leader plans to use her to threaten Lin Luo into becoming a loyal subordinate of the eight-headed assembly." A cold glint appears in Lin Luo's eyes. He never expected that the eight-headed assembly would have recruited Qin Kellen, and that this woman would be so ruthless. In the third year of the disaster in his previous life, Wen Yusi had been killed by Bai Hong Lai. In order to avenge her, Lin Luo had risked his life in various adventures to enhance his skills, only to be schemed against and die at the hands of monsters. Now, it seems he must eliminate Bai Hong Lai before the eight-headed assembly locates Wen Yusi. But first, he needs to complete his second job transfer, which will give him the confidence to kill Bai Hong Lai. After having Dark Emperor dispose of the scout's body, Lin Luo summons Master of Wishes. He wonders how long he can guarantee Wen Yusi's safety if he makes such a wish. The Master of Wishes respectfully responds, "Master, with my current capabilities, I can ensure her safety for 24 hours at most." Lin Luo considers for a moment. 24 hours should be enough for him to complete his second job transfer. He then makes the wish and heads toward the Assassin's Guild. Relying on his memories from his previous life, Lin Luo quickly locates the guild, a massive silver prism. Upon his arrival, he rushes in. A change in lighting and scenery later, he finds himself in a European-styled room. An elegant middle-aged man is delicately sipping tea. Ah, a traveler from afar. Are you here to seek higher-level secrets? Lin Luo knows that this is Desmond, the second-class advancement instructor, and respectfully responds, "Yes, instructor, please guide me." With a wave of Desmond's hand, the door behind Lin Luo bursts open, letting in the howling winds and snow. Go to the snowy forest and kill 30 black snowmen and 1 penguin king. Bring me their identifying features. The snowman's horns and the penguin king's beak. Lin Luo steps out through the wooden door into an icy tundra. The chill is intense, likely to affect combat. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him. Turning, he finds a huge black snowman who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. A massive fist comes crashing down toward him. Dark Emperor, hiding nearby, leaps out to intercept the blow. Lin Luo didn't expect that the monsters in this second-class advancement secret realm would resort to ambushes. He notices a blue crystal horn on top of the black snowman's head, which must be the quest item. He orders Dark Emperor to go all out and eliminates the black snowman with a single punch. The snowman's body gradually melts, leaving only the horn stuck in the snow. Lin Luo picks up the quest item, but then the ground around him starts to tremble. From the distance comes the sound of heavy running. Soon, he's surrounded by a multitude of giant black snowmen. Lin Luo is not panicked. Instead, he draws a short blade. He knows that the real battle has just begun. The black snowmen are not fast movers. Focusing their attacks, Lin Luo and Dark Emperor quickly dispatch them. The black snowmen can't withstand the combined assault and are instantly killed, turning into horns. The second black snowman charges in with a roar, but before it can react, both its arms are severed by the combined efforts of Lin Luo and Dark Emperor. Lin Luo, with the aid of Dark Emperor, leaps high into the air and cleaves it in half. He then activates his skill, Earth Shatter, causing the ground to break apart and stunning the other black snowmen. Lin Luo shouts, instructing Dark Emperor to quickly finish them off. Dark Emperor rushes into the crowd of snowmen with a dance of fury, punching holes through their bodies. The stunned black snowmen offer no resistance and quickly fall one by one to Dark Emperor's fists. By now, Lin Luo has collected 37 horns, more than enough for his class advancement task. However, he notices that the number of black snowmen seems to be endlessly increasing, which strikes him as very odd. Unseen by him, a small penguin wearing a golden crown is leisurely sipping red wine. It is the one directing the black snowmen to continuously attack Lin Luo. With a soft command from the Penguin King, spirits fly out of the snowman corpses. When Lin Luo tries to catch them, they slip through his fingers like water and quickly fly toward the mountaintop. All the spirits gather in the hands of the Penguin King, only to return along their original path. Confused, Lin Luo watches as the spirits re-enter the snowman corpses, and the previously defeated black snowmen roar back to life, realizing why there seemed to be endless waves of them. Lin Luo skillfully evades their attacks and leads Dark Emperor quickly toward the mountaintop. Sensing the impending danger, the Penguin King uses its special skill, King's Call. The surrounding black snowmen suddenly become frenzied, speeding up their pursuit of Lin Luo. Dark Emperor picks up Lin Luo and speeds up toward the mountaintop, then throws him forward. Lin Luo raises his short blade and splits the Penguin King in half, acquiring the last quest item, the Penguin King's beak. With the death of the Penguin King, all the black snowmen begin to melt away. Braving the snowstorm, Lin Luo returns to the wooden hut. Seeing him return, Desmond's face immediately shows an expression of admiration. "Young man, your strength has earned my recognition. I can sense a huge potential within you. The 3 standard second-tier assassin classes I have to offer might not be the limit of your potential. Are you willing to seek your own path?" Lin Luo realizes that this is probably the hidden class Master of Wishes had mentioned. He immediately says he's very willing to pursue it. Desmond stands up. His eye is serious as he explains that beyond the standard second-tier classes, there are countless hidden ones. However, the risk of failure in transitioning to these classes could be life-threatening. Lin Luo knows that the second-class advancement is extremely crucial, and he's willing to take any risk. Seeing Lin Luo's determination, Desmond bursts into laughter, increasingly admiring the young man. He begins to wave his hands, saying that since Lin Luo is prepared to push his limits, he will guide his spirit into the void. The class to which he advances will depend on his own choice. He warns him not to linger in the void for too long out of greed for power, or he will be lost forever. Suddenly, a mysterious force enters Lin Luo's mind, taking his consciousness into an unknown void where he loses all senses for a long time. Gradually, his vision restores, and he sees an endless void. Suddenly, a red pillar of light appears in front of him, followed by several other pillars of different colors. When he extends his hand into the red pillar, information pops up. Job, lawless outlaw, exclusive skills, lawlessness, light and shadow interplay. This is the hidden job Master of Wishes had recommended. Then, he puts his hand into a blue pillar. Job, Shadow Man. Exclusive skills, Shadow Clone, Shadow Stitching, and Shadow Curse. The attributes and skills of a Shadow Man job are significantly better than those of the Lawless Outlaw. Realizing that the colors of the pillars indicate the quality of the jobs, Lin Luo turns his attention to a golden pillar. Inserting his hand, a massive window appears. Legendary job, Storm Swordsman, exclusive skills. Sonic Sword Breath, Gale Blade, and Infinite Sword Energy. Lin Luo is shocked. This level of job is exceedingly rare. He hadn't even heard of legendary jobs in his past life. If he could transition to this, dealing with an evil organization like the Eight-Headed Assembly would be easy. Suddenly, Lin Luo has a thought. Why did Master of Wishes conceal this job from me? He immediately summons Master of Wishes, asking sharply why he was deceived. Master of Wishes quickly explains that he wouldn't dare to deceive him. Choosing the Lawless Outlaw was the safest decision based on his comprehensive assessment. The data shows that Lin Luo's plunder talent only has a 1% compatibility rate with the Stone Swordsman, and the success rate for the job transition is even lower, at 0.5%. Hearing this, Lin Luo calms down, acknowledging that the success rate is indeed too low. Master of Wishes continues, saying that the Shadow Man job has a talent compatibility of 22% and a success rate of 9%, which, although much higher than Stone Swordsman, is still highly risky. Curious, Lin Luo asks for the data on the Lawless Outlaw. Master of Wishes shows him the data, a talent compatibility of 89%, and a staggering job transition success rate of 98%. Seeing this, Lin Luo realizes he misunderstood Master of Wishes. Your assessment was correct for the safest choice. But who says I want to make the safest choice? Since I'm here, I'm going for the highest reward. Master of Wishes is left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Lin Luo pats him on the shoulder. From now on, just inform me of the pros and cons of each choice. Don't make decisions for me, understand? He then turns towards the golden pillar. Before stepping in, he asks Master of Wishes one more question. If the talent compatibility is only 1%, does that mean that, if successful, I would have 100% of this job's power? Master of Wishes confirms. Yes, if you succeed, you'll have 100% of its power. But if you fail, the best case scenario is you'll suffer from mental fatigue for 20 days. Worst case, you could lose your life. Lin Luo's expression turns cold. 20 days of mental fatigue is essentially the same as being dead to me. I'd fall so far behind others, and most importantly, I won't be able to save sister when within 24 hours. He smiles confidently. Master of Wishes, you might be smart. But did you forget yourself when calculating success rates? I wish for a successful transition to Storm Swordsman. With that, he steps into the golden pillar. The Book of Wishes and Master of Wishes' hand starts flipping pages. Moments later, he says respectfully, Honorable Master, your wish has been granted. Instantly, countless pieces of information about the Storm Swordsman flood into Lin Luo's mind. At this moment, Desmond watches Lin Luo intently. The Storm Swordsman is an ancient, legendary job that's been lost for years. Even the most potent SSS-level talent might not successfully transition. This will be interesting, he muses. Lin Luo is now in the process of inheriting the legendary job of Storm Swordsman, his mind filling up like a tidal wave with all the information related to it. To inherit the ancient legacy of Storm Swordsman, one must come infinitely close to understanding the essence of the storm. Loyal to the wind, loyal to the sword. Death always accompanies me, yet I fear it not. Control the sword with the heart and listen to the whisper of the wind. The wind is the sword, and the sword is the wind. The more the storm sword strikes, the more intense it becomes. Only by facing death can one be invincible. This is the only true warrior among assassins, the Storm Swordsman. In the beginning, with the help of Master of Wishes, Lin Luo does his best to absorb the information. However, as time passes in the void, Master of Wishes' energy is depleted, and his form gradually fades away. He needs to enter a sleep state to slowly recover. Lin Luo is now on his own to accept the legacy. Unavoidably, his spirit weakens, and he collapses in the void, losing consciousness. The job transition to Storm Swordsman is still underway. Desmond watches Lin Luo intently. Storm Swordsman is a job of legends. I've never seen anyone succeed in this transition in my lifetime. Suddenly, Lin Luo's body slumps to the ground, eyes closed and face scrunched. This is a sign of failure in the job transition. Desmond mutters. He might be lost in the void forever. He shakes his head. Young people are always too ambitious. I hope failing this time teaches you a lesson. Usually, only those with SSS-level talent can successfully transition to a legendary job. For someone with S-level talent like you, even getting a hidden job would have been an excellent achievement. Just then, a global announcement rings out. The world's first secondary job transition has occurred. Desmond smirks. What a shame. If you hadn't been so greedy and chosen a simpler job, you could have been the first. Now, someone else has beaten you to it. Lin Luo wakes up in a familiar wooden cabin and hears Desmond's words. Struggling to his feet, his eyes shine with excitement. How do you know that the world's first isn't me? A surprised Desmond asks incredulously. What do you mean? Did you actually succeed? Lin Luo remains weak, but chugs down the high-level stamina recovery potion. His condition improves significantly, recovering about 80% of his stamina and spirit. Desmond is speechless. This is unbelievable. How did you do it? Can you share your talent with me? I promise to keep it a secret. Lin Luo doesn't answer. Instead, he asks curiously, Aren't you feeling hot, instructor? Desmond notices the dropped cigarette has ignited the carpet, and the fire has reached his crotch. With a yelp, he jumps up to extinguish the fire. Lin Luo takes this opportunity to leave the cabin. He has much to do and no time to waste. Once out of the Assassin's League, he realizes it's already night. His job transition took a full 5 hours. He checks his phone and sees for unread messages from Chin Kellen, inviting him to lunch tomorrow at a specific restaurant. Using the rescue as a pretext, Lin Luo knows too well it's not out of kindness. It must be a trap set by the eight-headed assembly. However, he's also on the hunt for Bai Honglai. An opportunity like this, coming right to his door, is one he won't refuse. At this moment, Bai Honglai is discussing the meaning of life with Chin Kellen. Suddenly, the ring of a phone interrupts their intimate conversation. After reading the message, Bai Honglai becomes extraordinarily excited. He didn't expect that Lin Luo would actually agree, although the time and location were changed. For him, these are not major issues. Ignoring the disapproving look from Chin Kellen, he quickly gets dressed and plans to head to the agreed-upon location. Chin Kellen's resentment towards Lin Luo deepens, always spoiling her plans. What no one knows is, at the moment the announcement of the first second-tier job transfer rang out globally, a new message appeared on the mysterious stone tablet. When Blue Planet's first second-tier job holder emerges, a mouse-level disaster will occur 24 hours later in the real world. Scientists responsible for the stone tablet on Blue Planet all change color and immediately send this message to the desks of the high authorities. In the 5 major countries, everyone is guessing what this mouse-level disaster actually is. After intense discussions, an announcement is released by the 5 major powers on Blue Planet. Everyone is to cease all outdoor activities 24 hours later. A global curfew is enforced, and everyone should stay at home awaiting further notice. At this time, Lin Luo, who is waiting by the sea for Bai Honglai, is unaware that his job transfer has caused such a huge impact. He also receives the official announcement. Of course, he knows why the curfew is enforced, but in his memory, the first global mouse-level disaster should occur 5 days later. Why has it advanced so much this time? The first wave of mouse-level disaster in his previous life was an interdimensional insect disaster. The levels of the monsters ranged mostly from 1 to 20. This insect disaster was an opportunity for the awakened because killing insects grants 4 times the experience points. Several large guilds rose to prominence after this insect disaster. However, for ordinary people and those with low talent levels, this insect disaster was lethal, lasting a full 15 days. From then on, social order collapsed, and the world entered an era of chaos. In my previous life, I couldn't protect those who had protected me. I was always a burden to them. This life, I finally have the ability to protect them. I had a very confused childhood. Every time I was bullied, it was Sister Wen who stood up for me. She truly taught me a lot. My brother did indeed steal from own family, but after they found out our circumstances, They not only held no grudges, but also continually cared for my growth. Mr. and Mrs. Wen have always treated me like their son. Every important moment in my life has Sister Wen's figure. Those were the happiest times of my life. But when Sister Wen needed protection the most, I was not there by her side. The chief culprit for all this is Bai Hong Lai. In this life, I will kill you first. Bai Hong Lai and 2 others are on their way to the agreed location. Suddenly, his phone rings. After glancing at the caller ID, his pupils slightly constrict. He cautiously answers the call. Immediately, the stern voice of an elder comes through the phone. Gong Tins. Recently, the chosen ones among you should meet. Report your talents to Lord Gong Bin. Bai Hong Lai responds respectfully. It turns out that Bai Hong Lai's original name is Gong Tins. His family has been the secret guards of our country's royal family for generations. When our country was destroyed a year ago, he was escorting Princess Jiaxi of our country to an event abroad. Thus, he narrowly escaped. Afterwards, he followed the surviving members of the royal family to take refuge with our country's business group in each country. A large number of our country people in each country, under the organization of royal survivors, formed the Restoration Organization 8-headed assembly. Now that everyone is awakening, multiple S-level talents or higher have emerged in 8-headed assembly. Even the big shot in 8-headed assembly, Gong Bin, has awakened a rare SSS level talent. This has made 8-headed assembly start to become restless. At this moment, Bai Hong Lai's hand is shaking as he takes the phone call. Because the elder of the clan informed him that Princess Jiaxi and Lord Gong Bin's engagement ceremony will be held next month. They were asked to gather as much spirit ascending crystal as possible for the celebration. Bai Hong Lai grips his phone tightly. Princess Jiaxi has always been the woman he considers his own. But now she's getting engaged to Gong Bin, who is an SSS level talent awakener. He stands no chance against him. The only solution is to elevate his own talent to SSS level before next month's engagement. This will require a lot of spirit ascending crystals. To him, people with some ability like Lin Luo are perfect crystal miners. Thinking this, he immediately orders Qing Kellen to bring more people tomorrow to monitor when you see around the clock, as long as he controls when you see. Regardless of whether Lin Luo is willing tonight, he has to work for him. Bin Bai Hong Lai continues. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon beach, Qing Kellen sees Lin Luo lounging on the sand. She is extremely confident in her beauty. Even the hall master has fallen for her. She doesn't believe she can't handle a Lin Luo. Pretending to be cheerful, Qing Kellen runs over and leaps towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly moves backward with a stern face, dodging her dive. Annoyed, Qing Kellen says, "Brother Luo, you hurt me." Lin Luo has no time for her act and coldly asks, "Where is Bai Hong Lai?" Qing Kellen is shocked inside. How does he know the hallmaster's name? She then plays dumb and says, "Brother Luo, what are you talking about? It's me who invited you here today." Lin Luo's eyes turn cold and he says, "Bai Hong Lai, the hallmaster of your 8-headed assembly," dodging his gaze. Qing Kellen responds, "I did join the 8-headed assembly, but I haven't met the hallmaster. I've only heard his name." Seeing the situation, Lin Luo stops wasting time with her, snatches her phone, and starts looking for Bai Hong Lai's number. Qing Kellen hastily follows him and continues to explain, "I really haven't met any Bai Hong Lai. But the reason I invited you here is indeed to invite you to join 8-headed assembly. It's a good backing. If you join, all the resources, connections, money, and even myself will be yours. You can have anything you want." Bai Hong Lai, who has been waiting for a message, sees Qing Kellen calling and hurriedly asks, "How's the situation progressing? It's been so long without any news." Lin Luo, on the other end of the phone, lets out a cold laugh. "She can never give you any news again, because I've killed her." Bai Hong Lai feels a tightening in his chest. "Are you Lin Luo? Come out." "Bai Hong Lai, I know you're nearby." Bai Hong Lai looks at his disconnected phone in surprise. How does Lin Luo know about my existence? Did Qing Kellen betray me? Qing Kellen sees Lin Luo throw her phone into the sea and timidly says, "So you knew all along." A moment later, Bai Hong Lai also arrives at the beach. "You are indeed a talent that I, Bai Hong Lai, value. You are exceptional. Join my 8-headed assembly. Let me take you to accomplish great things." Lin Luo snorts coldly. "Great things? Are you referring to your restoration plan?" Gone tens. Bai Hong Lai feels like he's been struck by lightning. "How do you know? Who are you?" Lin Luo slowly draws a short blade. Every one of you deserves to die. Dark Emperor's figure appears directly behind him and launches a fist at Bai Hong Lai. The punch is indescribably fast, even displacing the air with a violent howl. Suddenly, a large black umbrella shields Bai Hong Lai. Dark Emperor's explosive fist rains down like a storm on the umbrella. It turns out that Bai Hong Lai finally reacted in the nick of time. He summoned his substitute, Lady Kaguya, to block all the attacks for him. Lady Kaguya is a young girl dressed as a maid and wearing a demon mask, carrying a large black umbrella. Although she blocked Dark Emperor's first wave of attacks, his offense was too fierce. Bai Hong Lai could clearly feel Lady Kaguya's energy rapidly depleting. He urgently tells Lady Kaguya to quickly retreat and not take the blows. Following his command, Lady Kaguya's figure flashes as she quickly moves backward. Dark Emperor closely follows, relentlessly launching attacks from all angles. At this moment, Lin Luo is very surprised. The opponent's substitute can actually keep up with Dark Emperor's speed, and her defense is incredibly high. Could this seemingly delicate girl be a defensive-type substitute? Bai Hong Lai looks gloomily at Lin Luo. You can't even break my substitute's defense, and you want to kill me? Lin Luo's voice shows no emotion. My Dark Emperor might not be able to break your defense, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you. If the host dies, even the most formidable substitute is meaningless. Lin Luo knows he can't hide his power anymore. He must take down his opponent as quickly as possible. Bai Hong Lai also feels very urgent at this moment. Though Lady Kaguya is not injured, her energy is continuously decreasing. If he switches to another form, the chances of defeating his opponent are still high. Both parties know this battle must be settled quickly. Bai Hong Lai immediately orders Lady Kaguya, switch to Rainy Night, blade form, kill him and his substitute. Lady Kaguya's umbrella suddenly folds and transforms into a long blade, slicing towards Dark Emperor like light and electricity. At the same time, Lin Luo makes a wish to the Master of Wishes. Dark Emperor's next punch will surely hit. The host cannot dodge. Dark Emperor quickly meets Lady Kaguya's strike without any intention of dodging, clearly planning to take the blow just to get past Lady Kaguya and simultaneously aim a punch at Bai Hong Lai. Bai Hong Lai's pupils shrink to pinpoints. Alarms are going off in his head. He didn't expect the target to be himself. In that instant, Bai Hong Lai makes a bold decision. Lady Kaguya, kill Lin Luo directly. Upon receiving the command, Lady Kaguya's slender figure instantly moves past Dark Emperor and swiftly approaches Lin Luo. Time seems to slow down in this moment. Both Lady Kaguya and Dark Emperor ignore each other and attack each other's hosts. Dark Emperor's punch lands squarely on Bai Hong Lai's face, sending him flying through the air before tumbling several times on the ground to a halt. At the same time, Lady Kaguya fiercely swings her blade at Lin Luo. Struggling to his feet, Bai Hong Lai sneers. How could a fist possibly outdo a long blade? Goodbye, Lin Luo. However, the next moment, Lin Luo's figure vanishes right before Lady Kaguya's eyes. The agile Lady Kaguya, comparable to Dark Emperor, shockingly swings at empty air. Bai Hong Lai's face changes. How is this possible? How could an ordinary person have this kind of reaction and speed? Lin Luo's figure slowly appears behind him, having advanced to the legendary profession of storm swordsman. Lin Luo is far stronger than Bai Hong Lai had imagined, even without the help of a substitute. A cruel smile forms at the corner of Lin Luo's mouth. I'll admit, you're a bit different. Quick reactions, strong substitute abilities. But sadly, in this world, the strong live and the weak die. Dark Emperor flashes in front of Bai Hong Lai and punches him into the ground. Looking at the lifeless Bai Hong Lai, Lin Luo feels a sense of relief in his heart. The revenge for Sister Wen in his past life is finally avenged. He directly activates his S-rank talent, Plunder, targeting Bai Hong Lai's body. Your S-rank talent, Plunder, has been activated. Please choose one from the target's attribute value. Talent effect, skill effect, or soul force to plunder. Lin Luo thinks for a moment. None of my current talents are particularly strong. What I need most now are more S-rank or above talents. The cost-benefit ratio for the other choices is too low. So, Lin Luo decides to plunder the target's talent effect. Congratulations, you have acquired the S-rank talent, Rainy Night. During rainy weather, you can shield all detection under the umbrella. At night, you can directly manipulate the weather to create a small rain area. In Rainy Night, Lady Kaguya's attack speed increases by 20%. A beautiful young woman in a maid outfit appears beside him, carrying a black umbrella on her shoulder. Her delicate face carries a respectful expression, and her short skirt reveals a pair of straight, slender legs. Her appearance is clearly different from the Lady Kaguya summoned by Hongwei. Even the facial features are subtly different. Then he opens her attribute panel and starts to study it carefully. Lady Kaguya has two forms. Rainy Night, umbrella form, with a 400-point boost in defense. Excess damage will only drain energy. Blocking 100 points of damage will consume 1 energy point. Rainy Night, blade form. Each attack inflicts 200 points of true damage and consumes 2 energy points per second. In Rainy Night, energy consumption in blade form is reduced by 50%. Lin Luo understands now the core of the S-rank talent. Rainy Night is this young woman named Lady Kaguya. On its own, Rainy Night is quite weak, aside from its detection shielding effect. However, when paired with Lady Kaguya, it becomes strong. In defensive mode, not even Dark Emperor with a 20% crit bonus from Heart's Desire. 100 battles can break her defense. In attack mode, her attacks not only deal true damage, but also greatly surpass Dark Emperor's attack speed under Rainy Night. In terms of combat capabilities, Lady Kaguya is clearly stronger than Dark Emperor. Furthermore, her active range is 20 meters, and her intelligence reaches 30. She can fight autonomously, unlike Dark Emperor whose intelligence is only 1 and must be operated by him. However, Dark Emperor isn't purely a combat substitute. His true strength lies in his ability, seized by force. Lin Luo smiles and says, "Looking forward to working with you in the future." Lady Kaguya bows respectfully. "Don't worry, Master. I will protect you." At this moment, a mist rises from Bai Hongli's body. Lin Luo remembers that killing someone has a certain chance of dropping items. The mist slowly condenses, turning into a single Wheel of Destiny draw ticket. This allows Lin Luo to complete 2 10 draw chances. He immediately summons Master of Wishes, planning to wish for an increased chance of drawing S-rank items. However, he can't find Master of Wishes anywhere. He then remembers that during his class change, Master of Wishes consumed too much energy, and just a bit that was restored was used up when killing Bai Hongli. He recalls that in the center of Martial Arts Square, there's a secret realm called Sacred Forest, where one can find rare items for energy recovery. It seems like it's time to make a trip there. Lady Kaguya, who shares Lin Luo's intentions, immediately asks, "Master, shall we go to the secret realm now?" Lin Luo smiles. "No, I have a more important place to go to." Meanwhile, Princess Jiaxia of Country tries to call Bai Hongli, but no one answers. In her memory, she's never failed to reach Bai Hongli's phone. She suddenly has a bad feeling. At that moment, her maid informs her that it's time to meet with Lord Gongbin. As arranged by the elders, Jiaxia feels extremely hesitant. She can't believe that the elders want to force her to marry Gongbin from the 8-headed assembly for the sake of restoring their country. She somewhat regrets seeking refuge with the clan elders after fleeing here. The year she and Bai Hongli were in Country H was the happiest year of her life. Back then, there were no Gongtens and Princess Jiaxia, just Bai Hongli and Xia Jane. She wishes Bai Hongli could take her away from here to live a quiet life in a small city. With no more ties to Country R, she doesn't want to get involved in these matters anymore. But now, she can't get through to Bai Hongli's phone. "Bai Hongli, where are you now?" Meanwhile, Lin Luo stops by Wen Yuxi's home. He stared at the mansion from outside thinking, since Bai Hongli, one of the leaders of the 8-headed assembly, is dead, there is going to be uproar in their guild. They will be busy hunting for the murderer. Wen Yuxi should be safe for the time being. He flinched when Lady Kaguya inquired from behind who is Wen Yuxi. "Is it Master's girlfriend?" "No, she's not. Well, not yet." Lin Luo blushes furiously as he tries to explain. "Then she must be important to Master, right?" "Yes, very important." Lin Luo smiles as he turns to leave but then stops. His expression suddenly turns gloom as he remembers. He thought that, in this life, he must become stronger and protect the people he loved. He must ensure to never let what happened previously repeat itself. He leaves and tells Lady Kaguya to follow. They were going to the Sacred Forest at Willene Square to level up. Upon their arrival, there were 2 inspectors guarding a massive silver prism identical to the Assassin's Guild job transfer. Lin Luo quickly greets them and requested to go in. The tall inspector of the 2 immediately reminded them seriously that the recommended level of this secret realm is 30 or above. "Have you thought about it?" Once entered, they cannot exit unless it's cleared or they die. Lin Luo replied helplessly that he knows. He then asks for his identification. Lin Luo pulls his ID. The fat inspector of the two was shocked as he sees the Dark Emperor ID. However, his partner, Mr. Tolly, had no clue who Dark Emperor is, though it did sound familiar to him. They were allowed to go in, but upon entry, the fatty whispered to Lin Luo's ear, "Big brother, don't take a girl with you just to show off your strength and waste your own life. You always do solo anyway. Everyone here can only be resurrected 3 times in the dungeon. You must cherish it." Lin Luo replied, thanking him, saying he is really confident that he can pass this secret realm with a girl. As they entered the prism, the fatty continued that Lady Kaguya seems like a weak character. Sad. It's true that heroes have always had to deal with beauty since ancient times. Inside, Lady Kaguya killed 8 level 30 slime-like snail monster. Congratulations to the player Dark Emperor for gaining 1,260,000 experience points by killing leapfrogs of level 30. Lady Kaguya continued her merciless assaults, killing the rest of the leapfrogs. Lin Luo was relaxing on a lounge chair, sipping drinks from a straw as he watches Lady Kaguya level up. As Lady Kaguya, holding her umbrella, lands gracefully with a resounding thud after killing all the leapfrogs. "Master, all the monsters in this area have been completely eliminated." "Good." With a sluggish posture, Lin Luo stood up and explained that their task is to help the elves protect the camp from the leapfrogs. What they're seeing is endless grassland, and in the middle of the grassland is a place with huge boulders. The elves are responsible for guarding this place by building simple walls and wooden houses around a god-given crystal shards tree called Stonehenge. The tree has crystal fragment with the same effect as the super crystal, which is to restore the energy of a substitute. "Oh, so after the resistance is successful, the elves will thank us by offering some of the crystal fragment, right?" Lady Kaguya asked curiously. "Well, if we follow the normal process, yes." However, Lin Luo silently thought that there were players in his previous life that developed another strategy. That was to allow the monsters to break through the defense of the elves, and then completely kill all of them after that, so that a large number of crystal fragments can be obtained. The elves will only offer part of the crystal fragments to express their gratitude to players if they follow the normal process. The benefits obtained in this way are naturally not as good as monopolizing on the god-given crystal shards. As they approach the camp, Lin Luo orders for them to wait a bit longer. "Master, what are we waiting for?" For the perfect moment. Lin Luo smiled delightfully, thinking, what's the use of getting a small reward for such a task? Meanwhile, multiple fireballs were launched towards the elf city wall. The wall's been breached, causing their forces to regroup. As the battle grew intense, Lin Luo, together with Lady Kaguya and Dark Emperor, joined the fray. Recognizing a shift in the fight, the leapfrogs gather near a cave and mount themselves, forming their commander. It was a level 35 monster with an attack power of 500, agility of 121, defense power of 430, health of 1,000,000, and experience points of 350,000. The monster lets out a long roar, and just when he was about to rush forward to feast on the tree, its hand was sliced off by Lady Kaguya. Lin Luo orders Dark Emperor and Lady Kaguya to launch their assaults. "Foolish humans, how dare anyone dare to snatch my food? You are really looking for death." Lin Luo ignored him and casually plucked a crystal fragment. He excitedly summoned Master of Wishes and uses the crystal on him. "Thank you, Master. This new energy is very fulfilling." With a smirk, Lin Luo casually exclaims, "I wish for Dark Emperor's attacks to result in critical hits until he has completely slain their commander." The Master of Wishes quickly flips through the Book of Wishes, its pages again shimmering with dazzling light. Moments later, the respectful voice of Master of Wishes rings out, "Great Master, your wish has been granted." The monster commander, with its towering figure, excitedly launched its fist towards Dark Emperor. Lin Luo loudly shouts, telling Lady Kaguya to block the incoming attack on Dark Emperor. As per his command, Lady Kaguya throws her Rainy Night umbrella in front of Dark Emperor, blocking the incoming fist. The commander's minions also threw their weapons at Lady Kaguya. This causes her to momentary retreat as she dodges their assaults. Serving as Dark Emperor's defense, they launch together at the monster commander. Dark Emperor deals multiple critical hits. Seeing its attack ineffective, it throws its meteor hammer at Dark Emperor, to which he dodges it effortlessly. The cursed hammer has the power of a curse concentrated on it. Every time it hits the enemy, the opponent's agility will be reduced by 10 points for 10 seconds. The monster commander couldn't help but get furious, wondering how this weak human dared to provoke him like this. Suddenly facing the charging Black Emperor, it directly activated the skill Savage Roar. This sends out a huge roar to all targets within a range, causing 400 points of damage and a brief daze. It then proceeds to open its huge mouth, emitting a huge sound wave. Lin Luo loudly warns them to watch out for its skill. In midair, it spurts out a pile of a massive green watery saliva from its mouth towards Dark Emperor. This skill is called Destructive Deathlight. In an extremely angry state, it will eject fatal light from its mouth, causing 800 points of damage to the target and necrosis to the target area. After using its skill, the monster commander will fall into a weak state, with all attributes reduced by 40% for 5 minutes. Lady Kaguya with her Rainy Night umbrella immediately got in front of Dark Emperor, taking the attack head-on. This causes a huge sound, and fortunately, it did not cause any damage to her. Lin Luo watched from a safe distance, thinking that, although Lady Kaguya in a Rainy Night umbrella state has a strong defense, unfortunately, the energy consumption is too fast. Even Dark Emperor's energy is almost exhausted. Lin Luo plucked another crystal and crushed it. Its energy directly rejuvenate Dark Emperor. With his newly found energy, Dark Emperor lands multiple hits, each a critical damage. The monster commander revert back into multiple squashed leapfrogs after finally being defeated by Dark Emperor. Congratulations to the player for killing the monster leader and gaining 9,500,000 experience points. 1,400% experience points are obtained by killing monsters beyond level 13. 100 battles effect. 200% experience points are obtained by killing all the monsters. Lin Luo grinned, noticing that his agility has improved, enabling him to activate his professional skill 10,000 Swords Chaozong. Immediately upon activating, a golden aura surrounded a suspending Lin Luo, starting the process. The remains of the monster commander roared and rushed towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo watched them with a mockery smile. He uttered the word 10,000 swords, summoning spatial swords pointing directly at the remains. A taunting smile appears on his face as he flicks his fingers, signaling the swords to attack. As the word Chaozong left his mouth, the swords pierced the remains of the monster commander before they even got close to him. He then lands effortlessly on the ground. He clenches his fist excitedly, thinking that now that his attack power and combat strength have been increased, his lethality is no less than that of his substitute. It's cool. It's cool. His excited thoughts immediately did a 180 upon realizing he consumed too much mana. He tears up, realizing acting cool for 1 second consumes a whole bar of mana. Holding his chin, Lin Luo remembered that a mage in his previous life had a similar predicament, turned things around. He had 2 skills, Magic Recovery and Magic Absorption. One can speed up mana recovery, and the other can absorb monster mana. When I have time, I must pick up a few of these skills and put them to use. I don't want such a great skill to be used only as a life-saving move. Only use it once at critical times. Lin Luo walks up towards the Stonehenge, wondering how many more God-given crystal fragments can be explored. He waved his hand, and a burst of golden aura forming an arrow, instantly striking down all the remaining God-given crystal fragments on the Stonehenge. All the remaining crystal fragments naturally gather in Lin Luo's hand. Wow, more than 100 pieces, which is equivalent to 5 SSS super crystals. However, he stared at the growing Stonehenge, thinking that although there was also the advantage of skipping levels, if he level up too quickly, next time there may not be so many God-given crystal fragments. It seems that I can't level up too fast for the time being, otherwise the number of God-given crystal fragments obtained in the end may continue to decrease. Good. Lin Luo clutches his golden tickets delightfully, immediately summoning Master of Wishes. Hello, Master. Master of Wishes respectfully greets. Lin Luo looked at Master of Wishes, puts an arm on his shoulder on the side and smiled, playfully scolding him, saying, "You have to do something sweet this time, just like last time. Take out 2 S-level life extension pills, and I'm sorry for the expense, after all. It does require a lot of energy to revive you." "Master, then I suggest you keep it in the content of your wish. It would be better to add 1 more restriction," Master of Wishes nervously replied. Lin Luo promptly uses his 10-pole Wheel of Destiny lottery ticket. The familiar giant ancient blue wheel appears before him. Lin Luo wished for his next 10 consecutive drawings. There will definitely be at least 1 S-level or above prop. And among the S-level or above props I draw, life extension pill will not appear. And started the Wheel of Destiny. 20 needles in the center of the wheel start spinning wildly. Multiple rays of light of different colors rushed out instantly from the wheel as it stops. Great. It's a golden legend, an SS-level cooling crystal. Can permanently reduce the cooling time of talents by half. He crushes the golden crystal thinking, in this case, I can plunder 2 S-level and above talents in one day. Lin Luo immediately moved his eyes and looked at the S-level crystal that made him slightly stunned. He murmured, S-level magic crystal intelligence? This will increase my avatar's intelligence by 10 points. Dear Master, I suggest you distribute this intellectual crystal to those who need it most. Master of Wishes immediately suggests, noticing Lin Luo's train of thoughts. The person who needs it most? Dark Emperor has an intelligence of 1 and has no ability to fight independently, which he can understand. Master of Wishes has an intelligence of 180, which is theoretically 18 times smarter than ordinary people. Judging from the usual communication, he is indeed quick to respond and can give useful suggestions, but he does not seem to be too outrageous. Lady Kagai's intelligence is 30. In addition to being very obedient and sensible, she looks like a little sister who's naive and doesn't understand anything. Generally speaking, the attribute of intelligence is not obvious, and it is not the same as intuitive strength and agility. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Luo was having difficulty in choosing the best option, so he turned around and asked the Master of Wishes with this question. Lin Luo inquires from Master of Wishes, in what aspects is the attribute of intelligence reflected? Dear Master, intelligence is not the same as wisdom and cleverness, but it is reflected in the speed of solving problems. The higher the intelligence value, the stronger the ability to learn knowledge and gain experience, and these abilities will be reflected in combat and communication. Lin Luo silently thought that Dark Emperor relies purely on brute force output. As the monster level gets higher and higher, he gradually becomes less powerful than before. It seems that the one who needs this crystal most is Dark Emperor. With a resolved smile, Lin Luo throws the purple crystal to a stunned Dark Emperor, to which he casually catches. He then made Dark Emperor crush the crystal, to which he does. Upon absorbing it, Dark Emperor immediately relished in the feeling of no longer being a complete airhead. His dull eyes suddenly widens as he became aware of his surroundings. Bowing with respect and gratitude, Dark Emperor spoke in a heavy and majestic voice. Master, thank you for your gift. Dark Emperor will remove all obstacles to your progress. Well, you have finally grown up, and you no longer need me to control you to fight in the future. Yes, Master. Scratching his head, Lin Luo wondered, well, the increase in experience points is never as fast as direct plunder. He then gave the remaining 2 crystals to Master of Wishes, saying, these 2 extreme crystals will increase your energy limit. Once you're done, locate the next S-level talent target for me. Zhouyu. Master of Wishes absorbed the crystals with a joyful smile, replying, yes, great Master. Meanwhile, somewhere in an alley, a young boy named Yang Yong spurted out blood as he slams into a trash can. The 3 classmates who's made his life a living hell looms over him, taunting him relentlessly, saying, Yang Yong, you're a classmate after all, so don't go too far. Just stop it. Now that you have awakened your A-level talent, we will just leave you alone in the future. Hearing these words, the anger in Yang Yong's body suddenly rose. He roared uncontrollably as he got up. That's too much? Did you say it was too much when you slapped me and peed on my head? The anger that had accumulated in his body for a long time began to continuously transform into substantial power and poured all over his body. Yang Yong activated his talent and launched Zhouyu. An A-level talent, Sin of Anger, can continuously transform a person's anger into a illusory flame of anger within a certain period of time. All the anger that had been accumulated for a long time made his fist a bit overwhelming. However, in the next moment, his fist was tightly entangled by a green tentacle. Zhouyu smiled evilly and said, why do you have to push yourself so hard? I didn't want to summon my substitute. Do you think you are the only one hiding your talent level? If I didn't think this substitute was too ugly, I would have killed you long ago. Yang Yong was in shock, screaming, how can it be? There may not be anyone among thousands of people who can obtain an S-level talent. You, by committing violence, actually obtained an S-level talent. Behind Zhouyu, multiple green tentacles quickly stretched out and wrap around Yang Yong's hands and feet firmly. At the same time, Lin Luo learns the location of his next target to plunder. With his tentacles, Zhouyu pulls a struggling Yang Yong towards him. He immediately bitch-slapped him hard in the face. Yang Yong, why aren't you acting confident anymore? You pretend to be a big-tailed wolf with me. It turns out that you are only an A-level talent, and you can't even be a substitute. Zhouyu's lackeys also join in. That's right. Did you think that you have awakened an A-level talent so you can be arrogant? Our brother Zhou has an S-level talent. Yang Yong loudly shouts as he struggles to free himself. I'll give you a touch-up on my green goblin today. At the same time, a voice came from behind them. It's so late. What are you doing? You can't bully other classmates just because of your talent. Everyone turned around to see Teacher Chen. Yang Yong, who was in despair with a swollen face, suddenly became hopeful about his situation. He thought that no matter how heartless the teachers have been, she cannot allow them to bully him, right? Brother Zhou, a teacher is here. Zhou Yu's lackeys panicked upon seeing Teacher Chen. What are you panicking about? Now that I have been exposed, I have nothing to worry about. Zhou Yu laughed maniacally and attacked Teacher Chen, who was scared shitless. What are you going to do? As someone who has always been the secret admiration of young boys like us, teacher, what do you think I want to do? He licked his mouth in a disgusting gesture, intending to have his way with her. While holding Yang Yong captive, his tentacles immediately started harassing Teacher Chen. Zhou Yu's head were full of malicious thoughts as he continues to lick his mouth, saying, Yang Yong, I'll come and take care of you when I'm done having fun with her. At the same time, his tentacles were sliced into pieces, releasing Teacher Chen, who fell on her behind with a loud thud. Lady Kaguya sliced the back of Zhou Yu and his lackey's necks at a great speed. However, Zhou Yu was saved by the incredible reflexes of his tentacles. Lin Luo appeared with a sinister smile on his face. Finally. He walked up to a nervous Zhou Yu with Lady Kaguya beside him. Zhou Yu asked curiously, I remember there are no awakened ones above S level in our school. Who are you? Lin Luo ignored him and snapped his fingers, summoning Master of Wishes. I wish not to be harmed for the next 30 seconds. Master of Wishes immediately flips through the Book of Wishes. As usual, its pages shimmering with dazzling light. Moments later, the respectful voice of Master of Wishes rings out. Great Master, your wish has been granted. Zhou Yu became angry after being ignored, shouting for Lin Luo to answer him. Who the hell are you? Don't worry about who I am. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about your last words. Lin Luo smiles delightfully as he stares at his plunder ticket. At this point, Zhou Yu is beyond enraged. He furiously launches at Lin Luo, tentacles and all. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get out, I'll take care of you too. Don't think that you're awesome after awakening your substitute. Who doesn't have a substitute yet? It seems that these are your last words. A smile appeared on Lin Luo's lips and he coldly said to Dark Emperor, do it, signaling him to attack. Zhou Yu quickly reverts back to a teenager, frighteningly asking Lin Luo how many freaking substitutes he has. Before he had time to react, the green tentacles behind him moved first, instantly letting go of Yang Yong and Teacher Chen. They all rolled towards Dark Emperor. Dark Emperor was naturally not polite. In an instant, his fist was directly stuck to Zhou Yu's green tentacles and more followed, instantly wrapping around him. So what if you have more than one substitute? Zhou Yu smiled maniacally, ordering his tentacles to eat Dark Emperor. Lin Luo laughed playfully, obviously looking down at Zhou Yu. His tentacles were all cut off in an instant. Lady Kaguya's pretty face was filled with coldness as she continued to slice Zhou Yu's tentacles into multiple pieces which fell to the ground struggling. Zhou Yu, who was scared shitless, fell on the ground and pointed at Yang Yong. Wait, I am also a victim. It was Yang Yong who bullied my brother. I also want to protect my brothers and seek justice. Really? I didn't do anything bad. Yang Yong clenched his fist saying loudly, seeking justice. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Luo walked towards Zhou Yu with no emotion in his tone. Stop struggling. A worthless idiot like you do bad things whenever you have the strength. Sooner or later you'll be arrested by the police. It's more valuable to die in my hands. Zhou Yu then shamelessly reached out to Teacher Chen. I am a key training target in the country. I will be recommended to a key university in the future. You can mentor me. Teacher Chen, please save me. Lady Kaguya appeared behind Zhou Yu, and a bloodline suddenly emerged on his neck. This surprised Teacher Chen greatly. Zhou Yu collapsed to the ground, gradually ceasing to breathe. Lin Luo walked past his body, saying coldly, she's your teacher, yet you dare to treat her like this. If you can do this to your own teacher today, you might kill someone tomorrow. You truly deserve to die. Lin Luo then activated the talent plundering ability, seizing Zhou Yu's talent. After taking Zhou Yu's talent, just as Lin Luo was about to check the talent details, he was interrupted by a grateful Yang Yong coming up to thank him. Yang Yong, somewhat shyly, inquired about his name. Lin Luo, naturally not revealing his real name, introduced himself as Dark Emperor, then coolly turned around with Lady Kaguya and left. At this moment, Lin Luo was unaware. He gained an enthusiastic young fanboy. After bidding farewell to Yang Yang, Lin Luo visited a restaurant to check the newly acquired talent. Perfect fusion merged the essence of any two existences, perfectly fusing them together, retaining their respective characteristics, lasting for 5 minutes. This talent is straightforward, but its specific effects need to be verified through actual practice. Then, with a light shout from Lin Luo, "Come out, green demon." 10 smooth green tentacles suddenly extended from his back, freely dancing in the air, resembling a giant octopus with its tentacles flaring. This feeling was somewhat fresh, like having a dozen freely extendable arms. And even the sense of touch was perceptible. He hadn't expected a substitute of this form, and quickly opened the Green Demon's attribute panel. The Green Demon had a skill called Elastic Skin, providing 50% damage reduction from blunt weapons, spells, and similar attacks, but increasing damage taken from sharp weapons by 20%. Lin Luo instantly understood why Dark Emperor's attacks were ineffective, likely due to this skill's influence. Lady Kagaya, however, handled him in just a few strikes. Although Green Demon's attack power isn't high, it can launch over a dozen attacks at once and has defensive bonuses against spells, making it a decent substitute. With the matter satisfactorily resolved, Lin Luo decided to relax for a while. He summoned all his substitutes, planning to treat everyone to fried chicken. The restaurant he was at happened to be a famous chain, specializing in fried chicken burgers. After ordering, he contentedly put down his phone, since there was still space in the spatial crystal. He ordered extra, just in case. A young female waitress approached him with a puzzled look. "Hello, sir. Did you order 300 chicken rolls, 300 spicy burgers, 200 tender beef quintets, 100 codfish burgers, and 400 colas?" Lin Luo replied with a smile, "Yes, I placed the order. I know your store might not have that much stock, so just bring as much as you have." Lin Luo remembered that in 6 months, food would become scarce globally, since the spatial crystal preserves food as it was at the moment of storage. It was better to stock up on supplies. Suddenly, Lady Kagaya pointed outside and said, "Master, look, the fog outside seems to be getting thicker." Lin Luo felt the white mist looked familiar. He quickly checked the government announcements on his phone, then exclaimed in shock. "It's a mouse-level disaster, an interdimensional bug catastrophe. But why is it happening so much earlier? In my previous life, the first mouse-level disaster should have occurred in 7 days." Just then, the restaurant's door was suddenly flung open and a young woman holding a child and crying bitterly rushed in. She kept crying out to save her child. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from behind her and tripped her to the ground, revealing a spider monster as big as a truck. The spider had 2 crimson compound eyes on its head, and its ferocious mouth beneath was constantly dripping saliva. The fallen woman looked terrified, but no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the spider's grasp. Suddenly, Lin Luo rushed over and shielded her behind him. The woman, seeing the tall young man before her, felt a sense of security, but in the next moment, to her shock, the young man walked straight towards the spider monster. Lin Luo summoned Master of Wishes. "Master of Wishes, I wish for the fog within 10 meters around me to dissipate." Immediately, a white light dispersed the fog. Lin Luo swung his short blade, cleaving the spider in two with a swift sword energy. Congratulations to the player for killing a level 7 long-legged spider, earning 640 experience points. This disaster, though calamitous for humanity, also presented opportunities. Killing these monsters might not yield equipment or items, but it did grant 4 times the experience points. Several large locusts flew out of the fog. Lin Luo raised his head, noticing them, but before they could get close to Lin Luo, they were instantly slain by Lady Kagaya and Dark Emperor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a district overrun by numerous insects, someone curiously observed these bug beasts through the thick fog, saying, "Old you, these insects are so huge, how much experience can we get from killing them?" Yute Jia responded, "The bonus from killing monsters above our level, plus the 4-fold experience, should be quite substantial. This wave of disaster is catastrophic for ordinary people, but for us, who have awakened powerful talents, it's an opportunity to widen the gap with them." A person in a blue Taoist robe spoke, "It's impressive. Someone who came back from the future. You know so much." Yute Jia turned to Lu Yu, the first player to second awaken in the original timeline, was supposed to be 6 days after the mass awakening, but yesterday, that Dark Emperor advanced to his second awakening early, so the first mouse-level disaster also came ahead of schedule. But no matter, I found you guys to create the strongest team by utilizing the phototaxis of these insects. We can quickly reach level 20 and complete our second awakening. After saying this, he smashed the window in front of him and led everyone into the fog. On Lin Luo's side, after killing a wave of insects, he realized that these insects seemed to have temporarily overcome their photoactic instinct and dared not come too close. Lin Luo asked Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to guard the door, while he turned to check if his ordered food was packed. He went to the counter, packing all the hot burgers and fried chicken into the spatial crystal. Then, he solemnly advised, for the next 10 days or so, it's unlikely anyone will come to rescue you. There are insects that bite and eat people everywhere. Don't go out, just wait for help here. The food and water in the store should be enough to get you through. After I leave, immediately turn off the lights. The light will attract the insects in the fog. Seeing Lin Luo about to leave, the young woman hurriedly grabbed his arm. Can you take me with you? My child is too young to die here. Seeing this, others also gathered around, pleading with Lin Luo to take them away. Lin Luo's gaze showed no hesitation as he refused everyone, then pushed the door and stepped out of the restaurant. Suddenly, he felt a pang in his heart, a foreboding feeling, as if he had overlooked something important. He suddenly remembered that history had changed due to his rebirth, and the disaster had come early. Would Sisterwin be able to handle the sudden danger? At that moment, a girl who was working late was trapped in the fog, attacked by an alien hunter as tall as a 2-story building. Suddenly, a figure in a blue Taoist robe descended from the sky. Behind him, an imposing elder appeared, who gently waved his hand after forming a Taoist gesture, immediately crushing the alien hunter to the ground. He cheekily said, I, Lu Yu, am a contemporary Taoist master. How will you repay me? Just then, a beam of light suddenly obliterated the suppressed alien hunter. It was the exclusive skill of the SS-grade substitute Emperor's Eye. Life and death control. 3 more figures emerged from the fog. Wei Tailang politely said, Taoist Lu, let me help you. Lu Yu's eyes turned cold, clearly displeased with him for openly snatching experience points. Seeing this, Wei Tailang hurriedly apologized with a smile. After all, he couldn't afford to offend someone who had awakened an SS-grade talent. Qin Fan, walking at the back, suddenly said, Now that this monster is dead, I believe you won't mind if I make use of it. He slowly approached the alien hunter's corpse, muttering softly, For your king, rise again. The shadow beneath the corpse seemed to come alive, eventually forming a pitch-black alien hunter. Liu exclaimed, So this is the SS-grade talent Shadow Monarch. Huh, old you. The partners you found are quite impressive. Yu Taijia inwardly smiled bitterly. His new teammates were indeed more terrifying than the next. Gathering them together, he wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing. Meanwhile, not far away, a figure was rapidly approaching. Wherever he passed, the fog dispersed, and the nearby insects were instantly killed. Lu Yu and the others naturally noticed Lin Luo running wildly in the fog, prompting an interested conversation. His monster-killing technique is clean and efficient. Is he leveling up by killing monsters like us? But ordinary people don't have the ability to predict the future. He must be someone who has awakened a decent talent, trying to fight his way out for survival. At this moment, Lin Luo had no time to pay attention to his surroundings, rushing towards Sisterwin's house based on his past life's memory. In no time, he had arrived at Wen Yuxi's doorstep and immediately started knocking on the door without hesitation. As long as he confirmed that their family was safe, he could go back to sleep peacefully. Footsteps quickly sounded from inside the door, followed by a familiar and anxious voice. Is Wen Yuxi back? As the door opened, a middle-aged woman with a worried expression appeared. Wen Yuxi's mother, Li Juanjia, seeing Lin Luo at the door, she showed a look of surprise. While Lin Luo was moved to see his benefactor after many years, he focused on the key point in her words. Annie, isn't Sisterwin at home? Li Juanjia, looking worried, said, It's way past the end of the workday, and Wen Yuxi still hasn't returned. I don't know if something happened. There's no signal on the mobile phone with this fog outside. What should we do? Lin Luo, hearing this, instantly felt a bad premonition. Sisterwin must be in trouble, he quickly said. Andy, don't panic. I'm going to look for Sisterwin now. You promise me? No matter what noise you hear, do not go out or open the windows. After speaking, he rushed into the thick fog with determination in his eyes. Given the current situation, anyone without awakened combat talents or inherited instance powers would have a slim chance of survival against the insects. Sisterwin, You must be safe. As Lin Luo sped through the fog, he suddenly heard Dark Emperor's voice. Master, there's someone here. Not far away on the ground lay a disfigured corpse, dressed and shaped like a city female office worker. Lin Luo's face darkened. The disaster is indeed perilous. I must find Sister Wen quickly. He immediately summoned Master of Wishes, asking him to reveal Wen Yuxi's location. The Book of Wishes rapidly flipped, its pages shimmering with golden light. Moments later, Wen Yuxi's location appeared in his mind, about a 3-minute distance from him. At a 24-hour convenience store nearby, the exterior was swarming with giant locusts. Wen Yuxi and her friend Wenwen were crouching in a corner, along with a store employee. Meidaji, who muttered fearfully, "It's over. It's the end of the world. Everyone's doomed. No one can escape alive." His gaze towards the two girls gradually changed. Attracted by Wen Yuxi's youthful beauty, he suddenly lunged at them. The two women, frightened, stood up from the ground. Wen Yuxi, with an unhappy face, asked, "What are you trying to do?" Meidaji spread his hands and said, "There are so many insects outside that could rush in at any moment. We could die at any time. Of course, we should enjoy ourselves in time." Wenwen stood up, cursing furiously. "Are you sick? Look at yourself in the mirror." Meidaji pushed Wenwen away, grabbing Wen Yuxi's hand, mockingly saying, "I didn't even fancy you. I want her." Wenwen immediately rushed over to pull him away, but Meidaji, annoyed, pushed her back fiercely. This push made her stumble and faint after hitting the corner of the wall. Meidaji slowly unbuckled his belt, leeringly saying, "I'm still a virgin. Girl, let me die without regrets." Wen Yuxi, caught off guard, was pinned against the wall, terrified, struggling desperately. Seeing her resist, Meidaji slapped her, causing her to briefly lose consciousness. Suddenly, the glass door shattered with a loud crash, followed by the sound of glass shards hitting the ground. Meidaji turned pale and looked back, wondering if insects had invaded, but a fist swiftly flew past, sending Meidaji flying. A figure appeared behind Wen Yuxi, carefully holding her in his arms. Wen Yuxi exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it you, Lin Luo?" Lin Luo looked at her tenderly, apologizing. "Sorry, Sister Wen, I'm late." Meidaji, seeing it was a person and not insects, grew bolder and began to curse at Lin Luo. Lin Luo glared coldly at him. In the next moment, Dark Emperor appeared, gripping Meidaji's neck and lifting him like a dead dog. Lin Luo, with a chilling gaze, asked Meidaji, "Tell me, what did you do to her?" Meidaji, panicking, started to scream for help, but the grip on his throat tightened, reducing him to fearful whimpers. Lin Luo's eyes, filled with a murderous aura, pinned him down. "I'm giving you one last chance. What did you do to her?" As Dark Emperor's grip tightened, Meidaji's face turned from red to blue. At Lin Luo's command, Dark Emperor threw him to the ground, giving him a chance to speak. Meidaji crawled over, clinging to Lin Luo's legs, begging for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I swear I didn't do anything to your woman. Please spare me. I'll turn myself in right away," Meidaji promised. Lin Luo's expression changed, and a cruel smile formed on his lips. "Spare you? All right. I'll give you two choices. First, I kill you now. Second, you go outside. Maybe you'll have a slim chance to survive." Meidaji, with a flickering gaze, said, "Thank you, big brother, for sparing me. I'll go outside." Watching Meidaji walk out, Lin Luo's voice turned icy. "Master of Wishes, I wish that within 5 minutes, 200 insects will appear around him." Meidaji, feeling secretly relieved as he escaped the store, thought the convenience store's glass was already broken. It was only a matter of time before insects would come in. Everyone will die soon. He knew a nearby place to hide. Suddenly, a giant locust pounced on him and more insects emerged from the fog, swarming over his body, frenziedly gnawing at him. To his death, he couldn't understand why he was so unlucky to encounter so many insects as soon as he stepped outside. Lin Luo gently stroked Wen Yuxi's hair, reassuring her. "Sister Wen, don't be afraid. It's all over now." When Wen Yuxi looked up at Lin Luo and asked softly, "Did you really let him go?" Lin Luo replied gravely, "Of course not. How could I easily forgive someone who dared to harm the most important person to me? Only by letting him die under the fangs of countless insects can he repay a fraction of his sins." Wen Yuxi's face blushed at his words, just as she was about to ask more. Lady Kaguya suddenly appeared beside them, curiously asking, "Master, is she the one who will become your girlfriend?" Lin Luo was dumbfounded and scolded loudly. "Lady Kaguya, don't talk nonsense. When Yusi, already shy, turned away, unwilling to look at Lin Luo anymore. Lady Kagaya's face showed confusion as she earnestly asked, "Don't you like her? You said before that she's very important to you." At this point, Lin Luo was both embarrassed and excited, but he didn't deny Lady Kagaya's words. Instead, he chuckled sheepishly, seeing Wen Yusi also looking at him. He became somewhat flustered. Just then, Wen, who had fainted, suddenly woke up. Wen Yusi quickly rushed over and hugged her, checking her injuries. Finding that she was mainly just having a headache, she carefully helped her up. Seeing Lin Luo, a stranger, Wen clung to Wen Yusi in fear. "Wen, don't be afraid. He's my good friend, Lin Luo. He saved us." Wen Yusi reassured her, blushing. Wen looked at Lin Luo curiously, wondering when Wen Yusi had such a handsome friend. Lin Luo, seeing both girls were safe, urged them to leave quickly. There's no barrier at the door, and soon a swarm of insects will fill the place. Half an hour later, Lin Luo escorted Wen Yusi to her home. Upon opening the door, Li Jiunjia greeted Wen Yusi with a look of joy, and the mother and daughter hugged tightly, both somewhat shaken. After settling down in the living room, Li Jiunjia served Lin Luo fragrant tea and praising him profusely. Lin Luo, slightly embarrassed and scratching the back of his head, noticing her father's absence. When Wen Yusi asked her mother about him, Li Jiunjia's expression turned worried. "Your dad, a public servant, was notified to stay on duty at the office today. I hope he's safe." Lin Luo paused, realizing the timing. When Wen Yusi's father worked in a service center with open doors, easily accessible to insects, they probably didn't know about the insect's photoactic nature. If the building's lights attract insects, isn't that like an open invitation? He thought. Suddenly standing up, Lin Luo spoke seriously. "Annie, Sister Wen, I must go to Uncle Wen's office right now." Wen Yusi immediately objected. "No, it's too dangerous outside. There are insects everywhere." Lin Luo looked at her tenderly, reassuring. "Don't worry, Sister Wen. I will bring Uncle Wen back safely." Half an hour later, Lin Luo arrived at the Hang City Service Center. Faint cries and shouts could be heard inside, suggesting he was too late and insects had already attacked. Lin Luo suddenly felt an oppressive aura and looked around cautiously. Mouse-level disaster creatures shouldn't be higher than level 20. Just then, part of the office building's upper left corner collapsed, revealing a shadow dozens of meters tall in the fog. Lin Luo gasped in shock. "It's a wormhole guardian." He gazed at the wormhole guardian, slightly dazed. Creatures and disasters typically come through wormholes, and those near the wormholes, called wormhole guardians, have higher levels. Killing a wormhole guardian can stop the corresponding area's disaster before the world descended into chaos. The authorities had once released information. Anyone who provides the specific location of a wormhole guardian and contributes to its siege will receive extremely generous rewards. Lin Luo thought, staring at the wormhole guardian. A level 30+ behemoth. He wondered if it was luck or misfortune. But his priority was to save Uncle Wen. Inside the office building, Guanbong and Wen Jiangwo were hiding from the insects, barricading themselves in an archive room with cabinets against the door. The two soon-to-retire men trembled in fear, sweating profusely as the door dented under the insects' attacks. Never in their lives had they faced anything more bizarre and terrifying than this day. Suddenly, the window above Wen Jiangwo's head shattered, causing both men to scream in terror. But after a while, no insects came through the window, and the banging outside ceased. Then, Lin Luo's voice came from outside. "Uncle Wen, it's Lin Luo. Are you in there?" Wen Jiangwo looked astonished. Lin Luo, they hurriedly opened the door and saw Lin Luo, short-bladed in hand, smiling as he greeted them with the bisected insects on the ground no longer struggling. Meanwhile, at Hang City's martial arts square, Yute Jia, clenching his teeth, lamented. "Sacred Forest, the secret realm for energy acquisition, was cleared by Dark Emperor before us. Yute Jia had sacrificed many global firsts to gather these strongest awakeners. And now Dark Emperor had beaten him to the realm." The secret realms display showed. Clearing player, Dark Emperor, time, 1 hour 52 minutes. Remaining refresh time, 18 hours. Ching Fan, curious, asked, "He spent so long? Did he solo the realm? How did his substitute sustain the energy for such a prolonged battle?" Yute Jia, grim-faced, explained. "Normally, the energy consumption isn't this high. You can just help NPCs at the right time. I just didn't expect someone to beat us to it." Liu speculated. Old you, seems like Dark Emperor is also a time traveler like you. Yu Taejia, face ashen, admitted it was likely, but couldn't fathom how Dark Emperor had stolen his power and traveled with him. The only shortcoming of us, the SS class, and above Awakeners, is that Substitute requires a massive energy supply. But now's not the time for that. I know other realms for energy farming. I refuse to believe he's cleared them all. And as for Dark Emperor, I'll have to confront him sooner or later. Just then, Lin Luo had just escorted Father One home. Father One, still dazed, couldn't grasp the day's surreal events. Finding it unbelievable that such terrifying insects were easily chopped up by the young man his family had been supporting since childhood. Lin Luo, noticing Uncle One's confusion, quickly explained, Uncle One, I've awakened an S-level talent, which enables me to kill those insects. Uncle One, surprised, responded, Is an S-level talent that strong? We've also awakened talents. For example, I've awakened a D-level talent, Strength, which accelerates physical recovery. I can now climb 5 floors without getting out of breath. Anyone also shared with interest. I've awakened a C-level talent, Wisdom. It has greatly improved my memory. They say it can even prevent senile dementia. When Yusi, with her hands affectionately on Lin Luo's shoulders, boasted, I'm even more impressive than you two. I've awakened an A-level talent, Heavenly Voice. It makes my singing more beautiful and can restore everyone's stamina and add various beneficial effects. At this moment, anyone curiously asked Lin Luo, Lin Luo, what talent did you awaken? Lin Luo paused for a moment, knowing that directly asking about someone's talent was taboo in the current environment. However, he understood anyone's simple concern and curiosity and replied, Auntie, I've awakened an S-level talent called Heavenly Justice. It's a talent, powerful offensive capabilities. When Yusi, with an expectant look, said, Lin Luo, you're so amazing. I'm too scared to go on dungeon runs. Take me with you when you have time. Uncle One, somewhat emotional, remarked, Every generation has its talents. Lin Luo, your social status in the future will be very high. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Responding to the future father-in-law's advice, Lin Luo naturally promised to do so. Uncle One, standing up tiredly, said, Lin Luo, you've worked hard today. It's getting late, and we have a guest room. You can stay here for the night. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned and felt somewhat embarrassed seeing this when Yusi quickly grabbed his hand to show him the room. Uncle One watched Lin Luo's back, lost in thought. Back then, it was because he saw the two of them being overly intimate that he talked to Lin Luo, leading to the self-conscious Lin Luo voluntarily cutting off ties with the One family. He never imagined that the orphanage boy would become their family's savior after many years of separation. The next morning, Lin Luo woke up from his sleep feeling somewhat bewildered by everything that happened the previous day. He had not only saved Sister One and Uncle One, but also ended up staying at their house. The warmth he felt was comforting. But he knew it wasn't time to relax yet. There's still a lot for him to do. His brother is still waiting for his rescue. The priority now is to strengthen himself, to seek out the next S-level or higher substitute as soon as possible. In a building, a middle-aged man is focusing on conjuring his substitute. With an evil face, he declares, With the fear and despair of all beings, I summon you, Fear Demon King. Behind him, endless evil flames surge up, and the terrifying figure of a demon king-like entity instantly appears. The middle-aged man looks at the figure with joy, laughing somewhat maniacally. Is this an S-level substitute? My very own S-level substitute. The Fear Demon King looks down at the man and whispers, My servant, go forth, sacrifice the fear and despair of living beings to me. I will grant you invincible power. Hu Jinming, still immersed in the madness of summoning an S-level substitute, is oblivious to the impending danger. His little daughter, somewhat timidly, calls out, Daddy. This brings him back from his frenzy. He crouches down and gently touches his daughter's head, calming her fears and softly saying, Daddy's going out to buy you something tasty. Will you wait for me at home? The daughter's fearful gaze never dissipates. She is genuinely scared of her father's substitute. After speaking, Hu Jinming, accompanied by the Fear Demon King, walks out the door, heading into the fog without hesitation, leaving his daughter alone, frightened in the corner. After leaving the One family, he immediately begins choosing his next plunder target. Among the 15 executives of the Smiling Coffin organization, Lu Ming and Zhou Yu have already been eliminated by him. There are 2 others confirmed to have awakened S-level talents, Hu Jinming and Gu Tao. Lin Luo immediately instructs Master of Wishes to send him Hu Jinming's location. Master of Wishes quickly harnesses the power of the Book of Wishes. Moments later, a person's coordinates appear in Lin Luo's mind. He turns his head, his profound gaze seeming to pierce through the endless fog to a certain figure. He leaps from the rooftop and swiftly heads in that direction. The joy of the hunt brings a genuine smile to Lin Luo's face. Soon, the fog resounds with the screams of insects and the Fear Demon King's wild laughter. As the Fear Demon King rampages, Hu Jinming's level also starts to skyrocket. This feeling of leveling up effortlessly and quickly without moving a muscle drives him into further madness. He's actually a tragic figure. His family was poor but always happy and harmonious. Then, his wife ran off with a wealthy person and he constantly faced ridicule and humiliation. He became despondent until the moment of global awakening when he awakened the extremely rare dual S-level talent. Emotion Detonator, summoning the SS-level substitute. Fear Demon King, with the fear and despair of all in Hang City. Just as Hu Jinming revels in his triumph, the Fear Demon King's deep voice resonates. Servant, my power is still too weak. The souls of these creatures are too feeble. Their fear is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Hu Jinming, somewhat bewildered, asked, Then where can we find enough fear? The Fear Demon King, with a seductive voice, replied, Only the fear produced by human souls is the most delicious nourishment for me. Hu Jinming, upon hearing that it wanted to kill humans, fell into hesitation. A wisp of green fog kept eroding his mind. Again, the persuasive voice of the Fear Demon King resonated. My poor servant, don't you yearn for great power? Do you want to continue being mocked and trampled by others? The green light in Hu Jinming's eyes intensified. A surge of impulse instantly suppressing the hesitation in his heart. He immediately grinned and said, As you command, Master. Soon, they arrived at a residential area. The Fear Demon King smashed open the door of a house. Inside, a man was tightly holding his wife and newborn child. Looking at the Fear Demon King in front of them with a face full of horror. Seeing the family of three, Hu Jinming's clear eyes suppressed the green light and he cautiously said, Scaring them should be enough to generate fear, right? There's no need to actually kill people. Just then, the man charged forward with a knife. The Fear Demon King, ignoring Hu Jinming's plea, directly pierced the man's abdomen, and then lit the fresh blood from his hand with enjoyment. The fear of humans is indeed much sweeter and more delicious than that of monsters. Hu Jinming, pale-faced, watched all this and timidly muttered to himself, What exactly is the substitute I've nurtured? Fear Demon King was crouching on the corpses, constantly sucking in a green breath from him. Moments later, its greedy gaze shifted to the woman nearby. Hu Jinming hurried forward to stop him, loudly condemning Fear Demon King's actions. Seeing this, Fear Demon King sneered menacingly and pushed him against the wall, then proceeds to slap the resistance out of Hu Jinming. The scorching breath sprayed directly onto his face. Servant, I heed your summon. Born from the despair and fear of all beings absorbed from the depths of your soul, I am the catastrophe. Put away your hypocritical kindness. When I have had my fill, I will naturally grant you invincible power. After saying this, he tossed him next to the woman threatening, You kill this woman. Hu Jinming, upon hearing this, was instantly horrified, turned around, and tried to flee the scene. Fear Demon King let out a strange laugh, and a wave of green mist drifted towards Hu Jinming, enveloping him. Hu Jinming's expression became dazed. His face quickly contorted into a ferocious look. His eyes completely filled with a dim green light. He picked up a dagger from the ground, and with a sinister laugh, stabbed at the terrified woman. Seeing her fate sealed, the woman desperately pleaded for her child not to be harmed. Hu Jinming, without any hesitation, immediately filled the room with the woman's wails of agony. Just at that moment, the fog in the corridor swiftly dissipated, and a figure swiftly entered the room. It was Lin Luo, who arrived belatedly. In the room, a man covered in blood was sinisterly stabbing a woman's body repeatedly. The mutilated woman had already stopped struggling. Seeing this, Lin Luo coldly snorted, and without hesitation, ordered Dark Emperor to kill the man. Just then, a figure appeared behind Hu Jinming. Lin Luo looked up and saw a strong demon with wings on its back and horns on its head standing there, facing Dark Emperor's iron fist. The opponent easily caught it with one hand. Fear Demon King's gaze towards Lin Luo was filled with greed, and his sinister voice rang in his ear. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful soul. Such intense emotions would be delicious if immersed in despair. After speaking, he surprisingly punched Dark Emperor away. The always victorious Dark Emperor was now being suppressed, and his life points started crazily dropping. Lin Luo felt a warning in his heart, just as the demonic figure approached him. The ferocious punch was so swift it almost caught him. A second-class advancement legendary master. Off guard, facing Fear Demon King's sudden heavy punch. A sudden umbrella appeared in front of Lin Luo. Lady Kagaya's timely appearance shielded him from this fatal blow. The next moment, a series of thunderous noises exploded in his ears, the umbrella precisely blocking all attacks. Withstanding the demon's attacks without breaching Lady Kagaya's defense, Lin Luo closely observed the situation and thought, it was so fast. If it weren't for Lady Kagaya, things would have gone differently. I almost didn't react. He then loudly called out Dark Emperor. As Fear Demon King grew impatient, a burly figure suddenly appeared beside him, landing a heavy punch on his face. Fear Demon King staggered, roaring furiously. I am the mighty Fear Demon King. All of you, get out of my way. Two strong substitutes instantly started a frenzied brawl in the living room without any defense or dodging, just a crazy onslaught of punches. Seeing Dark Emperor again being suppressed, Lin Luo immediately ordered Lady Kagaya to assist. Her umbrella instantly transformed into a long sword, and she swiftly charged in. Fear Demon King suddenly burst out with a ring of demon energy, shocking both substitutes at the same time. Lady Kagaya accidentally got hit by a punch. Her frail body instantly flung away. Lin Luo hurried to catch her, just as Fear Demon King raised his fists high, ready to smash them down on Dark Emperor. Lin Luo raised his head, his eyes flickering with cold light, and with a light shout, several green, slick tentacles instantly extended from his back. Fear Demon King's fists were instantly entangled by tentacles, followed by even more tentacles tightly binding Fear Demon King, just as Fear Demon King was about to burst out with demon energy. A long knife fiercely stabbed into his chest. Fear Demon King roared unwillingly, green flames suddenly engulfing his body. He bellowed, I will not die. I am the fear in the hearts of all beings. As long as fear exists, I will come back. His muscular demonic body directly turned into a wisp of green flame, then scattered with the wind. As Fear Demon King dissipated, Lin Luo was visibly delighted, thinking that Lady Kagaya's attack carries real damage. The moment it is controlled by the combined power of Dark Emperor and Green Goblin, the Demon King was defeated efficiently. He flinched immediately, noticing Hu Jinming. Hu Jinming, who was just laughing crazily, stiffened. The green light in his eyes faded, returning to clarity. When he saw the scene before him, he let out a hoarse scream. Seeing the mutilated woman, he collapsed to the ground. He thought he had gained the power to turn his life around, but he didn't expect to unleash a terrifying, murderous demon, even being manipulated by it. As Hu Jinming was lost in thought, a faint voice sounded in his ear. Do you have any last words before dying? He suddenly looked up, only to see the man who killed his substitute, coldly looking down at him. He nervously said in a hurry, Last words? What are you going to do? This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it. I was just controlled by my substitute. Lin Luo slowly pulled out his short blade and said calmly, Murder for murder. You know this principle, don't you? And as long as you are alive, your substitute could cause chaos again. Hu Jinming, with a vacant look, murmured, You were right. Murder for murder is only fair. He stood up, speaking in a daze. I only have one request. My daughter is waiting for me to return home. Please tell her that Daddy has gone to a faraway place, and I will come back to find her when she grows up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Luo stabbed his chest with a knife, whispering in his ear, Don't worry, I will take care of your daughter. Hu Jinming showed gratitude in his eyes, thanked him, and then breathed his last. Looking at Hu Jinming lying in the pool of blood, Lin Luo also felt a bit melancholic. Just then, a prompt sounded in his ear. Your S-Class Talent Plunder has been activated. Please choose one among the target's attribute values. Talent effects, skill effects, and soul power to plunder. Lin Luo, thinking of the opponent's demonic-like substitute, which required his 3 substitutes to kill, was sure it was at least an S-Class talent, and from the looks of it, that demonic substitute seemed to backlash and control its master. If he chose soul power, he could directly advance an S-Class talent to S-Class, but if he chose talent effect, he would obtain that powerful substitute. Lin Luo quickly made his choice. He wanted that demonic substitute. Hu Jinming couldn't tame it, but that didn't mean he couldn't successfully plunder the target's talent. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Class talent. Emotion Igniter, a surge of unprecedented, Tumultuous power crazily rushed into his body. Lin Luo immediately opened his attribute panel. The S-Class Talent Emotion Igniter actually has two exclusive skills. The first skill, Emotional Induction, allows sensing the emotions of all beings within a 300,000-meter radius. The second skill, Emotional Detonation, can intensify the emotions of any being within a 300,000-meter radius by tenfold. Lin Luo looked at the talent attributes somewhat baffled. Although the skill range is ridiculously large, and the ability to control others' emotions is not bad, it doesn't seem to have any special features. Lin Luo immediately thought of that demonic figure. It seems this talent, like his Rainy Night talent, has its main abilities in the substitute. He then eagerly summoned the substitute, corresponding to the Emotion Igniter talent. Suddenly, the sky thundered loudly, and a pink figure descended from the sky. In front of Lin Luo suddenly appeared an expanding and contracting pink flesh ball. Lin Luo was again baffled. What is this? Where is my demonic substitute? He looked bewilderedly at the flesh ball in front of him and quickly checked its attributes. He was dumbfounded. The new substitute is named Fetal Movement. Apart from its full growth value, the other attributes are basically zero, and it only has one skill called Gestation. The substitute will absorb a certain main emotion decided by the host within a 300,000-meter radius as nourishment to be born. This means the substitute is not fixed in terms of abilities and forms, but requires the host's subsequent decision. Lin Luo decided to try it. He slowly closed his eyes, then activated the new talent skill Emotional Induction. His spirit began to extend infinitely. The emotions of all beings in Hang City reflected in his perception. He seemed to hear countless voices. Various emotions accompanied by these chaotic voices appeared one by one. Helplessness, fear and despair, anxiety and anticipation. Soon, the 5-second duration of Emotional Induction ended. Lin Luo broke out in a cold sweat, gasping loudly. Although it was only 5 seconds, the emotions and voices of millions of people were terrifying. Perhaps only high-spirited mages could bear it without burden. Now, Hang City is sealed by white fog, filled with negative emotions everywhere. Among these negative emotions, fear is one of the strongest. This might also be the reason why Hu Jinming chose this emotion as the nourishment for the substitute. Unexpectedly, it gave birth to the terrifying Fear Demon King. Although Fear Demon King is powerful, it is a double-edged sword. Since the direction of the substitute's gestation can be chosen, it's worth sensing the emotions of beings a few more times. There might be better choices. After understanding all this, Lin Luo put away the new substitute and asked Master of Wishes about the location of Hu Jinming's daughter. The little girl was scared, huddled in a corner, waiting for her dad to come home. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, and Lin Luo's voice came from outside. Hu Xinyue, are you home? I am your dad, Hu Jinming's friend. Upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, Hu Xinyue immediately opened the door for him. Soon after, the two got acquainted and little Hu Xinyue happily ate the food Lin Luo brought her. After a moment of thought, Lin Luo spoke. Your dad is protecting Hang City and can't come back for now. He asked me to take care of you during this time. Hu Xinyue's eyes were full of admiration. I knew my dad was very powerful. Lin Luo turned to her and voiced his earlier doubt. Hu Xinyue, you just opened the door for me directly. Weren't you afraid I was a trickster? Little Hu Xinyue innocently said, my talent is Emotional Induction. I can feel that Brother Lin Luo is only pure goodwill. So, Hu Xinyue believes, Brother Lin Luo really is my dad's good friend. Lin Luo was slightly startled upon hearing this. He didn't expect Hu Xinyue and her father, Hu Jinming, to awaken similar emotional talents. After staying a while longer, Lin Luo reminded little Hu Xinyue not to open the door for strangers and then left. Lin Luo decided that once the fog cleared, he would send Hu Xinyue to Wen Yuxi's home. Wen's mother, now retired, might be willing to adopt this orphan girl. In this chaotic world, people like Hu Jinming, unable to control themselves, are not uncommon. Conventional norms are no longer so important. For Lin Luo, only by becoming stronger can he protect those he wants to protect to master his own destiny. Even if his hands are stained with blood, he will never give up. The voice in Lin Luo's heart gradually shifted from hesitation to determination. I, Lin Luo, am neither a punisher of justice nor a tyrannical dictator. I aspire to be the maker of rules. At the entrance of Hidden Spirits Temple in Hang City, 5 figures slowly arrived. It was Yutai Jian and others. He expressed his doubt. Why isn't it here? According to my past life memory, the wormhole guardian should appear here. Liu suddenly spoke from the side. I think before we find the wormhole guardian, our 5-person team needs a leader. What do you think? Old Yu. Yu Taijian's face was expressionless. Merely asking non-committally, it seems Master Lu wants to be the leader. Liu's gaze was fixed on Yu Taijian. We are probably the most powerful awakeners in Hank City. Who else but me for the position of leader? I can defeat the other 3 alone. Only you. I cannot see through. Yu Taijian said indifferently. Although we are the highest talented group in Hank City, Dark Emperor has a significant head start. He might not be weaker than us. Right now, we need my past life memory to lead the way to level up. It's better for everyone not to fight among ourselves. Liu spoke with disdain. Aren't you overestimating that Dark Emperor? Didn't you say there was no such person in your past life? We both have SSS class talents. How could he be stronger than us? Since you're so wary of this Dark Emperor, if I kill him for you, take back his power. Wouldn't that prove I'm more suited to be the leader than you? Yu Taijin dodged Lu Yu's reaching hand and said indifferently, Dark Emperor took away my power, and I will take it back sooner or later. Without your interference, Liu thought sinisterly. I wonder if killing Dark Emperor will allow me to take Yu Taijian's power. At the very least, I can't let him successfully recover his strength. Once he regains his full form, gaining control won't be so easy. Yu Taijian paid no more attention to Lu Yu and turned to the young man at the back of the team, saying, Can you sense any trace of the wormhole guardian nearby? The young man closed his eyes. And in a moment, everything within a kilometer was within his sight. After a moment, he opened his eyes and slowly said, The strongest life form within a kilometer is a level 7 giant pincer mantis. Yu Taijian became somewhat annoyed and said, It seems the early mouse-level disaster has caused a shift in the position of the dimensional wormhole, making it different from my past life. Meanwhile, Lin Luo returned to the Hang City Administrative Center. His target was the wormhole guardian he had accidentally discovered earlier. Lin Luo looked up at the towering mountain-like monster and swallowed hard. This wormhole guardian is so huge, probably even one of its leg hairs is thicker than my thigh. As Lin Luo approached, the attribute panel of the Void King insect appeared before him. This insect, clearly only a level 34 D-class creature, had life points 10 times that of the level 35 monster commander he had encountered earlier. And both of its skills were about summoning minions, a ruthless tactic of an insect swarm. No wonder Hang City had to deploy a large army and missiles to kill it in the past life. But apart from its summoning ability, it doesn't seem as powerful as it looks. And such high attribute values are the perfect target for Dark Emperors seized by force. Thinking this, Lin Luo immediately summoned his 2 substitutes. Without a word, they charge at it. Dark Emperor directly used his exclusive skill, Seized by Force. But unexpectedly, the normally invincible Seized by Force failed this time. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback, not expecting the wormhole guardian to be so resilient. At that moment, the huge figure in front of him let out a thunderous roar. In the next second, the continuous, piercing noise of an insect swarm resounded in the fog. A dense army of insects quickly surrounded Lin Luo, although they were low-level creatures. Being overwhelmed by the swarm would make it hard for Lin Luo to protect himself. But the sheer number of creatures also meant a massive amount of experience points, which he didn't want to give up easily. Lin Luo immediately ordered Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to abandon the Void King insect and attack the insect swarm. Lady Kagaya elegantly weaved through the swarm, gracefully reaping the lives of these hideous creatures, while Dark Emperor's punches exploded, turning the low-level insects into a mist of blood and remains. But the swarm was too numerous, and no sooner had they slain one group than another surrounded them. Even Lin Luo himself was quickly encircled by the swarm. Dozens of swift sword auras swept through, rapidly harvesting the lives of the insects. The sounds of gaining experience points were incessant. At that moment, a helicopter broke through the clouds, with Yaomushi on board doing a report. The cameraman's face changed slightly, pointing to a spot in the sea of clouds. Yaomushi quickly looked over. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see a gigantic creature emerging from the sea of clouds. And it seems there is someone fighting with it on its back. For the first time in her career, Yaomushi lost her composure on camera, exclaiming loudly, "This is incredible! Although the world has entered the era of global awakening, most people are not of a high level. How could someone be battling such a mountainous creature? Let's fly closer. We must capture this hero's valiant image, and let Hang City and the entire world witness his bravery." Standing on the back of this colossal creature were Lin Luo and 2 others. The number of insects was overwhelming, causing Dark Emperor and Lady Kaguya to rapidly consume their energy. Lin Luo immediately crushed a god-given crystal fragment to restore their energy, then ordered the 2 substitutes to continue slaughtering the insects without relenting. He also joined the battle himself, but the Swift Sword aura consumed too much mana, forcing him to buy a large number of mana potions through the game interface to replenish the rapidly depleting mana. However, continuing to fight like this was not cost-effective. Just then, he heard the leveling up sound in his ear. Lin Luo's mind lit up, and he joyously allocated all 8 attribute points gained from leveling up to agility and all 4 skill points to All Swords Return to Origin. After the upgrade, All Swords Return to Origin would automatically generate 7 Swift Sword auras per second and could recall the emitted sword auras unharmed, significantly reducing mana consumption. After level 24, the power he could bring out of the instance also reached 67%, greatly enhancing his combat capabilities. Lin Luo knew it was time for a decisive battle with the Void King insect to show who rules Hang City. The 2 substitutes led the way, firmly protecting Lin Luo behind them, and the trio charged from the back of the Void King insect towards its head, leaving no survivors in their path. With Lin Luo's roar, Dark Emperor and Lady Kaguya attacked the Void King insect directly, while he himself unleashed Swift Sword Aura to clear the path for the 2 substitutes. Lin Luo summoned the Master of Wishes, wishing that no insect could come within a meter of him. Then he abruptly pulled out an A-Class Raging Crystal and used it on the Green Goblin. An A-Class Raging Crystal, now worth 3 million on the game market, could increase his substitute's abilities by 30% for 2 minutes. Dozens of green tentacles burst out from his back, twisting together with the Swift Sword Aura to kill the surrounding insects. For a time, he alone held back all the monsters, creating a perfect output environment for the 2 substitutes. Dark Emperor and Lady Kaguya crazily attacked the head of the Void King insect. Suddenly, the giant body of the Void King insect started to tremble, nearly throwing the unsteady Lin Luo off. At that moment, the life points of the Void King insect had dropped to 30%, and it unhesitatingly used its innate skill, King Insect Roar. An invisible sound wave rapidly spread out within 10 kilometers, causing both resting and feeding insects to stop and turn towards their king. Seeing this, Lin Luo's face changed, ordering Dark Emperor and Lady Kaguya to continue attacking the king insect, not giving it any chance to breathe. While he unhesitatingly charged into a sea of insects several times larger than before. At that moment, the helicopter in the sky was still circling. Yaomushi's voice was choked as she reported, "Ladies and gentlemen, in this moment of crisis for the entire city, our people have not surrendered. Look, on the back of that monster, someone is fighting bloodily with the creatures." Yaomushi vowed to herself, she must bring back the entire heroic story of these heroes. She wants everyone to know who was fighting desperately for them in the most desperate and darkest moments. Such heroes should be remembered by all people. At this point, Lin Luo had gone completely berserk in battle, not even having time to check how much life the Void King insect had left. He felt his attack slowing down, and his thoughts becoming sluggish. He had accounted for everything, but forgot one thing. His physical strength was limited. Just then, the Master of Wishes appeared unsolicited, chanting softly, "Let me completely restore my great master's condition immediately." With the turning of the Book of Wishes, the somewhat slow-thinking Lin Luo finally regained clarity. He hurriedly thanked. "Thank you again, Master of Wishes." The Master of Wishes respectfully bowed. "Great Master, alleviating your worries is my duty. I shall take my leave now. I wish you great success in battle." At this moment, Lin Luo felt exceptionally energetic, his eyes shimmering with a cold chill. "Void King insect, let's continue and see who can endure longer." Lin Luo leaped high, slashing his knife towards the insect's head. Dozens of green tentacles instantly extended from his back, fiercely penetrating the king insect's body. The exclusive skill of the Storm Swordsman, All Swords Return to Origin, was pushed to its limit. With a huge roar, the Void King insect screamed in agony. Its last bit of health was wiped out at that moment, and its massive body fell unwillingly to the ground. The Void King insect emitted a piercing, earth-shattering wail, forcing everyone in the helicopter to cover their ears. Lin Luo exerted all his strength to slash at the neck of the Void King insect, severing its head. The decapitated Void King insect fell powerlessly to the ground. He lands effortlessly on the Void King's head, and then pierces it with a final blow just to be certain. All around the globe, 6 consecutive announcement notifications rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the player Dark Emperor for being the first player globally to kill a wormhole guardian. Reward: 1 10-spin lottery ticket for the Destiny Wheel. Reward: 10 fake crystals. Hearing the global announcement, Yamushi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Lin Luo standing on the insect's head. The first in the world? Could that young man be Dark Emperor? She then said with a choked voice, "Incredible. I never imagined that the legendary figure who achieved multiple global accomplishments would be from our Hank City." The helicopter descended lower, hovering above Lin Luo. Seeing Lin Luo's youthful face, Yamushi blushed, thinking, "I never thought the legendary Dark Emperor would be so young. I hope I get a chance to personally interview this legendary hero." At this time, Lin Luo also heard a series of notifications in his ear. "Congratulations, player. You have gained 43,200,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully killing the wormhole guardian Void King insect. Congratulations on winning a 10 consecutive spin on the Fate Wheel and 10 Fate Crystals. Congratulations on leveling up to level 27. Fate Crystals can increase the success rate of equipment forging by 50%. A great item for forging equipment. 10 Fate Crystals equal a 100% success rate for forging equipment 5 times. With the death of the Void King insect, all the insects suddenly panicked, no longer attacking the enemies in the air, but scattered and disappeared into the vast fog. After the battle with the Void King insect, there were not many fragments of the God-given crystal left, urgently needing replenishment. The sacred forest should have refreshed by now. Lin Luo planned to quickly go replenish some in the afternoon. Lin Luo, leading a group of substitutes, walked leisurely on the fog-covered streets. He casually picked an Audi A4 and instructed, "Master of Wishes, open the car door, take me to Martial Arts Plaza first, and then locate Ji Waning's position." Meanwhile, in a factory on the outskirts of Hang City, several young men with cameras were filming a girl with lecherous smiles. The girl, named Ji Waning, had been wandering in Hang City since the destruction of Country R a year ago. Now, she had been tricked into this factory by several wealthy second-generation youths under the guise of filming a TV show. One of the rich youths said with a lewd smile, "The TV show we're filming is exactly the kind you excel in. You're a famous actress, and it's an honor to work with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the men started tearing off Ji Waning's clothes. Ji Waning fell to the ground with tears streaming down her face, her hands tightly protecting her chest. Filming movies and TV shows had always been her dream, but she never imagined she would end up here, deceived by these wealthy youths and her agent. What these wealthy youths didn't notice was that behind them, a figure with black wings and horns, the charming queen, was slowly materializing. After about an hour of driving, the group arrived at a factory. Lin Luo looked at the locked iron gate of the factory, filled with doubts. Why would a woman be in such a desolate factory? Lady Kagaya cut the lock chain with one strike, and then Dark Emperor slowly pushed open the heavy iron doors. What they saw was not an abandoned factory, but rather a bar that had been modified. Lin Luo's gaze swept casually and saw several men lying haphazardly on the ground, lifeless, but with sleazy smiles on their faces. Lin Luo suddenly felt a sense of crisis rising in his heart. He quickly uttered in a low voice, "I wish to be immune to any harm for the next 30 seconds. Right after he spoke, he felt a surge of pink energy rushing towards him. In the next moment, he lost consciousness and fell backward. Lady Kagaya quickly caught him, calling out loudly, "Master, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, accompanied by a series of enchanting and seductive laughs. Seeing this, Master of Wishes immediately instructed Dark Emperor to stay and protect Lin Luo, while he and Lady Kagaya rushed into the mist to apprehend the troublemaker behind them. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, dressed in a suit, appeared in a room. The room was pink, and a wedding photo of him and Wen Yusi was placed on the cabinet. Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise, "Have I already married Sister Wen?" As Lin Luo pondered in confusion, the door echoed with 2 familiar voices, making him blush furiously. Wen Yusi and Lady Kagaya, dressed in seductive gowns, walked in. Their expressions were somewhat different from usual, a flirtatious demeanor with blushes on their faces, like ripe fruits ready to be plucked. This erotic scene made Lin Luo instantly spurt out a mouthful of blood. He felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions rising within him. "Why are you here? And even dressed like this?" While Lin Luo was slightly dazed, Wen Yusi and Lady Kagaya had already snuggled up to his side. Accompanied by an alluring scent, their hands gently caressed him. Back in the factory, the succubus queen narrowly dodged a strike from Lady Kagaya. Sweating profusely, she retreated to a position 20 meters away from Lin Luo. She had almost died at the hands of this young girl. Lady Kaguya and Master of Wishes were looking at her coldly. Lady Kaguya, with a frosty face, threatened, "Quickly lift the control over my master, or the next strike will end your life." She then turned to Master of Wishes, asking, "Didn't the master already wish to be unharmed? Why has he lost consciousness now?" Master of Wishes, also puzzled, flipped through the Book of Wishes in his hand. It's strange, the wish has already been fulfilled. Why was the master still attacked? The succubus queen covered her lips with her hand and chuckled softly. "Because no one has attacked your host. I'm actually helping him. Your master is currently living a dream come true, enjoying himself in a blissful world until he's completely exhausted." Master of Wishes showed a sudden smile on his face, saying, "Thank you for your explanation." This immediately prompted the succubus queen, who couldn't help but scream loudly at Master of Wishes when she heard this, and a bad premonition emerged from the bottom of her heart. As Master of Wishes uttered the words, "Book of Wishes, let the master be released from this state," a stream of golden light pierced through Lin Luo's head. In the fantasy world, Lin Luo looked at Wen Yusi with an intoxicated smile on his face and asked if this was indeed real. He softly touches her cheek, saying, "When did Sister Wen started dressing so proactively?" His words were cut off when the beautiful scenery of Wen Yusi and Lady Kaguya suddenly shattered into multiple pieces, disappearing, and what appeared was the interior of an abandoned factory. "Where is this?" Lin Luo exclaimed as he got up from the ground, scratching his head with a confused look on his face. "Master, you finally woke up. Fortunately, Master of Wishes rescued you." Lady Kaguya joyfully hugged Lin Luo as she lets out a sigh of relief. The succubus queen stood above them, muttered, "This is impossible. How could my pink fantasy be lifted so easily?" Lin Luo immediately looked towards the bar and saw a Cheongsam girl with horns on her head and wings on her back, looking at them in disbelief. Substitute. Lin Luo understood in an instant that the reason why he fell into the illusion just now was because of the substitute in the form of a girl in front of him. At the same time, an enraged Dark Emperor launched and started throwing punches at the succubus queen, but unfortunately, she evades them effortlessly. Lin Luo holds his chin, thinking, "Even if the wish is successful, I can still be tricked without any hesitation. No. Let me go." A woman's voice draws Lin Luo from his thoughts, seeing Dark Emperor drag Ji Wenying, who had been hiding behind the bar counter this whole time. "Don't kill me. I didn't mean to hurt you." Ji Wenying immediately started pleading for mercy. Lin Luo recalled the illusion he had just entered and glanced at the bodies of men lying on the ground. His voice became colder and he asked, "Did you kill them all?" Ji Wenying seductively used her S-level talent Fatal Attraction on Lin Luo. She burst into tears, showing a heart-wrenching expression. No, they tricked me here and forced me to film with them. I didn't hurt them. I really don't know anything." Ji Wenying quickly snuggles up close to Lin Luo, saying, "Please spare me. As long as you take me away, I can do whatever you want me to do. And I can be your girlfriend." Lin Luo noticed what Ji Wenying was doing and coldly called for Lady Kaguya. Without hesitation, Lady Kaguya stabs Ji Wenying with her sword from behind. Ji Wenying couldn't help but be slightly stunned, wondering how her S-talent had no effect. Lin Luo plundered her talent, murmuring to himself, "Those stinky men certainly deserve their death, but you want to kill me without saying a word, which is not a good thing." He opens the interface, which displayed his newly acquired talent. "Congratulations on obtaining the S-class talent, Fatal Attraction. After activating it on a person of the opposite gender, your charm in the eyes of the other person will immediately increase tenfold, and the other person will be unable to help but fall in love with you. The stronger the other person's willpower, the slower the love will develop. A duration of an hour and a cooling time of a day." Next, Lin Luo summons his new substitute, Queen Succubus. "Come out." A little pink-haired Lolita wearing a black and pink dress appeared next to him. Lin Luo didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed for a moment. The image in front of him is far different in terms of temptation than Ji Wenying's vixen-like temptress just now. He asked, You're the succubus queen? Why is this image different from before?" The newly appeared little Lolita substitute had an innocent look in her eyes, as if she could see through Lin Luo's mind, answered, "Master, you seem a little disappointed." Then in his shocked eyes, Lin Luo's face grew instantly as her young body quickly became taller, and the little Lolita evolved into the succubus queen, becoming mature and charming, and her temperament changed from innocent and quirky to noble and seductive, as if she was a queen who fell into the world of mortals. She softly touches Lin Luo's cheek. Does the master prefer the slave's form? Lin Luo's expression was slightly stunned, and he answered as he felt his heartbeat speeding up. No. You should maintain your previous form. After all, it would be really difficult for an ordinary man to control a vixen-like temptress who follows him around every day. Noticing her master's embarrassment, the succubus queen transformed back to her previous self. She looked at Lin Luo with watery peach blossom eyes, placed a jade finger gently on her red lips, and said with charming eyes, "Master, you seem to like the slave form better, and you were so cute when you were shy." She giggles while smiling brightly as Lin Luo turned to the attribute panel. An S-level talent succubus queen with strength of 60, 10 for normal people, agility and intelligence 60, defense 30, growth 80 with 50 meters of action distance. Energy and HP of 2000 with energy recovery rate of 1 point every 10 minutes. She also has a dual form, lowly and the Queen's Queen with no energy consumption required and increases the charm of the opposite sex by 5 times and consumes 1 point of energy per hour respectively. A pink fantasy which instantly pull a living being's consciousness into a blissful illusion, with pain as its kryptonite. Its energy consumption rate depending on the strength of the opponent in a cooling time of a day. Lin Luo silently thought that, sure enough, this substitute is not a combat type, but its energy attribute is at full value, and its skills have a cooldown time, which shows that it has strong control ability. As long as the opponent is controlled, it is a matter of one blow. With both arms raised, Lin Luo was delighted with his day. He then turned to Master of Wishes saying, "I remember that there was another person in the same organization as Ji Weiniang named Lin Jianing. Where is he?" Master of Wishes smirks when he heard this. The scene then shifts to Lu Jianing, Lin Luo's next plunder ticket, a blonde guy with a black eye, carrying a bag full of medicines as he looks to be in pain. "It hurts me to death. What SS-level bullshit talent? You actually have to be injured and in danger before you can activate." Lu Jianing complains as he approaches his rental apartment. He opened the door, turned on the light, and suddenly before his eyes was his ex-girlfriend, Sun Xiaohong, lying on the bed. Looking visibly nervous, Lu Jianing asked, "Xiaohong, why are you here?" "Brother Jianing, can you forgive me?" Xiaohong seductively replied, shocking Lu Jianing. Completely enraged, he shouted that he wouldn't fall for her tricks after she dumped him. After awakening his SS-level talent, he wouldn't take her back. Suddenly, his rant was cut off as Xiaohong got up and kissed him on his cheek. She then pulled him on the bed, sat on top of him, and seductively asked that as long as he is okay, how will he want to punish her? Suddenly energetic, Lu Jianing was completely doing the exact opposite of what he said he wouldn't, thinking with his lower head. Turns out, Lu Jianing was under the pink fantasy. Lin Luo was amazed as to what he was staring at. He complimented lowly of how impressive the illusion was. Lin Luo then told Lady Kagaya to end it. Without hesitation, Lady Kagaya raised her sword and attacked Lu Jianing. However, her sword was caught midway by a stream of blue light controlling the unconscious Lu Jianing. Holding the sword in a tight grip, Lu Jianing's unconscious body began to break it. Lin Luo was shocked, worriedly asking Lady Kagaya what's going on. A blue arm appeared from a void in the blue light and grabbed Lady Kagaya's sword in an instant. Cold ice crystals began to freeze Lady Kagaya's sword, and just as they were about to spread to the hilt, she was forcefully pushed back. The materialized Lu Jianing's substitute was wearing smooth blue armor, with a smooth mask on his face that only exposed his eyes. His hands were empty, but circles of ice crystal wheels were condensing and forming crazily in the air around him. He arrogantly declared that he was Frost Destroyer. Anyone who dares to challenge his majesty will be punished. Lin Luo immediately roared out for Dark Emperor to help Lady Kagaya as he summons his green goblin to support. Both substitute charged at Mr. Frost, who casually waved his hand at them. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice encapsulates them in Lin Luo's tentacles. Smashing the ice wall with a barrage of punches, Dark Emperor proceeds to attack Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost crossed his arms and summons countless ice chains which instantly wrap tightly around the incoming Dark Emperor arms and legs, locking him. The ice chains also moved towards Lin Luo at lightning speed. However, Lady Kagaya immediately got in front of Lin Luo and coolly smashed the ice chains with her sword, deflecting it. Lin Luo was visibly delighted, praising Lady Kagaya for her incredible reflexes. He then calls back Dark Emperor and the Green Goblin. With a prideful expression, Mr. Frost crossed his arms and arrogantly challenged Lin Luo. "What? Don't you have the courage to attack me?" Lin Luo was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the substitute to speak, which was quite interesting. The corners of his mouth curved up, and an excited smile flashed across his face. Are you kidding me? I have 100 ways to defeat you. I'm just wondering which method would be more satisfying to defeat you. Your level is at least SS level or above, while my substitute is only S level. It would not be fair to challenge you in a one-on-one battle. There was a trace of imperceptible annoyance in Mr. Frost's face as Lin Luo proceeds to tell him of his plan to antagonizing him to make a mistake. Lin Luo stretched out his hand and clenched his fist in the air. He loudly shouts, Dark Emperor, Lady Kaguya, perfect fusion. Activate the S-level talent. Suddenly, Dark Emperor and Lady Kaguya's energy merged. Dark Emperor, who was wearing metal armor, instantly turned into a huge dark purple ball of light, and then flashed directly, wrapping up Lady Kaguya, who was wearing a short maiden skirt. The black-purple light dissipates and a beautiful girl wearing jet black metal armor appeared along with a new attributes panel displaying an S++ level, Lady Kaguya's Dark Emperor form. Her strength 300, 10 for normal people, agility 350 with intelligence of 40, defense 70 with HP of 4000, growth unknown with 30 meters of action distance. Energy 230 with energy recovery rate of 1 point every half hour. A plundering blade when active. Every time it attacks an enemy and causes damage, it will randomly take away 3/10 of the opponent's attributes or abilities. Energy consumption of 7 with no cooldown. She also has a passive state with attack carrying 250 points of true damage and consumes 2 points of energy every second. 6,000 points of armor that can withstand any damage, and finally, when her Dark Emperor's armor is shattered, all negative conditions on the body will be removed, and agility will be increased by 60 points. Normal and critical hit rate are increased by 20%, and the experience gained from killing monsters is doubled. Standing behind Dark Kaguya, Lin Luo was amazed with her stats. In a heartbeat, Dark Kaguya launched at Mr. Frost, striking her sword with precision and unyielding strength. However, Mr. Frost blocks the attack with his arm, violently grinding his teeth. He then summons his Frozen Nova. Multiple ice shards were flung towards Dark Kaguya, to which she counters effortlessly with her sword, Blade of Fury. Mr. Frost stared while clenching his teeth, wondering where the sudden burst of speed from Dark Kaguya came from, and her form is really terrifying to block his Frozen Nova like they were nothing. With a loud roar, ice crystal wheels were again condensing and forming crazily in the air, freezing everything around him. He no longer cared about saving energy. Opening his hands, a raging cold wave broke out, summoning his eternal ice coffin. A massive ice coffin appeared the next moment, intending to completely freeze Dark Kaguya inside. However, sensing the cold wave surging in the air, Dark Kaguya instantly changed shape and left the place, escaping the coffin's crushing capture. Still in the air, she then launched at Mr. Frost at full speed, shocking him. Scared shitless, Mr. Frost loudly told Dark Kaguya not to come close. Panicked, he summons his freezing frost rain, but unfortunately for him, after enduring so much freezing, frost, and rain, Dark Kaguya noticed Mr. Frost ice summons were reduced to a few small snowflakes. She quickly launched at him, intending to end him with this final strike. In his last effort, Mr. Frost laughed maniacally, aiming all the ice he can muster at Dark Kaguya. I have 0 ice armor to protect my body, and I can also use cold air to reduce your attack speed. Dark Kaguya said as her Blade of Fury fell on the opponent's shoulder without hesitation, forcefully activating Black Emperor Armor Shatter, Unbinding, where all negative status on the body will be removed, and the agility will be increased by 60 points. Reverted to their individual selves, Lady Kaguya's eyes were still bright and firm despite the surging cold air as she landed coolly behind Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost couldn't hold on any longer, and finally wailed. His body instantly turned into a pile of broken ice and fell to the ground helplessly. Lady Kaguya attacked the unconscious Liu Jianing immersed in his erotic dream, swiftly ending him. Master, fortunately we lived up to her command. Lady Kaguya and Dark Emperor recovered after being released from the fusion state and hurriedly expressed their stance. Lin Luo laughed and gave them a look of approval, suggesting he would take it from here on. Standing beside Lin Jianing's corpse, Lin Luo activated his S-level talent Plunder, choosing talent effect from the 4 target attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, and soul power to plunder. As his body absorbs the surge of power, Lin Luo immediately felt that he had a new powerful talent. The level of this talent definitely exceeds S-level. Congratulations on acquiring SS-level talent Personal Mask, with one's own personality, the most intense pursuit in life, such as spirit and will, condenses into Personal Mask to summon one's own patron saint. However, patron saint will only appear when the host is in danger. The more deadly the danger the host encounters, the more powerful the summoned guardian saint can be. Upon learning this, Lin Luo held his head in both hands and shook his head, screaming loudly that why were the two SS-level talents he grabbed so weird and couldn't be used directly. Lin Luo sighed softly. He tried to summon his patron saint directly, but found that there was no response. Standing in front of his substitute like the loser he was, he tried once more, but again, nothing. Lin Luo collapsed and started beating the ground with his hands, whining, "I finally managed to grab two SS-level substitutes, but they couldn't be used directly." Master of Wishes, noticing Lin Luo's mental breakdown, suggested that maybe it's some kind of restriction on SS-class talents. Then suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He thought for a moment and said to Lady Kagaya, "Come here, try to chop me in the neck." Lady Kagaya was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding why her master had suddenly gone so crazy, and said with a confused face, "Master, what's the matter with you to want me to do this? This is how my new talent is stimulated. Only when I encounter fatal danger can I summon this new substitute, so let's try it and see if it shows up if I'm attacked." Finally understanding, Lady Kagaya raised her sword and swung it at Lin Luo's neck, releasing a frightening aura with a killing intent, and slowly slashed at his neck, finally stopping 1 centimeter in front of his neck. However, there was no response. Lin Luo stared awkwardly at Lady Kagaya, wondering why nothing happened. "Master, maybe it's because your substitute didn't feel that you would be in danger, so he didn't show up." Master of Wishes pointed out and continued that after all, Lady Kagaya has no intention of killing you. With resolved determination, Lin Luo stood up, got one leg on a small table in front of him, and said, "Dark Emperor, come here and hit me with all your strength. Don't be afraid. It's okay to beat him up when he appears. You must have the idea of crippling me, right? Don't cheat." Without missing a beat, Dark Emperor immediately moved his body and got in front of Lin Luo, raised his aimed fist, intending to punch the living daylight out of Lin Luo. Lin Luo watched helplessly as his fist approached, suppressing the instinctive reaction of dodging. However, at the moment of danger, time stopped. The several substitutes around him, the surging white mist, and Dark Emperor who was about to punch him, all seemed to be fixed. Lin Luo found that he could not move either, and only his consciousness could still move. At the same time, a powerful force emerged from the depths of him. A majestic voice suddenly sounded in his head. "I am you, and you are me. I can already feel it in your heart. For the path you insist on, for the justice you believe in, and the courage to face 1,000 people with cold eyebrows. Even if it leads to hell in the end. Even if there are infinite challenges and difficulties, they are waiting for us in the future. We must also use our invincible will and strength to witness everything with our own eyes. Let's roar out together." Personal mask quickly transformed into a cold white mask and appeared before Lin Luo. Circles of blue flames ignited around him. With a loud roar, Lin Luo shouts, "I summon you. Come out, savior." Suddenly, a substitute wearing a red dress with a slender figure with wide black wings on his back and a dark horn mask on his face appeared in front of Lin Luo. A monstrous mist condensed in and around the substitute, as if even if the world is destroyed, he can turn the tide single-handedly and rebuild a new world. At this moment, the time in the real world resumed its flow. Dark Emperor was instantly attacked by a massive force of light. Dark Emperor and Savior were at a face-off. "Master, as long as you give the order, I can send him to hell." "Really? Let's try and see who will go to hell first." Lin Luo hurriedly got in between them and ordered them to stop. "Since when can both of you act without my permission?" Upon hearing Lin Luo's order, Dark Emperor and Savior immediately halted their clash and offer apologies to Lin Luo respectively. Looking back at his new substitute, who looked like a combination of a gentleman and a devil, his dress and temperament are both gentlemanly and elegant. The ferocious mask on his face and the 2-meter-long jet black wings spread out behind his back give him an evil aura that insinuate he just returned from hell. Savior stared back at Lin Luo, bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Master, I am your patron saint, waiting for your orders." Lin Luo nodded with a satisfactory smile at his attitude, thinking, it's fortunate that Savior is not as rebellious as the dreadful Demon King. Although, in comparison, its fetal movement thing is really unreliable. Technically speaking, it can be regarded as my first normal SS-level substitute. He then excitedly summoned the attribute panel of Savior. An SS-level talent with strength of 160, agility 150 with intelligence of 140, defense 130 with HP of 10,000. Energy of 350 with energy recovery rate of 1 point per half hour. Growth of 200 with 50 meters action distance. It has an overload existence with helps in energy consumption since an SS level substitutes are too powerful, and they require continuous energy consumption just to appear in reality. Every hour of existence in reality will consume 1 point of energy. Savior's current form is at 23% and all ability status is 23% of the complete body, and the energy consumption is also 23%. He has a skill called Blooming Flowers on the other side, which instantly restores all health points of the host and removes all negative conditions on the host. Its energy consumption 120 with a cooling of 1 day. Savior also has a skill, New World instantly, which condenses the power of space to forge Small World, to resist all attacks, or detonate Small World to attack, causing 1 to 1,500 points of true damage in a spread range, with energy consumption between 1 to 50 with no cooldown time. And finally, an Eternal Paradise, which all friendly units within a radius of 100 meters will have all their status increased by 30%. Suppress enemy units within a radius of 100 meters that are hostile to the host, reducing all their status by 20%. The minimum consumption is 1 point of energy per second. The stronger and larger the number of amplified friendly or suppressed enemy units, the more energy consumed per second. No cooldown time needed either. After carefully checking the attribute panel, Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh brightly, applaud and praise this SS talent. Not bad. It deserves to be an SS level. Just looking at the attributes, it has surpassed most S-level substitutes, more powerful than Frost Destroyer, but I have one question in my mind. What does Savior 23% form mean? Savior's majestic voice immediately sounded, "Master, that's because of the danger you just suffered. I judge that I only need to use 23% of my strength to relieve you." Pointing her finger at Dark Emperor, Little Loli then curiously asked, "You mean you can block this iron lump, Dark Emperor, with only 23% of your strength?" "Yes, using 1% more power is even a waste of energy," Savior casually answered with his arms crossed. Finally having enough, Dark Emperor clenched his fist suddenly and said angrily, "New guy, you actually underestimate me. Are you here to show off? You can't even break through my defense. What qualifications do you have to fight with me?" Savior replied, brushing him off. Holding his forehead, Lin Luo was having a headache. He then directly flicked his finger on the forehead of the troublesome Little Loli. "Stop. That's enough. Don't cause me any trouble." Little Loli, being a drama queen, rushed to a visibly dumbfounded Lady Kagaya and pretended to cry exaggeratedly. Hugging Lady Kagaya, Loli sobbed loudly saying, "Sister, help me. Master hit me." Lin Luo watched the chaotic scene before him, feeling that he had more substitutes in his team now, which had made things messy. Gone were the days where there were only 3 substitutes. The quiet Dark Emperor with 1 point of intelligence, the sensible and capable Master of Wishes, and the well-behaved and quiet Lady Kagaya. Each substitute has high intelligence and distinct personalities, and no one is convinced by the other, which is making it difficult to lead them. What if I temporarily lose consciousness like last time? Will they be able to accomplish anything without causing chaos? With clarity, Lin Luo told his substitutes that if he was to lose consciousness temporarily in the future, they will all listen to the arrangements of Master of Wishes. As soon as these words came out, Lady Kagaya, Dark Emperor, and Little Loli naturally had no objections and responded respectfully in unison, "Okay, Master." However, Savior's eyes flickered under the demon mask. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, "Master, I obey your orders." Lin Luo nodded. Although his substitute was arrogant, he still obeyed his orders. Just as he finished thinking this, Savior spoke again, "Master, since your crisis has been resolved, I will go back now." And with that, he disappeared without waiting for Lin Luo to answer. Lin Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head when he saw this scene. After Master of Wishes saw Savior expressed his stance, he smiled and bowed to Lin Luo and said, "Dear Master, thank you for your trust. I will do my best for you." Meanwhile, at the entrance of a secret realm shrouded in white mist, Yu Taijia and his team were having heated argument. Lu Yu, with a cold face, loudly said to the 3 of them, "We've only been working together for a few days and you're asking for reassignment? We agreed at the beginning that Lao Yu would get 40% of the profit, I would get 30%, and each of you would get 10%. You feel like your wings are getting tough now, don't you? Do you think the 3 of you can compete with us if we work together?" You actually started asking for redistribution after only 2 days of cooperation? Wei Tai-lang stood in front of Liu Yu with his back facing him, and calmly replied, "You Taijia had the information at the beginning, and you were strong and capable, so we naturally agreed to this income distribution." Turning around to face Liu Yu cursed loudly, "You wide-eyed wolves. You have grown up with us and obtained resources, and now you want to rebel, right? Be careful what you say. Who do you think is a traitor? We are not your subordinates." Wei Tai-lang replied, matching Liu Yu's energy. Yu Taijia was standing on the edge, and when he heard what Liu Yu said, he couldn't help but curse at his absurdity. "Enough!" Yu Taijia stood in front of the two and shouted loudly. Behind him, the little Lolita in blue dress appeared instantly holding her wands in both hands, and a mysterious force was directly displayed, showing suppressing aura. Wei Tai-lang nervously said, "Brother Yu, I have no objection to you. It's just that Liu Yu's words are usually unpleasant." Ignoring Wei Tai-lang's words, Yu Taijia calmly continued that from this point onwards, except for gathering time, everyone will act independently. Every time anyone conquers a secret realm, they should discuss the allocation method individually. Having their unwavering attention, Yu Taijia proceeds directly to say that they should discuss the distribution method separately. There are a total of 13 D-level energy-generating secret realms in Hangzhou. In addition to the Dark Emperor's secret forest, there are still 12 remaining. I want 2, and Hui Tai has 2, and each of you will have 1. The remaining 4 will be competed fairly, but I said it first. Even if you clear the same secret realm, you are not allowed to fight to the death. Then Liu asked, "What if I need a perfect guide to a secret realm?" "Well, if you conquer the secret realm on your own, it has nothing to do with me. But if you want to get the perfect guide from me, you must give me 10% of the loot." "Okay, I agree," Liu Yu said, thinking that if he irritates his 3 rebels again, causing endless trouble, and Liu Yu turns around and leans towards them, he will suffer a big loss. The rest of the team also agreed to the new arrangements. "Well then, I'm leaving. Call me at the next meeting time," Liu Yu said as he walked away. "Then Brother Yu, please take care and let's take care of each other from now on." And with that, the rest quickly followed suit, saying goodbye to each other and soon walked into the thick white fog. With Yu Taijia left standing at the entrance of the secret realm, with a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He whispers to himself saying, "I guess I'm arrogant after all." He then asked his substitute, the King of Time, which of these 4 people is not a dragon or a phoenix among men? How can they be willing to live under others for a long time? It's a pity. If I had been more prudent and improved my own strength first, then I might have had a better outcome. "Master, you have done a great job." Yu Taijia smiled and rubbed her little head and said, "Don't worry. It wasn't a total loss. At least I have gained something, though it's just lower than expected. Let's just go back and find our old teammates. They're still reliable. Although their talents are not as good as these people, I know them well." The scene shifts, and we see Lin Luo casually walking the streets with his substitutes behind him. With both hands in his pockets, he proceeds to tell them that although the wormhole guardians were taken care of, the white fog also receded a lot at that time. But now it seems that there are still some fish that have slipped through the net and are causing trouble. The government will dispatch the army soon, and I believe this disaster will be over. He then held his chin in one hand and said, "I remember that there seems to be a secret realm near here that can also generate energy. It seems to be called the Weeping Grave, and the trophy in it, Ashes of the Dead, can also restore energy. The recommended level for entering this secret realm seems to be similar to Secret Forest, almost." When they arrived at their desired destination, Lin Luo stared up at the information about this secret realm as it appears on a light blue system window. Secret Realm, Weeping Grave. Recommended entry level should be 30 to 35, and it is unlimited to the number of people allowed to enter. There is a place deep in the Forgotten Canyon where the heroes' souls are buried. The 6th Legion of the Temple is stationed here, responsible for guarding the rest of the mourners. However, when the team responsible for transporting supplies came here again, they found that the 6th Legion's camp was empty. Only from the depths of the many tombs, a woman's plaintive cry could be heard. Reading this, Lin Luo thought that in previous lives, most of these rare secret realms rich in energy were monopolized, so we have never visited them. Sadly, this one was included. So regarding the perfect strategy for this secret realm, he is not particularly clear on some details, but it doesn't matter. With resolved determination, he continues that even if he lacks details and strategies, and encounter an unexpected situation, he can still break through the situation with his strength. And with that, he entered the secret realm together with his substitutes. As they walked through the narrow path through the canyon, little Loli suddenly jumped and hugged a surprised Lin Luo, claiming it was so cold for her. Lin Luo asked the rest if they also feel cold as little Loli, to which each replied to be unbothered by it. Lin Luo took out some clothes which were intended for Lady Kaguya from his spatial crystal. With cold resistance clothes, little Loli and Lady Kaguya smiled delightfully, expressing their gratitude towards their master. "Master, there is no one here, and there are no signs of fighting. It seems like it has evaporated out of thin air," Master of Wishes says as they entered deep into the canyon. Then suddenly, not long after, the team was alerted as there were sounds of multiple footsteps heading towards them. "Master, the enemy is coming." "Okay, the plot begins," Lin Luo replied, clenching his fist excitedly. As the enemies approach them in full force, Lin Luo orders Dark Emperor to stop them in their tracks while he strengthens their lineup first. "Yes, Master." The enthusiast Dark Emperor replied, readying his stance, and immediately rushed towards them. Lin Luo then drew his golden 10-pole Wheel of Destiny lottery ticket and wished for his desired treasure to come true in one try. Upon hearing this, Master of Wishes immediately flips through its book, and as usual the Book of Wishes release a burst of dazzling light. "Master, your wish has been granted." Smiling slightly, Lin Luo crushed his golden ticket. Again, as the golden ticket dissolves into fragments of light, a giant ancient blue wheel appears before him. 10 needles in the center of the wheel started spinning wildly. Meanwhile, Dark Emperor uses his iron fist, which seems to be no match for the enemies, as he releases all the pent-up frustration caused by Savior. On the other hand, Lin Luo doesn't bother to predict the outcome and yells, "Stop and open for me." The needles slowed down and finally came to a halt. "Congratulations, you've won an SSS level Ascension Crystal." Without hesitation, Lin Luo excitedly puts his arm around Master of Wishes' shoulders and said excitedly, "Thank you for your hard work. The overall result of this lottery is great and the quality is even better." Holding the crystals in his hand, he thought it's fortunate that the results of the 10 consecutive draws were good this time. Otherwise, he would have been scolded again. The top-level Spiritual Ascension Crystal can directly upgrade A-level crystals to S-level and condense a substitute. It is a rumored miracle crystal. It is worth at least 1 billion Chinese coins on the market. However, it can only provide 70 talent experience points and cannot upgrade his plunder talent to SS level, but then it occurred to him that it would be better to leave it to his brother so that his talent can be upgraded to S level, and his substitute can be activated, which will make it easier to rescue him later. And with that, Lin Luo stores the Ascension Crystal and crushes the rest, offering it to Dark Emperor to improve his defense, agility, and action range. With immediate effect, Dark Emperor felt a surge of new power flowing through him. His attribute also significantly changed with an S-level talent of experience value of 14%, strength 214, 10 for normal people, agility 230 with intelligence of 11, defense 74 with HP 50-80 and energy 15 of 50% with a recovery rate every half hour with 1 point. Growth 100 with 31 meters of action distance. His skill Seize by Force now shows that every time he attacks an enemy and causes damage, he will randomly take away 3/10 of the opponent's attributes or abilities. The energy consumption has gone up to 7 and no cooldown time. With his new increased in stats, Dark Emperor loses himself in the one-sided battle, releasing an endless barrage of punches. Staring at the path ahead, Lin Luo thoughtfully tried to recall the perfect strategy that can maximize his profits. The main task of the players in this secret realm is to assist the Second Temple Legion, who came to investigate and defeat the necromancers of the witch cult who did bad things in the Tomb of Heroes. According to the normal process, as long as the plot is triggered, retreat outside, join up with the Second Temple Legion who are coming from behind, and then attack the Tomb of the Heroes together and defeat the witch cult. Receive the reward from the Second Temple Legion. In this case, the difficulty will not be particularly high. It is just suitable for players of level 35 to 40. Of course, the final reward will not be high either. However, there is a strategy that is more dangerous and audacious but also more profitable, which was punching the Second Temple Legion and kicking the witch cult. Just take advantage of them and kill them all. The specific method is to go out and stop the Second Temple Legion first, allowing the witch cult enough time to refine the heroes in Tomb of Heroes, and then come back to kill the witch cult alone. In this way, the mourner's ashes finally obtained do not need to be distributed to the Temple's Second Legion. After figuring out his best strategy, Lin Luo smirks mischievously and orders Lady Kaguya to help Dark Emperor. "Yes, Master." And with that, Lady Kaguya unleashed her sword, slicing through multiple enemies like hot knife through butter. As their backs face each other, Lin Luo told Dark Emperor to be decisive and efficient in his fights, ending them quickly so as to conserve energy. Meanwhile, Lin Luo and his substitute seems to be observed by a man in a dark purple robe through his water mirror ball. The person in question said with a disgruntled voice, "Huh? These young people are pretty awesome. They actually ran away before Abomination arrived." A charming female voice that was incompatible with her gloomy environment replied, "No, actually only one of them is human. The others are all heroic spirits summoned by him. This kid is not simple, he is actually a destined one, and he can summon multiple heroic spirits. It's incredible!" This voluptuous woman was wearing a white wedding dress, tinted with decoratively dark purple color and an uncovered veil hanging behind her. At this moment, the second legion of the Holy Temple of several hundred knights were like a long dragon, grandly entered the trail in the middle of the Forgotten Canyon. Leading them was the legion commander, Reinhardt, who raised his sword high and declared firmly, "Today, we must eliminate those from the witches' cult." The other knights of the Holy Temple rallied to their legion commander's words. Just then, under the flying snow, two thin figures appeared on the path ahead. Reinhardt, ever vigilant, narrowed his eyes slightly. These figures were Lin Luo and Dark Kagaya. Lin Luo bowed slightly and said, "Commander, I bring the latest intelligence from the camp ahead." Reinhardt looked at Dark Kagaya wearing black armor next to Lin Luo and silently thought, "The Destined One also brings a heroic spirit with him? It's really rare." Surprised to encounter a chosen one accompanied by a heroic spirit in this place, he flipped several gold coins in his hand and said, "Adventurer, share what you know. I will reward you based on the importance of the information." Lin Luo respectfully replied, "Actually, my attendant discovered this intelligence. It would be better for her to report to you." As Dark Kagaya approached Reinhardt without permission, he frowned slightly and he hastily reprimanded her, scolding in a low voice to stay there and report. "Don't come any closer." However, before he could finish, Dark Kagaya suddenly exerted force on her feet, and suddenly like lightning, she slashed at the hoof of the white horse under his crotch. Reinhardt, worthy of being the commander of the Second Legion, leaped from his horse almost instantaneously and made the wise decision to abandon the horse. Reinhardt unsheathed his sword and took a stance, asking Lin Luo who he was. At that moment, a strange voice echoed as he stared at Lin Luo's eyes, "You will be immobilized for 3 seconds." Reinhardt felt an invisible force suppressing him, helplessly watching Dark Kagaya strike him repeatedly. His power was being plundered by Dark Kagaya's frenzied blade as multiple notifications rang excessively. Your substitute Dark Kagaya, Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya form against Reinhardt activated the marauding blade. Successfully captured 2,410 points of fighting spirit. Your substitute Dark Kagaya, Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya form activated raising blade against Reinhardt. Successfully captured fighting skill, Flame Devouring Wave Sword of 30% power. Your substitute Dark Kagaya, Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya form against Reinhardt activated Blade of Plunder. Successfully captured Master Sword skill of 30% power. Reinhardt continuously felt Dark Kagaya's blade and suddenly, Reinhardt's eyes widened as he looked towards Lin Luo's Master of Wishes. Sensing the binding power emanating from the scholar holding a book, he erupted in golden fighting energy, knowing the controlling force wouldn't last long. Other knights of the Holy Temple rushed to rescue their commander, but were repelled by Lin Luo's whirlwind sword aura. After 3 seconds, Reinhardt regained control of his body, sweeping his sword to force Dark Kagaya back. He glared at Lin Luo with fury, "Despicable assassin of the witch's cult. Face me in an honorable fight if you dare, instead of sending these heroic spirits to ambush me." To his surprise, Lin Luo sheathed his blade and opened his arms wide, leaving himself open, and said, "Very well, come at me." Reinhardt was slightly taken aback, unsure of Lin Luo's intentions, but his sword did not hesitate, slashing towards Lin Luo with surging golden fighting energy. Just inches from Lin Luo's head, an invisible force halted his sword, and a majestic voice thundered, "I am the Savior, who dares to challenge my majesty." Behind Lin Luo was Savior's towering figure with 2 wings rising up. Reinhardt's heart was engulfed in a storm of shock and disbelief. Aren't chosen ones only able to contract with 1 heroic spirit? How many does this make now? Lin Luo's lips curled into a cruel smile as he said, "I wish for you to be immobilized for the next second." As soon as Lin Luo made his wish, Savior's slender arm casually shot up, and transparent spatial waves appeared around Reinhardt's head. With a soft command from Savior, Reinhardt's body began to twist and distort within these spatial fluctuations until his entire body was completely swallowed up, leaving only his scattered armor behind. At the tomb of the heroic spirits, the Lich Bride and Necromancer, watching through the water mirror ball, were dumbfounded. What the hell? What is happening? Could it be that the witch's cult sent an envoy to help us? Then why didn't we receive the notice and sent in dead monsters to kill him? Isn't this a mistake? The Lich Bride was silent for a moment, and then said in a daze, I didn't receive the notice either. It seems the higher-ups were worried that we were no match for these Imperial Eagle dogs, so they secretly sent a messenger. Pondered the Necromancer with a sinister chuckle. We can now comfortably refine the bones of those heroes. After all, mourners' ashes are very important. The Lich Bride agreed, replying, You're right. And with the commander of the Holy Temple dead, we should welcome this envoy. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the valley. The death of their legion commander drove the Holy Temple Knights into a frenzy, and they charged madly at Lin Luo and his substitutes. But how could they stand a chance against Dark Kagaya? In moments, they were all cut down, leaving only their corpses behind. Dark Kagaya sheathed her sword nonchalantly, leaving the NPC knights from the player faction dead, a feat that yielded little experience but no loot. However, it was necessary to collect enough mourners' ashes. The system again notifies Lin Luo, Congratulations player, your substitute Dark Kagaya, Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya form killed Reinhardt, and you gained 5,760,000 experience points. Killing NPCs above level 8 will gain 900% experience points. Wish to fight 100 battles effect also gain 200% experience points by killing monsters. Seeing another wave of Holy Temple Knights preparing to charge, Lin Luo decided to find a place to hide, and also instructs Dark Kagaya to do the same as these remaining knights posed little threat to the witch's cult. He planned to wait for the two sides to engage in real combat before reaping them. Just then, the ground in front of him churned, and an undead emerged, surprising him. Speaking infrequently, the undead proceeds to say, Distant envoy, the witch's cult invites you to the Tomb of Heroes. Leave these remaining Imperial Eagle dogs to us to handle. Lin Luo had intended to hide and let them fight each other, but it seemed his actions had been misinterpreted by the witch's cult. Accepting the situation, Lin Luo replied for the undead to lead the way. As the undead led him through the Forgotten Canyon, Lin Luo silently hoping this turn of events in this secret realm would bring unexpected merits. Soon, Lin Luo and his substitutes arrived at the entrance of the Tomb of Heroes, where the Lich Bride and several necromancers were waiting. Staring at the mages, Lin Luo confidently thought that as a legendary assassin, he could kill them 1,000 times over in an instant if he got close. As a result, he would have directly clear the secret realm. But let's get started first and see what the ashes of the deceased are and where they are kept. The Lich Bride broke the silence atmosphere with her charming and moving, silver bell voice. Honored envoy, thank you for your assistance. Have you brought any important orders? Lin Luo felt a sense of resignation, thinking, what orders? Didn't you bring me here? Realizing it was time to act, Lin Luo feigned a cough in an intense manner, playing his role perfectly. What else could it be? How well have you done what the higher-ups tasked you with? A necromancer stepped forward respectfully. Dear envoy, after 10 days of rituals, we have preliminarily completed the refinement of the Frost Giant Dragon. With an authoritative command, Lin Luo requested them to take him to see it. He then waved his hand, signaling them to lead the way. Then please, honored envoy, come with me. The Lich Bride, slightly puzzled, led the way to the underground chamber of the Tomb of Heroes. The walls along the corridor were lit with everlasting burning lamps, casting bright light and illuminating the narrow corridor in front and around them. The group fell silent for a while, leaving only the clear sound of footsteps echoing through the passageway. The atmosphere turned oppressive and somber. Soon, they reached an underground hall, where the light was dimmer and the temperature had dropped significantly. Turning around, the Lich Bride said, Honored envoy, this is it. When Lin Luo walked in, he was surprised at what he was staring at. In the middle of the hall, there was a large circle of numerous necromancers in black robes, and in their midst, a massive frost giant dragon was securely chained. The massive frost giant dragon made of bones is as tall as 3 or 4 people just lying down, and the bone spurs on its back are reaching the top of the hall. Lin Luo immediately assessed that once awakened, the dragon would be a level 40 boss, not something ordinary level 30 to 35 players could easily handle. Pretending to be satisfied, Lin Luo nodded and asked, You've worked hard. How much longer will it take to finish refining the Frost Giant Dragon? The higher-ups are getting impatient. One of the necromancers, eager to please, replied, Honored envoy, it will take approximately 2 more days to completely refine the Frost Giant Dragon. We were worried about the arrival of the Second Legion of the Holy Temple, but with your help, we can now refine it without concerns. Lin Luo noncommittally nodded, realizing that the frost giant dragon wasn't originally a boss of this secret realm unless the players entering are too weak. Giving the witch's cult enough time to refine the frost giant dragon, the outcome would be deadly. Turning to the waiting necromancers, Lin Luo inquired, "Where is the mourner's ash? I expended a lot of energy in the recent battle and need to replenish." The necromancers hesitated, one of them cautiously saying, "Honored envoy, the mourner's ash is a crucial ingredient in refining the frost giant dragon. We have used most of it already." Although slightly confused, Lin Luo sternly said, "Isn't replenishing my energy important? Bring me the remaining ashes." The necromancers quickly brought 6 black wooden boxes containing a gray crystalline powder. As Lin Luo took some, he felt a surge of mystical power replenishing his substitute energy. A system notification informed him that one portion of Mourner's Ash could slowly restore 100 points of energy. He had spent over 380 points just to defeat the Holy Temple's commander, and there were only 6 portions here, hardly a profitable exchange. Disappointed, Lin Luo asked, "Can we continue producing Mourner's Ash?" The Lich Bride, who had been standing quietly, spoke, "Honored envoy, producing Mourner's Ash would delay the refinement of the frost giant dragon." Lin Luo, undeterred, declared, "Halt the refinement of the frost giant dragon. Prioritize producing Mourner's Ash for me. But don't worry, as long as you diligently produce the amount I need, you can continue with your original task." The necromancers exchanged glances, clearly hesitant as their new directive contradicted their main task. Lin Luo, giving them no time to ponder, sternly demanded, "Are you defying orders?" And just like that, Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya, standing behind him, subtly moved forward. The necromancers quickly apologized and hurried off to gather their subordinates, instructing them to pause their current tasks and start producing Mourner's Ash for Lin Luo, who nodded in satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to Lin Luo, the Lich Bride quietly left the hall amidst the flurry of activity and commotion. She went to a dimly lit tomb chamber and activated a teleportation circle. From the circle emerged a dark figure accompanied by a hoarse-chilling voice. "Is there a problem on your end? Why contact me now?" The Lich Bride respectfully explained, "My lord, please forgive the interruption. There's no issue here. In fact, thanks to your help, we have repelled the Empire's hounds." The dark figure paused before asking, "What help?" A sense of dread grew in the Lich Bride's heart. "Wasn't it you who sent a chosen one to assist us?" She quickly produced a crystal ball showing Lin Luo's image. This man, with his heroic spirits, defeated the Holy Temple's knights. He's now directed us to stop refining the frost giant dragon and produce Mourner's Ash for him. After another long silence, the Shadow replied, "I don't know this person, and he's not a member of our witch's cult. But killing the Empire's people suggests he's an enemy of the Empire. Invite him to join the witch's cult." The Lich Bride, puzzled, asked, "He's an unknown entity. Shouldn't we eliminate him?" The Shadow responded slowly, "The enemy of our enemy is our friend. If he only wants Mourner's Ash, give him as much as he needs." Unaware of his exposure, Lin Luo continued to oversee the work while learning about their refinement process. He noticed that the bodies dragged out from the coffins still retained some energy, which the necromancers harnessed to produce Mourner's Ash. On average, they could refine 1 portion per hour. As long as these necromancers kept up their efforts, Lin Luo would soon achieve his goal of energy independence. Just then, the Lich Bride approached Lin Luo, who immediately scolded her. "Where did you go slacking off? Get back to work. Don't think you can slack just because you have a good figure." The Lich Bride, amused, looked at Lin Luo seductively and asked, "Who are you, really? What is your purpose in infiltrating our ranks?" Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had been exposed. He calmly responded, "I didn't infiltrate. Weren't you the ones who insisted on bringing me here?" The Lich Bride fell silent, realizing they had jumped to conclusions. Lin Luo had never claimed to be part of the witch's cult. Her tone shifted back to being sultry and persuasive. Reprimanding herself, curtsying, she said, "I am the Lich Bride, serving under the witch's cult's Witch of Desire. How may I address you?" Lin Luo stood up and slowly said, "You can call me Dark Emperor." The Lich Bride, recalling her memories, found no record of such a powerful figure. Nevertheless, she quickly replied, "Since the Empire is our common enemy, why don't we join forces? Our witch cult has plenty of Mourner's Ash. If you agree to visit us, we can offer you a substantial amount." Lin Luo was surprised by this unexpected plot twist. Usually, after defeating a boss, the storyline would end, but this narrative seemed to extend further, an occurrence he hadn't encountered before. If he really went to the witch's cult for the ash, he worried about being trapped. He wasn't confident enough to single-handedly take on the entire witch's cult. After pondering for a moment, Lin Luo replied, "You can refine some more Mourner's Ash for me. As for visiting the witch cult, let's talk about it after you complete my required amount." The Lich Bride hesitated and then asked, "How much do you need?" Lin Luo casually held up 2 fingers and said, "I just need 20 portions." The Witch Bride hastily shook her head and said, "It's too late now. You killed the leader of the Holy Temple Army this afternoon. The Empire must have already sent masters over. We need to immediately resume the refining of the Frost Giant Dragon and can't waste any more time helping you refine the bone ashes of the deceased." Lin Luo frowned slightly at the Lich Bride's urgency. What's there to fear? If the Empire's elites come, I'll handle them. Just focus on refining the mourner's ash for me, he insisted. However, the Lich Bride firmly disagreed this time. With all due respect, the ones coming will be experts with at least 3 class advancements. They're not in our league. I'm sorry, but we can't continue refining the mourner's ash for you. Lin Luo was taken aback by her stubbornness. Finding the necromancers easier to deceive, he sighed inwardly and slowly approached her, feigning agreement. You make a good point. I agree to go back to the witch's cult with you. Suddenly, Lin Luo drew his blade, activating his fighting skill, flame-devouring wave sword, infinite sword chi, and thrust the blade into her body. Lin Luo whispered in her ear, saying, "But you'll have to wait until your next life for that to happen. Congratulations to the player. You killed the Lich Bride, gained 3,640,000 experience points. You gained 700% experience points for killing NPCs above level 6. Wish 100 battles affect killing monsters will also gain 200% experience points." Multiple whirlwind sword auras erupted from within her as the surrounding necromancers screamed in horror. "Someone come quick. He's not an envoy. He's an assassin." Lin Luo calmly pulled out his blade and commanded Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to take them down. And just like that, the 2 substitutes begun to wreak havoc, deleting necromancers left and right. Suddenly, a deep green bandage tightly wound around Lin Luo, restraining him. A black-robed necromancer crackled and said, "You're trapped in my death bind. Assassin, you're done for." Lin Luo, unimpressed, easily shattered the peculiar bandage with a burst of strength. Sending the necromancer flying, the necromancer looked at Lin Luo in horror. "You're just an assassin. Why didn't my death bind work on you?" At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Lin Luo leaped backward, saying, "What's going on with this vibration? Could it be?" His words were cut off as an elderly necromancer, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "With my life as the medium resurrect, Frost Giant Dragon, destroy this despicable assassin." The skeleton of the Frost Giant Dragon seemed to be infused with a soul at this moment. Lin Luo stared at its massive body as it suddenly rose from the ground, staring at the Frost Giant Dragon with a shocked expression. At this moment, its attribute panel immediately appeared in front of Lin Luo. A Frost Dragon with an incomplete status, level 35 with attack power of 480, agility 89 with defense of 520, health value of 90,000 and experience value of 360,000. It also has 3 skills, which are the Frost Breath, which sprays extremely cold dragon breath, causing 600 to 950 points of magic damage to the target, and cause slow movement. However, due to the incomplete state, activating the skill will consume the health of Frost Dragon. A Crushing Claw attack which also kill prey ferociously, causing 500 to 600 points of physical damage, and suppress targets with insufficient strength. And finally, a Dragon Roar which stuns targets with insufficient willpower and reduces the target's combat effectiveness by 10% to 20%. Since it was forcibly awakened, the Frost Giant Dragon was in a weakened state. Lin Luo felt relieved when he saw the properties of this panel. Though it looked formidable, but its strength was not much stronger than the previously defeated monster commander. Lin Luo immediately ordered Lady Kagaya to kill the old Necrocaster, while he and Dark Emperor charged at the Frost Giant Dragon. Upon seeing these 2 challengers, the Frost Giant Dragon let out a ferocious roar of dragon's might, followed by a wide-range Frost Breath attack towards them. Lin Luo, surrounded by dense whirlwind sword aura, instantly shattered the icy breath. Dark Emperor, standing beside him, crossed his arms and bore the brunt of the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo leaped into the air and fiercely struck the giant dragon's head with his sword, smashing it into the ground. Dark Emperor quickly joined in, bombarding the dragon's face with countless punches. The Frost Giant Dragon, heavily injured, opened its mouth attempting to counterattack, was again suppressed by a river of sword energy formed by numerous whirlwind sword auras. Its head, just beginning to rise, was pressed down once more. At this moment, Lady Kagaya also swiftly moved to kill the old Necro with a fierce stab, piercing him through with precision and unwavering movements. Lin Luo immediately instructed Lady Kagaya to join the attack on the dragon. The Frost Giant Dragon, overwhelmed by the trio, had no chance to open its mouth for another attack and soon died miserably in this underground tomb. Congratulations to the player for defeating the Frost Giant Dragon. You have gained 6,480,000 experience points. Killing NPCs above level 8, you gain 900% experience points. Wish 100 battles affect killing monsters also gain 200% experience points. Congratulations to the player for advancing to level 28. Announced the system, Lin Luo, looking at the enormous dragon corpse, gasped heavily and thought, this big guy had an incredibly thick health bar, but for the rewards, it's all worth it. First, he allocated all the attribute points from leveling up to agility, raising it from 218 to 222. Then, he put all his skill points into all swords returned to origin. By continually enhancing this skill, he could minimize its consumption. Reaching a realm where sword energy could regenerate endlessly would even significantly increase his attack frequency. Next, it was time to collect the spoils of battle. Lin Luo wondered what treasures the Frost Giant Dragon might yield. He then plunged his hand into the dragon's body to search and soon pulled out a long sword emanating waves of cold air from the dragon's spine. Examining the sword in his hand, Lin Luo praised his find. Incredible, I never expected a diamond-level longsword. Fortune really favors me. He immediately checked the sword's attributes. Sword Heart of Oblivion. Its quality is a rare diamond grade with restricted level of 27, and has a restricted occupation under melee second turn occupations with an attack power of plus 289. Critical hit rate of plus 15% with its damage of plus 20%, attack speed of plus 20%, and an armor break which ignore target 10% physical defense. It also has a slash frost skill and with that each attack reduces the enemy's agility by 2%, lasting for 5 seconds, and can be stacked up to 15 times. A whale active skill which activate the resentment of Frost Dragon and the sword, causing hesitation effect to enemies within a radius of 5 meters, and cooling time of 1 hour. And finally, a skill called the hesitation effect which temporarily stop attacking the target. Lin Luo was all smiles after checking the sword's stats. Not only was its attack power over 200 points higher than his previous Guardian short blade, but the skills it came with were also well suited for him. He hadn't expected such high-level equipment from this secret realm of this level. Without any hesitation, Lin Luo replaced the Guardian short blade with the Heart of Oblivion. Considering any delay of disrespect to such a divine artifact, the appearance of the Heart of Oblivion filled Lin Luo with anticipation for the upcoming loot. He quickly searched through the dragon's corpse, finding various high-level potions, magic scrolls, several pieces of superior equipment, and a substantial amount of coins. One item, named Horn of the Frost Giant Dragon, could summon a level 35 boss to fight for him. He had only seen such an item in the game's auction house in his previous life, worth at least tens of millions of dollars. Before leaving, Lin Luo glanced at the corpse of the Lich Bride and coldly said, "Next time I come, don't slack off. You should have been refining the ashes of the dead properly, then you wouldn't have died so quickly. Let's go. It's time to find our next plunder target." Less than an hour after Lin Luo left the dungeon, Lu Yu, who had parted ways with Yute Jia and others, arrived at the entrance. Seeing the dungeon's clearance time on the screen, he was infuriated, having missed his chance again, and it was still the Dark Emperor who was ahead of him. At that moment, his desire to kill Lin Luo reached an unprecedented height. Meanwhile, in the Supervision Bureau's building on the second floor, the doorway of a room was surrounded by armed inspectors. Inside, a young man named Guo Tao, holding a notebook, trembled in a corner. He had awakened an S-rank talent, Simulated Future, on the second day of the Universal Awakening and received an S-ranked Substitute Future Diary. He could present the predicted future in textual form in his diary. Guo Tao believed he would become the true protagonist of the era, with the ability to foresee the future. However, the first time he used Simulated Future, his diary wrote, "When you read this, I am already dead." On the 4th day of the fog lockdown, while calculating how to distribute the remaining food in my room, a strange man with a beautiful girl in maid attire burst into my house. After confirming I was Guo Tao, the beautiful girl killed me without a second word. I don't want to die. I must change this deadly fate. After reading the content in the diary, Guo Tao angrily threw the diary on the ground. Unable to understand why someone would want to kill him, especially in a society governed by law. The future diary emitted a faint glow, as if communicating something to its owner. Guo Tao quickly lay on the ground, looking at the future diary, and spoke loudly, "There must be a mistake. Future diary resimulate a path for my survival. In a scenario where I foresee this event, when they break into my room, I immediately deny being Guo Tao, but the man still orders that detestable woman to kill me." Sweating profusely, but still not giving up, Guo Tao continued his simulations. They break into my room again. I resist with a kitchen knife. Then I die. At this point, Guo Tao is having a mental meltdown, screaming, "Can I even escape if I can't confront them?" Before the fog lockdown, I fled to Magic City. Then the fog arrived, and terrifying monsters roamed outside the fog. You shouldn't be able to find me this time, right? Then the doorbell rang. I went to the door, and suddenly a sharp pain pierced my chest. A long sword impaled my heart. I died, completely breaking down. Tears silently fell from Guo Tao's eyes. Is begging for mercy on my knees also useless? He can track my location. Running away is futile. This time, I open my room to welcome them. In their surprised expressions, I choose to kneel before them, crying and begging them not to kill me. Then I die. Guo Tao was in complete and utter despair. No matter how many times he simulated, the result always led to a dead end. Even escaping to the Supervision Bureau with armed protection was of no use. So, he made his last simulation. Tonight, the glass doors of the Supervision Bureau lobby are shattered by monsters. Terrifying monsters rush in. I make a final effort and jump from the second floor. I finally see him. Those occult creatures are also under his control. I die. My regret is not dying under the knife of that beautiful girl, but under the fists of a man in black armor. Just as Guo Tao finished reading his diary, the window above him was smashed by several insect creatures. Holding his head in his hands, Guo Tao momentarily shut his eyes, knowing that the person coming to kill him had arrived. Looking through the broken window, he could vaguely see two mysterious figures on the rooftop opposite, observing him. These two were Lin Luo and Master of Wishes. The insect creatures that had just invaded the Supervision Bureau were a result of Lin Luo's wish to Master of Wishes. At that moment, Lin Luo noticed someone jumping from the second floor. He smiled slightly and said, "Master of Wishes, the target has appeared. Let the insect stop." After speaking, he summoned Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya and led them towards the alley where Guo Tao had fled. Oddly, Guo Tao showed no fear upon seeing them. Instead, his face revealed a sense of relief, as if he had been waiting for them. He slowly said, "Your substitute is truly beautiful, even more than I imagined." Lin Luo frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean? You knew I was coming?" "Yes, my talent allowed me to foresee your arrival, but I really don't know what I did to offend you." Lin Luo muttered, "Foresight? A remarkable talent." Guo Tao didn't hear Lin Luo's murmur and, holding the future diary, said resignedly, "Though foresight sounds like a great talent, I find it more of a curse." Spurting a mouthful of blood, Guo Tao continued that aside from preempting dungeon rewards, it offers no enhancement to combat power, and the content of the future diary is unchangeable. Isn't that a curse? I'm tired and don't want to resist anymore. Resisting the insects in the Supervision Bureau already left me severely injured. I don't care who you are now, nor why you want to kill me. I only wish that you would let that beautiful girl be the one to end my life. Lin Luo, encountering such a situation for the first time, thought this is all too bizarre for him. But to be cautious of any deceit, he didn't follow Guo Tao's request and instead chose to have Dark Emperor do it. Guo Tao looked at Dark Emperor approaching him and let out his last sigh. In the end, I'm to die under the fists of the man in black armor. Fate is indeed predetermined. With a loud bang, Guo Tao died under the iron fist of Dark Emperor, deleting his short but expected end. After Guo Tao's death, the system notification appeared. To activate your S-level talent Plunder, please choose one of the 4 target attribute values: talent effects, skill effects, and soul power to plunder. Lin Luo immediately crouched down and chose to use his plunder talent on him. Smiling, he checked the attributes of the new talent he had acquired: simulated future, S-rank talent, effect, textual simulation of the future in the future diary based on the host's subjective decisions and choices, no cooldown time needed. An S-level substitute, future diary with strength and agility of 0, 10 for normal people, a defensive 1 with unknown intelligence, HP of 500 with growth of 170, energy of 200 with energy recovery speed of 1 point per hour, an action distance of 0, and has a skill, carrying the future, which the deduced future can be presented in the form of text in the diary, which can only be viewed by the host. Future diary also has a skill to deduce the future within 1 day, which consume 1 energy point at a time. To deduce the future within 2 days, consume 2 energy points at a time. To deduce the future within 3 days, consume 4 energy points at a time. To deduce the farther future, each time for 1 more day, the energy consumption is multiplied by 2 times. And finally, the basic consumption only displays the most important events in the deduced future. It is necessary to display the details of the deduced future, and the energy consumption is doubled. No cooldown time. Realizing that this was a talent that required a substitute to use, Lin Luo immediately summoned a new substitute, the Future Diary, which appeared as an ordinary notebook. As Lin Luo instructed, Text began to appear on the pages, and he felt his energy draining. I am Lin Luo. When you read this, I am already dead. Before my second visit to the Tomb of Tears, I encountered a young man claiming to be the modern celestial master, Lu Yu. He attacked without a word. I didn't indulge him, but unexpectedly, neither I nor Dark Emperor were his match. In the end, I was killed by a bolt of lightning. I don't want to die. I must change this death. Lin Luo's face changed slightly as he read the words. I plan to tackle the Tomb of Tears tomorrow afternoon. Does this mean I'll die then? How is that possible? As Lin Luo remembers Gua Tao's last words about his talent being cursed, he placed his forehead in one hand, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. I've been given a second chance at life. I can't die obscurely like this. Every talent is supposed to help its host. I've never heard of a talent harmful to its owner. There must be some detail I'm overlooking. And with that, he analyzed the future diary's content meticulously, questioning who Celestial Master Lu Yu was and why he would want to kill someone he didn't even know. And if I really did fight him, why would I only summon Dark Emperor? Lin Luo then summoned Master of Wishes for assistance and instructed the future diary to continue with simulated future. The diary started simulating again. I am Lin Luo. When you read this, I am already dead. Before my second visit to the Tomb of Tears, I saw a young man emerging from the mist and immediately summoned two substitutes. Wait a minute, why would I have two substitutes? When both Dark Emperor and Master of Wishes appeared, the opponent was clearly surprised. However, after a brief exchange, Master of Wishes collapsed due to enduring wishes beyond his limit and Dark Emperor was suppressed. The lightning from the sky struck and killed me again. After reading the contents of the diary, Lin Luo was surprised to find that the content had changed since the last time. At this moment, the Master of Wishes also discovered a flaw in the future diary. He respectfully said, Respected Master, generally, each player only has one talent and one substitute. The future diary is, after all, only an S-class substitute. Without summoning the rest of the substitutes, it will only make inferences based on common sense. Lin Luo thought that what the Master of Wishes said made a lot of sense. His own situation was extremely special, something unheard of even in the future. Realizing this, Lin Luo immediately summoned all the substitutes and initiated a new round of inference. My name is Lin Luo. When you see this sentence, I have already died. When I, knowing the future, once again arrived at the secret realm Tomb of Tears, I decided to go all out with a surprise attack. Wait, why do I have 5 substitutes? The opponent is the strongest enemy I have encountered since my rebirth. I knew if I didn't give it my all, I would definitely die. So I directly merged Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya, combined with Charming Queen's illusion, and with the control of Master of Wishes and Green Goblin, we launched an attack. After a tough battle, I still lost. I still couldn't match the young Celestial Master Lu Yu. I still died under the thunder from the heavens. An SSS-class substitute and talent are just too terrifying. At this point, Lin Luo's face turned very grim after seeing this outcome. He didn't expect that 5 S-class substitutes couldn't beat a single SSS-class substitute. He immediately ordered Dark Emperor to punch him. Since 5 substitutes weren't enough, he would add another one. Made by the huge fist wind of Dark Emperor, Savior appeared behind Lin Luo, directly blocking Dark Emperor's attack. Lin Luo ignored the 2 clashing substitutes behind him and had the future diary make another inference. However, the results still ended in failure. The several substitutes were defeated one after another and he himself died due to a shattered heart. After seeing this outcome, Lin Luo felt somewhat desperate, like experiencing a crushing defeat. Is there really no way? Do I really have to temporarily retreat and not go to gather energy? Although gathering energy seems insignificant compared to my life, I can't just keep running away. Lin Luo turned to Master of Wishes and ordered, Master of Wishes, I need to know what strategy can defeat Lu Yu. Hearing this, Master of Wishes immediately flipped through the Book of Wishes which continues to shimmer with dazzling light. After a moment, he respectfully said, Respected Master, the last hope lies in the yet-to-be-born fetal movement. Without hesitation, Lin Luo summoned the substitute fetal movement and then activated his talent simulated future. My name is Lin Luo. When you read this sentence, I am still alive. I didn't choose to ambush, but decided to fight Lu Yu openly and fairly. Although he is much stronger than the average SSS-class Talon Awakener, I am not worried because I already have a surefire way to win. During this battle, when Lu Yu summoned his substitute, I immediately chose an emotion as the incubating source for the fetal movement. With this powerful emotion, my 8th substitute was finally born. I won this battle, but unfortunately, Lu Yu, that cunning guy, managed to escape. I didn't find out his reason for coming to kill me, but I had an unexpected huge gain from this battle. Although this battle consumed a lot of stored energy compared to the final gain, I know it was all worth it. Knowing the outcome in advance, I am already looking forward to this battle. After reading the result, Lin Luo looked at the fetal movement in his hand with some joy. The future was finally changed, and the key was the incubation of the fetal movement in his hand. But what emotion should he choose as the source for incubating the fetal movement? After pondering for a moment, a hint of cold light flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. He turned to Master of Wishes and asked, "Master of Wishes, can you find a way to kill Lu this time?" Master of Wishes began to flip through the Book of Wishes, which continues to shimmer with dazzling light. After sensing for a while, he helplessly said, "I'm sorry, Master. Fulfilling this wish would cause me to collapse." Lin Luo showed an expression that seemed to have expected this. The gap between S-Class and SSS Class is still too big, and according to the record, this celestial Master Liu should have other methods. I must prepare well. But before that, I should first go to the prison and give the Spirit Ascending Crystal to my brother to help him raise his talent level to S-Class. And with that, Lin Luo set off with his substitutes following behind him. Meanwhile, on the high tower of the Inspector Bureau's prison, 2 police inspectors were continuously clearing the huge locusts surrounding them. Ever since the white fog descended, a large number of insects have been attacking here every day. Suddenly, a giant locust seized the opportunity and rushed towards the 2 officers, who were immediately terrified into a corner. In that moment, a warrior rigged out in black armor appeared and killed the giant locust with a punch. The 2 police inspectors were stunned and couldn't regain their composure for a moment. The newcomer was Lin Luo with Dark Emperor. Standing on the giant locust, Lin Luo kindly said to the confused officer, "Officers, I am Zhou Dongxing's brother. I had an appointment to visit the prison today." The 2 inspectors immediately led Lin Luo to the prison entrance and politely said, "Your brother has been waiting for you inside, and thank you for saving us just now. I have reported your matter to the warden. After your visit, he said he would like to talk to you." With the cooperation of the 2 police inspectors, Lin Luo quickly passed through various checkpoints and arrived at the reception room, where his brother was waiting for him behind a thick glass barrier. Being in his second life, he finally saw his brother Zhou Dongxing again, looking at the man in front of him, who appeared resolute yet slightly haggard. Lin Luo's myriad thoughts coalesced into a simple greeting. "Brother Zhou, it's been a long time." Zhou Dongxing, with undisguised concern on his face, said, "Little Luo, why are you here? There are man-eating monsters outside now. Are you hurt? Let me call someone to check on you." Lin Luo pursed his lips slightly, touched by his brother's worried tone, felt a surge of emotion, and barely holding back his tears, said with a choked voice, "Brother Zhou, you don't need to worry about me. No one can bully us anymore." Zhou Dongxing was momentarily stunned, sensing something unusual about his brother today. He quickly asked Little Luo, "Tell me, did you suffer any grievances outside? Don't be afraid. Once I get out, I will." He trailed off, his voice lowering, and a look of dejection appeared on his face. He desperately wanted to help his brother, but he didn't know how long it would be before he could get out. Zhou Dongxing suddenly remembered the condition proposed by the warden the previous night. If he agreed, he could be released sooner. With this thought, hope reignited in his eyes. "Don't worry, Little Luo. I've thought of a way to get out. No matter who bullies you, I will seek justice for you." Lin Luo, seeing his brother's excitement, couldn't help but smile. "Brother Zhou, don't worry. No one can bully me now. I've brought you a gift. With it, you might be able to get out soon." Zhou Dongxing looked at him skeptically, but before he could speak, he suddenly felt a figure appear behind him. A palm struck his back, and an unimaginable power surged into his body. The police inspectors in the reception room immediately drew their weapons and aimed at Lin Luo, demanding in a low voice, "Put your hands up. Explain what you did right now." Lin Luo calmly raised his hands, reassuring them, "Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. I'm just giving my brother something. This thing disappears upon contact with the human body and isn't a dangerous item. It shouldn't be against the rules, right?" At that moment, Zhou Dongxing let out a hoarse roar. His body burst into crimson flames, and just like that his talent level rose from A-Class to S-Class. S-Class talent Courageous Heart, Red Bold. For every 3% reduction of the host's maximum health, 1% damage reduction is gained. With a knowing smile, Zhou Dongxing's attribute panel appeared publicly before Lin Luo and everyone. As the flames continued to burn, a knight clad in silver armor, surrounded by fierce flames, stepped out from the fire. An S-level Red Lotus Knight with strength of 170, 10 for normal people, agility of 140 with intelligence of 50, defense of 150 with HP of 6000. Energy of 90 with energy recovery speed of 1 point per hour. Growth of 100 with 15 meters of action distance. It also has 2 skills which are Red Lotus Shield and Red Lotus Spear. The first, activate Red Lotus power, which increased defense by 60 points and consume 1 point of energy every minute. And the latter, also activate Red Lotus power, which attack with 50 points of burning damage, consuming 1 point of energy every minute. Zhou Dongxing, turning around and looking at the figure in disbelief, said, "Is this my substitute, Crimson Lotus Knight?" Lin Luo, seeing this impressive substitute, felt genuinely happy for his brother. "Brother Zhou, with his help, you can definitely earn merits in prison and get a reduced sentence." Zhou Dongxing, after retracting his substitute, did not show joy, but rather expressed urgency, asking, "Little Luo, what did you just use on me? Why did my talent level increase? Why didn't you keep such a precious thing for yourself?" Lin Luo reassured him with a smile, "Don't worry, brother, I still have more of it." Hearing this, Zhou Dongxing was all smiles as well. What they didn't know was that everything that had happened in the reception room was recorded by the surveillance system. In an office, a laptop was playing the footage of the recent events. The warden, Duan Qifeng, was intently watching the scene unfold, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Excitedly, he remarked, "Incredible. What treasure did he use to elevate Zhou Dongxing's talent to S-class?" After chatting for a long time with Zhou Dongxing, Lin Luo was reminded by the police inspectors that the visiting time was almost over. He quickly got up, said goodbye to his brother, and urged him to behave well and try to get out as soon as possible. As Lin Luo left the reception room, the police inspector accompanying him suddenly spoke. "Mr. Lin Luo, our warden would like to meet with you. He says he has a way to help your brother." Lin Luo's expression turned wicked, revealing that he had anticipated this. The Inspector Bureau's prison, isolated in the midst of the enveloping white fog, would obviously not let go of a powerful external ally so easily. Moments later, Lin Luo, following the inspector to an office on the 3rd floor, where Warden Duan Qifeng greeted him with a smile. "What a young hero you are, Lin Luo. I'm Duan Qifeng, the person in charge of this prison." Lin Luo, not showing any signs of intimidation, got straight to the point. "Hello, Uncle Duan. Did you call me here because there's something you need my help with?" Lin Luo silently thought, "As far as I know, the most advanced talent in the entire prison is only an A level. Now that I have an opportunity to improve my talent, I don't think anyone would be willing to miss it." Duan Qingfeng's eyes briefly flashed with surprise, but he didn't directly answer the question. Instead, he asked, "Do you know what really happened with your brother's case?" Lin Luo frowned slightly at the question. "What do you mean? Is there more to my brother's case?" In his previous life, his brother hadn't shared the specifics of his case when he was released. Lin Luo always felt there was something suspicious about his brother's case, but he didn't want to bring up painful memories and thus never inquired further. Duan Qingfeng's tone became more serious as he said, "What kind of case results in a 15-year sentence upon first trial? Your brother is just an unfortunate person who was used as a pawn by others." Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger flashing in them. "Uncle Duan, could you please tell me more? As a return favor, I can help clear out the monsters around the prison." "There's no need to clear the monsters. They will be dealt with sooner or later," Duan Qifeng replied, satisfied with Lin Luo's willingness. He then leaned back in his chair with an intriguing smile on his face and slowly continued, "I saw through the surveillance how your brother's substitute awakened. You must have used something extraordinary." Lin Luo instantly understood the warden's implication. This old fox had a big appetite, likely wanting his SSS-class Spirit Ascending Crystal. Understanding this, Lin Luo smiled wryly. "Uncle Duan, the insider information you're offering might not be worth the price. After all, I can find out myself if you don't tell me." Duan Qifeng sipped his tea and then said, "What about reducing your brother's sentence?" Lin Luo's gaze sharpened. This was an offer he couldn't refuse. Although he was fully capable of breaking his brother out, Zhou Dongxing, with his upright and resolute character, would never agree to such a plan. A legitimate sentence reduction was the best solution. Seeing the change in Lin Luo's expression, Duan Qifeng continued, "Just give me something that can awaken a substitute, and we can negotiate anything." Lin Luo quickly responded with enthusiasm that could be arranged. "But first, Uncle Duan, tell me about the hidden details behind my brother's case." Duan Qifeng, feeling confident in his leverage, nonchalantly revealed, "Your brother was framed by the Wang Corporation." Lin Luo asked, puzzled, "Then, Uncle Duan, if you already knew my brother was framed, why has he been imprisoned for so long? Shouldn't the police be upholding justice?" Duan Qingfeng's gaze turned cold as he explained, "Little Luo, we live in a society governed by law. The Inspector Bureau conducts investigations based on evidence. All evidence pointed to your brother, so what choice did we have but to arrest him?" He added, "And I only found out about the Wang Corporation's involvement later." Lin Luo couldn't help but snare inwardly, furiously gritting his teeth, his brother, an orphan with a criminal record, was an ideal scapegoat for the Wong Corporation. He would never believe that the warden was unaware of this at the time. Duan Chi-feng, noting Lin Luo's silence, stood up from his seat and continued with a meaningful tone. Lin Luo, take my advice, don't think about revenge. He approached Lin Luo, saying, even with your S-class talents, the Wong Corporation is not to be trifled with. Placing his hand on Lin Luo's shoulders, Duan Chi-feng said, Lin Luo, look to the future. The chance to reduce your brother's sentence is right in front of you. You should seize this opportunity. Seeing the almost patronizing look on Duan Qingfeng's face, anger rose in Lin Luo's heart. And with a face of compromise, Lin Luo asked, then Uncle Duan, you're right. We, being insignificant, wouldn't dare to trouble the Wong Corporation. However, I don't have the spirit ascending crystal with me right now. I need to go back and get it for you. Upon hearing this, Duan Chi-feng immediately became excited. So that thing is called the spirit ascending crystal. Then you must go and return quickly. Lin Luo left Duan Qingfeng's office with respectful words, but as soon as he was out of sight, his expression turned cold. Greedy for someone else's belongings? Daring to covet something from me? He's really courting death. SSS class quality spirit ascending crystal was a rare item he obtained after using the power of the Book of Wishes several times. He had no intention of giving it to Duan Chi-feng. It seemed that he had to find another way to reduce his brother's sentence. Meanwhile, back in the office, a police inspector entered and respectfully reported, Warden, the defense against the insect monsters has been set up. Would you like to take shelter in a safer place for a while? Duan Chi-feng waved his hand dismissively. Just keep the outside secure. I'll stay here for the time being. He leisurely lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Once he obtained the spirit ascending crystal, his son could also awaken a substitute. Remembering Lin Luo's words, he scoffed disdainfully. Uphold justice? If I were to go against the Wong Corporation, not only I, but also my wife and children would end up dead. Suddenly, Dark Emperor appeared behind him and said, nice cigarette. Ha. Startled, Duan Chi-feng dropped his cigarette and turned around in fear, shouting, who's there? Lin Luo, sitting on the window ledge with a smile, said, don't be afraid, Uncle Duan. It's me. Duan Qingfeng's face brightened slightly. Have you brought the spirit ascending crystal already? Lin Luo jumped down from the window and said softly, you're mistaken. I'm here to delete you. In the next moment, Dark Emperor grabbed Duan Chi-feng, slamming him against the wall with great force, denting it. Duan Chi-feng, sitting on the ground, began to wail for help. Lin Luo smirked sinisterly and spoke coldly. No need to scream. Your voice won't leave this room. Master of Wishes, I wish that the answers to my questions will be truthful. Duan Chi-feng, trembling, stood up and accused. I kindly told you about Zhou Dongxing. Why do you want to kill me? Lin Luo kicked him away angrily. Kindly told me, it seems like you were trying to exchange my brother's information for favors for me. Duan Chi-feng fell on the ground helplessly. Lin Luo then broke Duan Qingfeng's wrist with a stomp and demanded fiercely, speak up. Who in the Wong Corporation framed my brother? In pain and fear, Duan Chi-feng confessed. It was Wang Hengji, the second son of the Wong Corporation. They stole relics from a museum and then framed your brother. When your brother kept claiming his innocence during the first trial, they offered him 100,000 yuan, which was around $14,003, and he agreed to take the blame. Suddenly, Dark Emperor struck Duan Qingfeng's left leg. Lin Luo grabbed his hair and pulled him up. Just $14,003 to willingly serve 15 years? Do you think I'm a fool? Duan Chi-feng, breaking into a cold sweat again, confessed. Actually, it was 500,000 yuan, which was around $70,019. I embezzled 400,000 yuan, which was also around $56,015, and kept Zhou Dongxing in prison because I feared he would cause trouble if released. Lin Luo continued his interrogation. With such greed, your illegal income must be substantial. Where is it hidden? Lin Luo turned to Master of Wishes. Master of Wishes, understanding Lin Luo's actions, said, all right, Master. And just like that, reluctantly, under the influence of the Book of Wishes, Duan Chi-feng disclosed. I have an illegal income of 94 million, which was around $13,164,164, all in cash. Hidden in a compartment in the basement of Building 14 in Wuling No. 1 residential area. Also, there are 493 Wheel of Fate single draw tickets in my belt. Lin Luo swiftly searched Duan Chi-feng and retrieved a thick stack of tickets, a satisfied smile on his face. Duan Chi-feng, seeing the tickets in Lin Luo's hands, trembled and shouted at him. You lawless brat. Lin Luo, counting the stack of tickets, responded with a smirk. You call me lawless? He then placed his foot on Duan Qingfeng's face and continued, your money, and these Wheel of Fate single draw tickets were clearly extorted from prisoners. You are the real lawbreaker. Just then, a swarm of giant locusts smashed through the glass and charged in. Lin Luo, seeing this, quipped, "Uncle Duan, rest well here. I won't kill you, but life is full of surprises, right?" With that, he left the room. Duan Qifeng cursed at his retreating figure. "Lin Luo, you won't die a good death." Meanwhile, outside the prison, the defensive line had been breached by the insect monsters. The police inspectors, armed with weapons, were being deleted effortlessly as they struggled against the overwhelming number of insects. Inspector Lian Fan observed the situation from behind cover when Zhou Dongxing approached, offering his help. The prison cells had been compromised by the insect invasion, and many prisoners had escaped. But Zhou Dongxing, righteous and kind, chose to help as soon as he was free. Yan Fan, moved by Zhou Dongxing's sincerity, promised to advocate for his sentence reduction. Then, the towering Crimson Lotus Knight appeared behind Zhou Dongxing. Just then, a giant locust rapidly charged towards Zhou Dongxing. And just when the giant locust's attack could get close, it was immediately blocked by a shield from the Crimson Lotus Knight. With a sharpened senses, Zhou Dongxing noticed and turned his head. The knight quickly cleared the surrounding swarm, demonstrating the formidable power of an S-class substitute. Lian Fan experienced firsthand the terror of an S-class substitute. Lin Luo, observing from behind a wall, had considered helping Lian Fan, the only inspector who had spoken for his brother years ago. With his brother's assistance, Lin Luo realized his help was unnecessary, and Zhou Dongxing had earned an opportunity for sentence reduction. Lin Luo reflected on the years his brother spent protecting him from the shadows, hoping Zhou Dongxing could now leave prison with honor and live in the light. He decided to shoulder the world's darkness himself from now on. As he pondered, a voice reached Lin Luo's ears. "I'm finally free. Let the monsters wreak havoc. Once I'm out, no one can catch me." Lin Luo quickly looked around, but there was no one in sight. He then summoned Master of Wishes and asked for information about the mysterious voice. Master of Wishes, after consulting the Book of Wishes, respectfully informed him, "Respected Master, the individual's name is Gao Qi, an S-class talent awakener, previously sentenced to life imprisonment for child trafficking." A cold look crossed Lin Luo's eyes. "A child trafficker? Despicable. Master of Wishes, I wish for all invisibility abilities to become ineffective in my presence." The next moment, a middle-aged man in prison clothes appeared near Lin Luo, his body gradually becoming visible. He was bewildered, not understanding why his talent suddenly failed. Lin Luo approached him casually, taunting, "Trying to escape prison with such meager skills?" Gao Qi, shocked, summoned his substitute, Shadow of the Purple Vine, and lashed out at Lin Luo. But Lin Luo, far from intimidated, smiled. He felt lucky to encounter another S-class talent awakener in the prison, especially a heinous criminal like a child trafficker. With Master of Wishes information, Lin Luo knew Gao Qi was an unforgivable human trafficker, removing any hesitation he might have had about dealing with him. Gao Qi, still in shock, couldn't understand how Lin Luo so easily evaded his substitute's attack and made his talent ineffective. Lin Luo, seeing Gao Qi's nervousness, opened his arms wide in a friendly gesture. He then smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person." This only made Gao Qi more anxious as he gritted his teeth, thinking Lin Luo might be an undercover cop sent by the Inspector Bureau. Gao Qi again commanded his substitute, Shadow of the Purple Vine, to attack Lin Luo. But Dark Emperor stepped forward and blocked all his assaults. Suddenly, vines rose under Gao Qi's feet, lifting him towards the prison wall. Staring back at Lin Luo, Gao Qi smirks and silently thought that as soon as he gets past this tall wall, he will regain his freedom. His talent, Hermit, not only granted him invisibility, but also made his scent undetectable, even to the most sensitive police dogs. However, a flash of a blade swiftly passed, and Gao Qi's world spun. He glimpsed a beautiful young girl in a maid outfit, slowly sheathing her knife. Gao Qi's body fell from midair, and the image of Shadow of the Purple Vine dissipated. To activate your S-level talent Plunder, please choose one of the 4 target attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, and soul power to plunder. Lin Luo approached Gao Qi's body and activated his plunder talent. The S-level talent Plunder is activated. Lin Luo stared at the attribute panel. Congratulations on successfully plundering the target's talent and obtaining the S-level talent Hermit, an S-level talent which allowed you to become invisible within 2 seconds. In the stealth state, the body odor will also disappear at the same time. And when launching an attack, the invisibility state will disappear. Duration of 1 hour and cooling time of a day. The acquisition of a new talent, Hermit, gave Lin Luo a significant edge in his upcoming battle against Lu Yu. The ability to launch a surprise attack while being invisible can greatly increase his chances of victory, despite the 1-hour usage limitation per day, which he viewed as a reasonable restriction for an S-class talent. Lin Luo then casually summons his new substitute. An S-level talent, Purple Shadow Vine with strength of 200, 10 for normal people. Agility of 40 with intelligence of 3, defense of 30 with growth of 80. Each Purple Shadow Vine has 700 health points. Energy of 145 of 150 with energy recovery speed of 1 point per hour. An action distance of 30 meters. It has a skill, Savage Growth, which summon any number of Purple Shadow Vine on any ground within the action range. Each summoning of Purple Shadow Vine requires 5 points of energy. If it is intact when recovered, 4 points of energy will be restored, and if it is damaged, 2 points of energy will be restored. No cooldown time. A skill also called Purple of the Hermit. Any object it comes into contact with non-living target can be temporarily inactivated. Invisibility for 5 seconds, and will not be revealed during any action. Energy consumption of 10 with no cooldown time. And finally, a fire characteristic called Fear of Fire, which doubles damage from fire and thunder attributes. Staring at the attribute panel, Lin Luo silently thought, this substitute just makes up for the shortcomings of the Hermit's attack appearance, and it is powerful and numerous, so it is a good control skill. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt a slight throbbing at his forehead, and quickly checked his talent, noticing a forbidden mark next to the talent effects. It seemed that possessing 9 S-class talents and substitutes was the limit for Plunder. However, Lin Luo was not worried, as he had already planned his next move. An hour later, in the Novice Dungeon Wolf Valley, Lin Luo had just defeated the final boss, the triple-headed Wind Wolf. This achievement awarded him a Wheel of Fate single draw ticket, adding this to the 493 tickets he acquired from Duan Chi Feng in his existing collection. He now had a total of 500 tickets. With the addition of the Master of Wishes enhancement, he was confident he could upgrade his Plunder talent from S-class to SS class. Excitedly, Lin Luo summoned the massive Wheel of Fate and made a wish. The next 500 consecutive draws will surely yield enough Spirit Ascending Crystals to upgrade Dark Emperor to SS class. Additionally, increase my luck to the maximum limit the Book of Wishes can withstand and ensure no longevity pills appear. Master of Wishes busily flipped through the Book of Wishes, which seemed almost worn out from the extensive use. Lin Luo watched the pointer on the Wheel of Fate spin rapidly, hoping to acquire Spirit Ascending Crystals. As Lin Luo stared, he silently thought that what is most needed now is Spirit Ascension Crystal. As long as there are enough Ascension Crystals, he could significantly enhance his power. After a short wait, Lin Luo commanded the Wheel of Fate to stop. 500 different beams of light of different colors rushed out of the Wheel of Fate in an instant as the pointer stopped completely. For a moment, it was as if the stars in the sky fell to the earth, turning into a sea of starlight in front of Lin Luo's eyes. His ears were filled with multiple system notifications. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level Spirit Upgrading Crystal, Brilliant Diamond, Effect. Improve a substitute's experience points required for level promotion. Congratulations on obtaining the SS level Spirit Upgrading Crystal, Gold, Effect. Increase the experience points required for substitute level promotion. Congratulations on getting S-level Spirit Upgrading with 3 times Purple Crystal. He had obtained at least 3 SSS class Spirit Ascending Crystals, several SS class and S class, and over 50 crystals of various levels in total. Lin Luo's face was filled with joy. Not bad at all. Handing a substantial number of the Spirit Ascending Crystals to Dark Emperor, Lin Luo said excitedly, "Begin the advancement." "Thank you, Master." As Dark Emperor effortlessly crushed the Spirit Ascending Crystals, a surge of immense power flowed into both him and Lin Luo. In the next moment, Lin Luo's Plunder talent upgraded to SS class. Checking his updated talent panel, Lin Luo's lips curled into a smile. "Congratulations on your SS level talent. Plunder. Effect. When a life is taken, you can choose to plunder all the values of a certain attribute. Talent effects limit 19, skill effects limit 39, and soul power. And you can choose to make one of the powers into a King's Jade that can be used by anyone. Or you can extract a certain talent or power in your body and make it into a King's Jade that can be used by anyone and has a cooling time of 10 hours. The forbidden symbol had disappeared, replaced with the word limit 19. This indicated that his SS class talent could now plunder up to 19 talents. Furthermore, with the skill King's Jade, he could transfer unwanted or surplus talents to others. Dark Emperor 2 had undergone a transformation. His black armor gleamed more brightly and his 6-dimensional attributes had significantly increased. An SS level substitute, Dark Emperor with an increased experience value of 95, strength of 354 with 140 increase, agility of 322 with 110 increase, intelligence of 12 with just an increase, defense of 117 with 150 increase, HP of 10,080 with 5,000 increase, energy of 100 with 50 increase, growth of 200 with 100 increase, an operating distance of 29 meters with 11 increase, and energy recovery rate of 1 point every 15 minutes. Additionally, he gained 2 new skills, Fist of Invasion, which could plunder attributes and abilities from opponents' substitutes, and Flame of the Dark Emperor, causing defense-ignoring fire damage. Lin Luo then said to himself, "It's just that the next upgrade will require 1,000 experience points. But even if I am not born with SSS level talent, I can still improve quickly if I have the plunder talent." Turning to Master of Wishes, Lin Luo said, "Now it's your turn to advance." After a short while, Master of Wishes also completed his upgrade, appearing even more mysterious. An SS level substitute, Master of Wishes with strength of 40 with an increase of 20, 10 for normal people, agility of 60 with an increase of 20, intelligence of 260 with 180 increase, defense of 55 and an increase of 15, HP of 5,000 with 1,000 increase, energy of 505 with an increase of 150, energy recovery rate of 1 point every half hour, growth of 160 with an increase of 180, and an operating distance of 25 meters with an increase of 110. The Overload Existence skill, which means that SS level substitute itself is too powerful, and it needs to appear in reality. Now the continuous consumption of energy will consume 1 point of energy every hour. His attribute panel revealed a new skill, Wishes Come True, enhancing the success rate of fulfilling outlandish wishes. Consumption depends on the difficulty of the wish and no cooldown time. While the Book of Wishes skill could realize wishes by consuming energy, some extravagant wishes could drain all of Master of Wishes' energy and cause a collapse. Consumption is also determined according to the difficulty of realizing the wish and no cooldown time. Wishes Come True mitigated this risk. Lin Luo then opened the attribute panel for his talent Book of Wishes. The 3 forms of Heart's Desire had been greatly enhanced. Heart's Desire, 100 battles, the hit rate and critical hit rate are increased by 30% with 10% increase. At the same time, the experience gained from killing monsters is multiplied by 3 times. Heart's Desire, Iron Wall had increased from 20% to 30%, coupled with the 15% innate critical hit rate of his new weapon, Heart of Oblivion, and the 30% boost from Heart's Desire 100 battles. His attacks now had nearly a 50% chance to critically hit. Additionally, Heart's Desire, Good Luck, which amplified luck, had improved from 10-fold to 15-fold, promising even more exhilarating experiences and future draws. Master of Wishes respectfully bowed and said, "Great Master, I praise you and thank you for granting me a new life." Afterwards, Lin Luo summoned Lady Kagaya and began to enhance her talent level. Upon reaching SS class, Lady Kagaya appeared even more beautiful and her attribute panel shows an SS level of substitute, Lady Kagaya with strength of 220 with an increase of 100, 10 for ordinary person, agility of 330 with 130 increase, intelligence of 50 with an increase of 120, defense of 40 with 10 increase, HP of 6,500 with an increase of 2,000. Growth of 190 with an increase of 60, and an action distance of 110 meters with an increase of 20. Energy of 270 with 190 increase and energy recovery rate of 1 point every 5 minutes. An Overload Existence skill, which implies that an SS level substitutes are too powerful, and their appearance in reality requires continuous energy consumption. Lady Kagaya's energy consumption is for each hour, 1 point of energy will be consumed. Her Rainy Night Umbrella now has the defense increased by 500 points with 100 increase. Exceeding damage will only deduct energy. Every 150 damage, 150, resisted will consume 1 point of energy. Also, her sword has the attack carries 270 with 170 extra points of real damage, consuming 2 points of energy every second. On rainy nights, consumption is reduced by 60% with 10% increase. Lady Kagaya has acquired 2 new skills called Beauty Under the Moon and Moonlight. Beauty Under the Moon. When there is no rain at night, every time you are attacked or when the attack hits an enemy, a layer of moonlight effect will be added to the enemy, lasting for 30 seconds, with a maximum of 10 layers. With Moonlight, the defense is weakened by 3% and the attack power is reduced by 1%. When Moonlight disappears, a shattering effect will appear. Each layer causes 100 points of real damage to the target. Each time the Moonlight effect is applied to the enemy, a little energy is spent. This skill can continuously stack negative attributes on the enemy and increase true damage. Although Lady Kaguya looks like a delicate and beautiful young girl in terms of combat power alone, she is even stronger than Dark Emperor without considering other skill effects. Lin Luo then entrusted the remaining crystals to Master of Wishes, asking him to distribute them on his behalf, while he began to contemplate the upcoming life or death battle. Now, with 5 SS-class substitutes under his command, he believed that most SSS-class awakeners would not be a match for him. However, according to the Future Diary, the Celestial Master Lu Yu is definitely not an ordinary SS-class awakener and must have other tactics. The Fist of Invasion from Dark Emperor might be his only chance of victory. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tomb of Tears' secret realm, Lu Yu is waiting for Dark Emperor's arrival, believing that Dark Emperor would come here again to farm energy. Once Dark Emperor was defeated, Lu Yu planned to establish his own Celestial Master sect. Just then, the disaster-voiding talisman on Lu Yu's forehead suddenly flashed brightly and a sense of imminent danger overwhelmed him. He quickly turned his head just as a lightning-fast fist flew past his face. Lin Luo's cold voice rang out beside him, quick reflexes. "I was hoping to catch you off guard and delete you." Lu Yu got up, not knowing Dark Emperor's real identity, asked, "Who are you? How dare you attack me?" Lin Luo raised his hand and points at Lu Yu with a dead serious tone. "Me? I'm here to kill you." A mocking smile appeared on Lu Yu's face as he looked down on Lin Luo and questioned, "Kill me? Who gave you the courage to rely on this substitute of yours?" Lin Luo, who has been preparing for this battle since yesterday, had no time to dilly-dally. Just then, Lady Kaguya immediately launched at Lu Yu with her sword in hand. Seeing this, Lu Yu, being the Celestial Master, shouts, "The Heavenly Lord reveals his Holy Spirit. Tianzuan's Majesty, help me." Suddenly, an old man with a treasured weapon and a majestic look appeared behind him. The old man's hand gently waves his treasured weapon, which seems to be a jade rui, and an invisible force exploded towards Lady Kaguya. Lady Kaguya was keenly aware that something was wrong, instantly switched her sword to her rainy umbrella, and still in midair with her rainy umbrella, she bores the full force of the jade rui's attack. As Lady Kaguya was being suppressed, Lu Yu majestically walked towards Lin Luo, demanding to know who ordered Lin Luo to kill him. Lin Luo looked at Lu Yu with his substitute slowly approaching him. His face became grim, as if he didn't expect Lu Yu to be so powerful. After a few steps, Lu Yu naturally noticed the change in Lin Luo's expression, and couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile on his lips. "If you insist on not speaking, then kneel down." And just like that, a loud shout resonates throughout the entire area. The majestic old man behind Lu Yu raised his jade rui in his hand again. A surging force of the old man's jade rui instantly pressed against Lin Luo. And just when Lu Yu showed a mocking look on his face, Lin Luo suddenly retreats backwards and summons Master of Wishes, stating loudly, "Give me all the strength to subside. Dark Emperor's attack will be unstoppable." "As you command, my master." Master of Wishes respectfully replied. He then said to Dark Emperor to blow Lu Yu up. "Yes, master." As Dark Emperor dashes towards him, Lu Yu also noticed Lady Kaguya doing the same from behind. At this moment, the suppression effect of Tianzuan Majesty strangely failed. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately got alarmed, facing the flanking attacks of 2 SS-level combat substitutes. At the critical moment, he roared violently, "Thunder God, Guanyin, help me." Immediately after saying those words, Lu Yu suddenly disappeared with the sound of air explosion, halting Lady Kaguya in her tracks and leaving a trail of dust behind. And in front of Dark Emperor, an exquisite jade bottle suddenly appeared out of thin air. Without much thought, Dark Emperor immediately smashed the jade bottle. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo was a bit puzzled, not being able to believe what was unfolding in front of him. Momentarily self-shocked, he commented, "How come?" A somewhat stream of clear light aura came out of the jade instantly as Dark Emperor Iron Fist collided with it. Lin Luo saw this scene and knew his opponent definitely wouldn't be taken down so easily, so he directly ordered both Dark Emperor and Lady Kaguya to return. Lu Yu suddenly appeared with his hands folded behind his back. Behind him, besides the majestic-looking old man, a female Taoist with a holy face and a vase in her hand appeared. Lu Yu looked at this strange young man and suddenly a flash of apprehension flashed in his mind. Seeing 3 substitutes behind Lin Luo, he was curious and he couldn't help but whisper, "Are you the Dark Emperor?" Behind Lin Luo, who was standing in the distance, stood a burly figure covered in black armor and surrounded by magic flames, a beautiful girl in a short maiden skirt with an innocent look, and a man in somewhat black robe. Lin Luo grinned and said, "That's right. Lu Yu, use your full strength. Otherwise, you will die here today." Lu Yu frowned slightly when he heard this, although he didn't understand why the Dark Emperor suddenly attacked him. Is it because he was reborn and knew that I would kill him? So he struck first? Forget it, it doesn't matter either way. He has a 1,000-year heritage and possesses the highest SSS level talent. Beckoning Lin Luo with his finger, Liu arrogantly replied, "Really? Compared to a fight, I, the great celestial master, have never been afraid of anyone." And with that said, his face became ferocious. "Okay, since you were so looking for death, then I will teach you a lesson. Don't think it's amazing that you have 3 substitutes?" He pinched his fingers, pointed to the sky, and shouted majestically, "Dongma Tianzuan, help me." Before he finished speaking, a thick white beam of massive light with a radius of about 500 meters was instantly shot from the sky by a strong wind, causing a huge blast as it hit the earth. The immediate impact also caused an enormous gush of dusty wind, which made Lin Luo and his substitutes brace for impact. Then, a giant hand emerges from the dusty fog, shocking Lin Luo and making him wonder out loud, "Is this an SSS level summon?" As the dusty fog subsides, Lin Luo and his substitutes stared in complete shock. In front of them was a man who was more than 8 feet tall, with a fierce face as sharp as a blade and a huge black beard which intensified his gaze, wearing an enormous black beaded necklace and a bright silver armor garment around his waist. Liu's loud voice rang out in Lin Luo's direction, "Dongma Tianzuan, obey my order, kill the thief." With a loud boom, Dongma Tianzuan majestically stepped forward. His face became slightly solemn as he commented, "True martial arts command will destroy evil spirits in the world." With a calm expression, Lin Luo continued to stare from behind his substitutes as Dark Emperor stepped forward and said to Lady Kagaya to guard the master. With both substitutes in agreement, Dark Emperor launches towards this giant man with his iron fist, to which he casually blocks with his left palm. As Dark Emperor's attack was rendered ineffective, Lady Kagaya decided to join the fray. Dashing forward, she unsheathes her sword and slashed Dongma Tianzuan's surging finger, deflecting it. Lin Luo watched the scene and finally understood what Lu Yu's talent described in the future diary myth. He thought to himself, Dongma Tianzuan is obviously not a substitute, but more like some kind of summoned projection of a god. It's obviously different from the old man behind Lu Yu, and its light movement speed and attack speed are very fast. As a celestial master, his talent and abilities are so abnormal. Just a summon from him can tie with my 2 SS level substitutes without using any skills. According to the content that appeared in the future diary, Liu has other methods. It should be a technique similar to this projection of gods that is cast by borrowing the power of the gods. On the other side, Lu Yu, guarded by 2 substitutes, smirks as he watches the battle and thought, "It's pretty much what I expected. 3 substitutes, 2 combat types, and the other one should be an auxiliary type. This Dark Emperor is definitely what I expected, and although he is indeed more powerful than the ordinary SS Awakeners, compared to me, it is still like a mayfly. With just 1 Dongma Tianzuan, he has to use 2/3 of his strength." And with that thought, Liu said calmly, "That's okay for now. Dongma Tianzuan, you come back first." Seeing this, Lin Luo taunted loudly and unceremoniously, asking, "Why don't you fight? Is the mighty heavenly master actually scared?" Hearing this, Liu laughed, obviously looking down at Lin Luo, considering his attacks as a mere ineffective struggle of a dying animal trying to stay alive. "How is that possible? Dark Emperor, even if you are reborn, I will not be afraid of you." Lin Luo's eyes turned cold hearing this. He thought, how does he know this? Is there really a way to see into the future in Taoism? As Lin Luo and his substitutes stood with a gloomy expression, he questioned Lu Yu, "Is this why you want to kill me?" "Oh, that's not the case. I just want to prove that even if you are reborn from the future, my strength will definitely be above yours." After that brief exchange, Lin Luo questioned in thoughts, "We? Besides me, there's another? I didn't expect that I was not the only one who was reborn. In addition to dealing with this Lu Yu, I have to find a way to investigate this matter later and conceal the news of rebirth." Just then Lu Yu stretched out a hand, pinched a Taoist finger again, and whispered, "Qing Yuan Miao Dao Shinjuan, help me." Suddenly, a handsome young warrior appeared, rigged out in white and golden armor with a third eye and auspicious clouds under his feet. With a look of pride on his face, he replied, "Yang Jian got the order." Looking visibly nervous, Lin Luo said in a confused tone, "The legendary Yang Jian?" Seeing this, Liu mocked Lin Luo saying, "Just now I only sent out Dongma Tianzuan, and I was able to resist your 2 substitutes. How about it? It's still not too late to kneel down and beg for mercy. What are you?" Liu was cut off when he saw a gun in Lin Luo's hand. The expression on his face suddenly became dull, then confused, and finally he couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. "Dark Emperor, are you stupid? In what era do you still use guns? Do you want to defeat me with this crap?" Lin Luo points the gun to his head and replied, "I prepared it in advance, and this gun is not for you." "Lu Yu, still in disbelief of what he's seeing, raised his hands in a pleading gesture and mockingly said, "Hey, if you can't beat me, you don't have to commit suicide, okay? How about I show mercy and let you think you beat me?" When Lin Luo heard this, he smiled and murmured in a low voice, "I don't want to commit suicide, but you have summoned 4 of them, so naturally I can't fall behind." His finger no longer hesitated and slowly pulled the trigger. And just like that, the gun went off with a loud bang. The bullet also came out instantly with a loud noise at a speed of more than 300 meters per second. The distance between the muzzle of the gun and the side of Lin Luo's head was less than 10 centimeters. In an instant, the unimaginably fast bullet was less than 1/10 of a millimeter away from the side of Lin Luo's head. Its wind pressure also blew Lin Luo's hair slightly. But this tiny distance was a chasm that the bullet could never cross. Time pauses again at this moment. Lin Luo felt violent power gushing out from his body, and he shouted suddenly, "Savior, come out." The next moment, circles of terrifying blue flames burned crazily at his feet, and then the blue flames shot straight into the sky. And just like that, Savior casually flicks the bullet away with his finger. A towering slender figure that was both gentleman and evil, gently waving his broad black wings as they rose up, quickly emerged from the blue flames behind Lin Luo. His majestic voice thundered, saying, "Savior is at your disposal, my majesty." When Liu saw this scene, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and a smirk formed on his lips. "It's a fancy summoning method, but you actually have 4 substitutes. No wonder you were so arrogant, but it's still not enough. Like I said earlier, you have already summoned 4 of them, so it's only natural that I do the same and not fall behind." Lin Luo replied with a slight smirk of his own. Liu waved his hand and shouted, "Dongma Tianzuan and Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan, obey the order. Defeat them." And just like that, Dongma Tianzuan and Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan both responded in agreement, and at the same time their figures took a stance, ready to engage in a fight. Lin Luo, similar to Lu Yu, also waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Come on. The 3 of you, defeat these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Capture Lu Yu." The 3 substitutes did not hesitate at all, and directly dashed forward to face the projections of the 2 gods one-on-one. Dark Emperor, wanting to continue from where they left off, faced Dongma Tianzuan alone. Then, Lady Kagaya suggested that she deals with Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan while Savior takes responsibility for taking down the old man with the Jade Rui and the female Taoist. However, Savior replied that they should rather wait and deal with the immediate somewhat projections of the gods first. And with that, he proudly tells her to go help Dark Emperor while he face off with Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan. Hearing this, Lady Kagaya didn't say much, stopped in her tracks, and rushed towards Dongma Tianzuan in a flash. A beam of golden light shot out from Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan's third eye, as he immediately sneered for being underestimated. He commented, "It seems that this deity has not come to Earth for a long time. How dare a little ant dare to fight against me? Be careful, my weapon has eyes." But Savior flickered as he arrogantly told Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan to shut up with his shameless talk. He stretched out his hands to create a blue transparent small world in the form of a rectangular prism. Savior then directed it towards Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan, to which he effortlessly sliced it into 2. "You dare to do this mere trick in front of me." However, at the moment when the small world was cut open, a spark instantly lit up in the middle, then bang, followed by multiple violent explosions that instantly engulfed Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan. Savior didn't bother to pay attention to the other party. His palm wide open with his hand still outstretched, he watched as continuous violent explosions exploded crazily in the air. In this one-on-one situation here, the self-proclaimed deity gritted his teeth with his eyes somewhat closed. He struggles to fend off Savior's new world with his spear, beaten left and right, step by step, and was moments away from being defeated. However, Liu stretched his left hand and said, "Oh please, Guanyin, take action." The female Taoist next to him closes her eyes faintly and calmly said jade pure bottle when she heard this. She gently placed a flower into the jade purification bottle in her hand, and a large stream of green light aura rushed out of it, instantly healing the injuries of the somewhat embarrassed Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan. Lin Luo was visibly surprised when he saw this scene, and he thought the damage caused by the explosion of the small world created by Savior was actually healed in an instant. "No, if I let him fight any longer, it will only consume my energy in vain. If this Liu gets desperate and fights with us, then I won't be able to find a chance to take action." Lin Luo hurriedly shouted, "All 3 of you, come back." Savior momentarily glanced at Qingyuan Miaodao Shinjuan without giving up, but still waved his wings and coolly turned back towards Lin Luo. Liu laughed like a madman when he saw this. "What? You don't dare to fight anymore? Then let me take action." Stretching out his hand, he loudly shouted, "Go together, blow them up." Lin Luo calmly observed the situation and thought, very good. So far, everything is similar to what was recorded in future diary. Looks like Lu Yu is finally going to take action. Lin Luo didn't choose to continue to waste energy making wishes to offset this wave of suppressing power and fight head-on with the opponent. Instead, he directly activated the S-Talent Perfect Fusion without hesitation. He held an empty hand, and a reddish-black aura emerged for his palm, and then he said loudly, Dark Emperor, Lady Kagaya, Savior. Perfect Fusion. Trinity, the strongest form. Obviously, fusing 3 peak SS substitutes at once should have exceeded the S-Talent Perfect Fusion's limit. Fortunately, as soon as this power was activated, the S-Talent Perfect Fusion was successful. Dark Emperor and Savior looked at each other, and each transformed into massive dark and blue flames, simultaneously surrounding Lady Kagaya. Now, when the dark and blue flames faded, Lady Kagaya was wearing a black-horned helmet, jet black armor, and holding a red and black longsword. Black and purple flames wrapped around her body like clouds. Lady Kagaya in her composite form. Trinity Kagaya. An SS+++ level Lady Kagaya in her composite form with fusion objects Dark Emperor and Savior, strength of 600, 10 for normal people, agility of 600 with intelligence of 88, defense of 400 with HP of 10,000, energy of 600 with both growing up rate and energy recovery speed unknown, and 200 meters of action distance. Seeing the attribute panel, Lin Luo clenched his fist excitedly and with a bright smile commented that this fusion is comparable to SSS level. As Trinity Kagaya faced all 4 opponents with cold eyes and unwavering stance, she unsheathes her sword without any sign of weakness. And with a slight movement of her feet, her heroic figure disappeared instantly with violent sonic boom, dashing towards the old man, and with the Jade Rui in his hand, he tried to suppress Trinity Kagaya with the invisible force of his treasured weapon. But before he could wave the Jade Rui, it was sliced into multiple pieces in an instant. At this time, Trinity Kagaya exploded with a full 600 points of agility. The moving speed directly reached 420 meters per second, which was far faster than the speed of sound, which is about 343 meters per second. With the old man's treasured weapon destroyed rendering him defenseless, Trinity Kagaya then charges towards Qing Yuan Miao Dao Jinjuan and Dongma Tianzuan. As she swings her sword with unyielding strength, Dongma Tianzuan, with a staggering speed of his own, evade the blade and acknowledge Trinity Kagaya's swift and effortless use of her sword. However, Trinity Kagaya didn't give a shit about the compliment and declared that anyone who stands in her way will die. Seeing this new development, Liu slightly smiled, reached from something in his robe, thinking that although he can continue to summon the projection of gods, it consumes energy and cannot convince the opponent in one breath. Only by showing overwhelming strength can this Dark Emperor completely surrender to his feet. And with that thought and a smile still on his face, he calmly said, Dark Emperor, I admit that you do have something, but trying to defeat me with these little tricks is still too wishful thinking. And with that, he took out a simple brass-colored token from his robe and continued, saying, I will let you experience the hundreds of years of inheritance of my celestial master lineage. He then placed the brass-colored token directly on his forehead, and with a solemn expression, started saying, The weather is turbulent, but my way is prosperous. The celestial master's lineage has been passed down for hundreds of years, and my disciple, Lu Yu, is the 66th celestial master. And with that said, his words were directly injected into it. Suddenly, countless scenes appeared in front of him like a revolving lantern. Lin Luo watched this scene with a visibly nervous face, somewhat puzzled as to what Liu was doing. Then we see the scenes appearing in front of Lu Yu. January 11, 1821. Zhang Daolin, the 56th generation heavenly master, single-handedly suppressed Gui Che, who had been doing evil for many years. Saved the local people from dire straits. July 7, 1937. Junior brother Lu, the inheritance of Tianchi sect is left to you. Senior brother Zhang, there is war and chaos outside right now. You know that this trip is very dangerous. Why do you insist on going your own way? In the prosperous times, we closed the mountains to practice, and in troubled times, we went out to save lives. Our Taoist hearts have been tempered, and this is what we deserve. The world is in turmoil. The 60th Heavenly Master Zhang Fuji resolutely came out of the mountain and devoted his meager efforts to the great cause of saving the common people. August 15, 1993. Wei, my teacher has calculated that 30 years from now, the world will usher in an unprecedented new era. You must choose your successor carefully and create an era that belongs to our Heavenly Master sect. Lu Jiwei is sincere and obeys his teacher's orders. Lu Yu, you are the most outstanding disciple of our Tianchi sect for hundreds of years. Take the Celestial Master's order and go down the mountain. The spirits of many ancestors in heaven will protect you. Nowadays, the world here has changed drastically, and the era that belongs to our Heavenly Master sect has arrived. Don't worry, Master. I, Lu Yu, will definitely live up to Master's orders. Countless heroic scenes, spanning hundreds of years of inheritance. It was finally fixed as the scene before he went down the mountain. Lu Yu opened his eyes suddenly, made a seal with his hand, and read word for word. I, Lu Yu, the 66th Heavenly Master. Please all the ancestors show up to help me. Before he finished speaking, a tall or short, old, middle-aged or young figure in Taoist robes began to appear quickly behind him. These figures have expressionless faces, but each one of them carries an invisible power. Lin Luo stood in the distance and counted carefully. There were 12 god projections, each one is comparable to an S-class substitute. With such strong power, the Tianchi sect in his previous life turned into a folk cult in his hands. This ability to shake people is even more disgusting than mine. No wonder the future diary doesn't use all his strength. I can't beat him at all. What a waste. Meanwhile, Trinity Kagaya seems to be momentarily holding her own against these projection gods. She released a burst of suppressing aura. Black flames wrapped around her body instantly expanded and turned into a black circular sky, forcing back the three figures in Taoist robes that were quietly attacking. Two figures in Taoist robes then appeared in front of Lu Yu when they saw this scene. One took a stance and began to make seals with his hands, and at the same time, the other also raised his hand again and shouted, "Golden light locking god curse. Tianzuan's majesty." These two figures in Taoist robes were above S level and they exert a powerful double binding force at the same time. In an instant, Trinity Kagaya was wrapped with golden chains, firmly restraining her in their void, and even the black flames on her body became wilted. Then, a massive golden bell directly formed on top of Trinity Kagaya, adding to the golden chains, finally suppressing her in the void. Seeing that the overall situation had been decided, Lu Yu's expression became relaxed. He spoke condescendingly and said calmly, "Black Emperor, you lose." In his eyes, the black-robed substitute behind Lin Luo was obviously a useless auxiliary substitute. But now Dark Emperor's strongest substitute has been suppressed, and it is obvious that he is completely helpless. It was time to conquer him completely. Then Lu Yu thought, after subduing the Dark Emperor, I will go to find you, Taijie. The two people who travel back from the future will be under my command. Then it will be the time for my Tianchi sect to truly rise. This heavenly master has always cherished talents. If you're willing to kneel down and kowtow obediently and become my younger brother, I will be able to forgive you. However, Lin Luo looked at the domineering Lu Yu and said slowly, "You are indeed a generation of heavenly masters, order Lu Yu. It's a pity that your so-called hundreds of years of inheritance will be ruined in my hands today." Hearing this, Lu Yu, looking visibly annoyed, questioned, "What did you say?" Lin Luo just smiled, and in his hand was the yet-to-be-born fetal movement. He silently thought, "It's time. This is my only chance. Activate emotional detonator." Then, Lin Luo closed his eyes and murmured, "Fetal movement is a double-edged sword. Once you make the wrong choice, you will accidentally hurt yourself. I must choose the most appropriate emotion to possibly resolve this crisis. Feel the emotions of all living creatures within a radius of 300,000 meters." Then the scenes of countless emotions played out in Lin Luo's mind. "Shut up and stop crying. Go and get it for me. Please, someone come and save me. Help, someone please help me." Anxiety, fear, helpless, despair, and countless emotions. Lin Luo felt them all. No, these emotions are wrong. Wait, is this? Just then, Lin Luo felt another emotion in another community, where the white mist and monsters have been completely cleared away. "Reporter Yao, the video you brought back is so precious. I will definitely tell everyone that this crisis can be overcome. We are capable of defeating these monsters. Amplify all signals and push the photos taken by reporter Yao Mushi to all residents as much as possible. Dark Emperor's video of fighting the Wormhole Guardian. Video pushed successfully. I hope more people will watch this video and never give up the will to live. Everyone, Dark Emperor proved to us that these monsters are not invincible. Yes, it is our duty as soldiers to protect our homes and people and serve our motherland. This operation, enter the urban area of Hangzhou and rescue the trapped people. That's all. God bless our country. With united will, we are not afraid of disasters. There is help. We have help. The country is here to save us. As long as we are united, monsters are not scary. We must believe in the country and the government. We will definitely get through it." And with a satisfied smile on his face, Lin Luo opened his eyes and said, "Future diary, don't deceive me." He then raised the fetal movement up in the sky and shouted, "I made a decision. My new substitute, you will be born from the hopes and prayers of thousands of people in this city. Infinite light began to radiate out in all directions from this little pink flesh ball. This light is not dazzling, but very gentle. It feels like the radiance of motherhood, like a guiding light in a confused life. The little pink flesh ball hatches as countless feathers of light suddenly came out of it. And with that, a girl with waist-length silver hair and delicate features, in a plain white dress, with wings on her back, quietly suspended in a void with infinite light radiating in all directions like an angel descending to the mortal world. She turned around and showed a gentle smile to Lin Luo. "Dear host, I am an angel of hope born from the hopes of millions of people to help you eliminate all difficulties." Again, with a warm smile, Lin Luo quickly checked her attribute panel. An SS level substitute, Angel of Hope with strength of 88, 10 for normal people, agility of 150 with intelligence of 140, defense of 100 with HP of 8000, growth of 180 with 60 meters of action distance, energy of 400 with 600 power of hope, and energy recovery speed which consume power of hope to recover energy. Her panel then explains how she obtains the power of hope, which was when it is born. It will directly collect the power of hope from the hearts of all creatures within a radius of 300,000 meters. After being born and formed, it needs to respond to the hope in the hearts of living beings in order to replenish the power of hope. Her SS level overload existence substitutes are too powerful, and they require continuous energy consumption just to appear in reality. Every hour of existence in reality will consume 1 point of energy. She also has a skill, Endless Life, which consume power of hope to make a substitute use abilities without consuming energy, or to make the host use skills without consuming mana. And the target that receives the blessing can gain 20% more power than the limit by consuming additional energy. Its cooling time of 10 minutes. Then, a skill also called Gift of Hope, which gives Feather of Hope to mortals. When mortals consume Feather of Hope, they can gain part of the power to realize hope. Mortals who obtain the Feather of Hope can communicate with the Angel of Hope through prayer and borrow part of their power. Consumption is 1 to 100 energy points. And finally, Hope Blooms, which also consume power of hope to give a living being the power to realize the hope in his heart within a short period of time. Just then, when Liu saw Lin Luo summoning another powerful SS level substitute, he questioned himself. What's the use of summoning so many auxiliary substitutes? My celestial master sects, which has hundreds of years of inheritance, cannot be defeated by a little person like you. And with that thought, he grinned and shouted, pretending to be mysterious. Please take action, ancestors. Eliminate these demons and defend the Tao. All the figures in Taoist robes said yes in unison and launches towards Lin Luo. When Lin Luo saw those imposing figures in Taoist robe, he smiled brightly and said, "Oh, Lu Yu, no matter how powerful your lineage of heavenly masters is, how can it compare with the hope of millions and millions of living beings?" And with that, he finally stopped holding back and roared fiercely, "Activate Endless Life. Hope Blooms." The holy and beautiful Angel of Hope suddenly closed her eyes and stretched her hands to both sides, and an enormous gush of radiant golden aura covered the entire area, instantly enveloped Trinity Kagaya, rejuvenating her. The power of hope was constantly injected into her body, and her power exceeded its limit at this moment. In front of her, no one can stop her. Immediately after receiving the blessing, her eyes suddenly brightened and she exerted all her strength, exceeding the limit of the golden chains, allowing her to break free in an instant. Then, she roared fiercely, and with a violent sonic boom, like a bolt of thunder piercing the void, instantly dashes towards Liu Yu, declaring that he would die. Before Liu Yu could speak, the Guanyin and the old man substitute beside him had already taken action at the same time. The suppressing power and the water flowing in the sky turned into a tornado vortex, rushing directly towards Trinity Kagaya. However, Trinity Kagaya finally stopped hiding her strength at this time and directly slashed out at the tornado from a distance with a bright red flame. The bright red flame surrounding her expanded instantly, turning into a massive red barrier with a diameter of about 100 meters. The suppressing power and the huge, somewhat waterspout soon hit it directly. Liu was about to show off his face, but after a brief toothache-inducing creaking sound, the massive red barrier shattered and turned into an endless cloud of smoke that covered the area. However, he was shocked to find that after the shattered red barrier turned into a cloud of smoke and gradually dissipates, Trinity Kagaya was nowhere to be found. In the next moment, she was in the air with her sword raised, behind Liu Yu's terrified face. Liu Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly turned to a figure in Taoist robe beside him and shouted in a panic, "Patriarch, save me." With immediate effect, Liu Yu suddenly disappeared as Trinity Kagaya's sword strikes the ground. At the same time, the remaining patriarchs and the old man substitute took action at the same moment and surrounded Trinity Kagaya. With the power of suppression of the treasured weapon, another huge jade rui came down on her, and fortunately, she grabbed the treasured weapon effortlessly. Her all-conquering defense bore the full force of the attack and actually withstood its suppression power. Shocked expression registered on the projection of the gods' faces, unable to comprehend what was happening. But in the next moment, the jade rui was smashed into multiple pieces by her red sword. She then launched towards the remaining figures in Taoist robes with an overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, Lin Luo shouted, "Master of Wishes, Angel of Hope, I want Trinity Kagaya's blade to be invincible. Crush everything. Give Trinity Kagaya the power to transcend her limits and defeat her enemies." The two auxiliary substitutes replied in unison that they understood. And just like that, a surging energy flowed through Trinity Kagaya, maxing all of her attacks. And with this unimaginable aura around her, she roared, "100 soldier." Suddenly, two screams rang out, and two arrogant divine projections were directly pierced by 10,000 blades, deleting them into nothing. The blades that pierced the projection of the gods turned into infinite spiral of red flames. As the number of the projection of the gods gradually decreased and dissipated into nothing, they couldn't believe that their heavenly master's order would be defeated as such an embarrassing manner. Hearing this, Liu cursed, "Damn it, why did this woman suddenly become so powerful?" Sensing an opportunity, he murmured to himself that 36 strategies are the best. And like a shameless coward, he made a quick decision to flee. Seeing Liu attempting to run, Lin Luo roared, ordering the succubus queen to use her pink fantasy. Just then, when Liu heard this voice, he was hit from behind with a pink dust and his expression changed in vain, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. With immediate effect, Liu was completely immobilized by the little loli behind him. The next moment, the scenery in front of him changed instantly. As the old man, together with the remaining figures in Taoist robes, were busy fighting Trinity Kagaya, Liu, at the critical moment, had no immediate offense to fend off Lin Luo's next attack. Lin Luo launches towards Liu with his tentacles. A satisfied smile graced his face. However, before he could fully reach him, the female Taoist decided to take action. She stretched out her arm and her words, "Immortal fat jade dew," a watery stream aura covered Liu. And just like that, Liu suddenly disappeared from the spot as the watery aura was retracted. However, Lin Luo was able to grab the Tianchi order. Staring at it, he thought, "This Heavenly Master's token is terrifyingly powerful. As long as the Master knows its usage, it is simply more powerful than an SSS-level substitutes." And for some reason, Liu suddenly broke out of the illusion. He turned towards the 10 Taoist-robed patriarchs. As all the Celestial Master's order begun to disappear, the 10 Taoist-robed patriarch who attacked from afar also stared back at Liu with a bewildered expression, and in that moment, he knew everything instantly after a brief stiffness. Then, his figure also began to fade and disappear into the air. Liu glanced around and suddenly realized that his hands were empty. Heavenly Master's order token, where is it? How did I not know when it disappeared? Lin Luo smiled with a mocking expression, holding the Heavenly Master's token. He commented, "Sure enough, this old man, he is your substitute. Are the other guys summoned by this Heavenly Master order?" Liu immediately glared at Lin Luo, pointed at him and cursed, "Despicable villain, give me back the Celestial Master's order." Lin Luo was sure of winning at this time. He looked at the furious Liu and roared, "I knew you were a deadbeat and a Heavenly Master. You talk like farts. Do it. Kill him, Trinity Kagaya." Then Lin Luo thought that although Liu, as written in the future diary, would eventually escape at this moment, but with the Heavenly Master order already in his hands, Liu's strength has been greatly reduced. If he really succeeds in escaping, he have gained a lot anyway. Liu took out a golden token. "Please help me. Leader of the 4 Saints of the North Pole, Jinping Yuzhen Shiyuan Jinjuan." However, after Jinping Jinjuan appeared, he did not confront Trinity Kagaya. Instead, he instantly formed a thunder seal on his 4 hands and shouted, "In Young Thunder God escape." Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body, and in a short time it was like a scorching sun rising as Trinity Kagaya dashes towards Liu with a sonic boom. With a nervous and confused expression, Lin Luo wondered, "This is unexpected. He actually had another hand in store. This big guy is stronger than the previous one." With her long black and red sword in hand, Trinity Kagaya struck directly against the lightning, determined to win this unexpected failed. The bolt of lightning instantly enveloped the two of them, and the next moment, they had disappeared. However, as they were escaping, Liu's voice rang out, "Dark Emperor, Heavenly Master's order will be left here for the time being. I will kill you in the future to avenge today's shame." It didn't take long for the lightning to dissipate. Lin Luo didn't give up when he saw this scene, determined to directly eradicate the source of this situation, shouted, "Master of Wishes, restore everyone's energy and locate Liu's location immediately." Lin Luo immediately used the mourner's ashes to restore the energy of Master of Wishes after his order, and in less than a second, Master of Wishes had imprinted Lu Yu's location in his mind. Lin Luo, along with Trinity Kagaya, immediately pursued Lu Yu. By this time, Lu Yu had already landed on top of a tall building, his heart filled with anger and regret. Lu Yu smashed the wall beside him in a fit of rage, murmuring, "Damn it, if I had fought with all my strength from the beginning, I wouldn't have lost so miserably. Now that the Celestial Master token has been taken, my strength has drastically decreased. Continuing the fight might indeed lead to my demise." Forming a seal with his hand, he commented, "I originally planned to use a respectable appearance to make it easier to travel around the world. Now this appearance is no longer useful." At the moment, Liu was like a frightened bird. While Liu was still considering where to do next, his ears twitched, detecting the sound of sonic boom from above. He quickly used 2 heavenly eye talismans and placed them over his eyes, allowing him to clearly see through the mist. He saw Trinity Kagaya engulfed in black and red flames approaching at an unbelievable speed. Liu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, wondering how she could have located him. He hastily summoned Jinping Jinjuan again, who immediately commenced the Yin-Yang Thunder God Escape technique. And just like that, Liu turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, Trinity Kagaya landed at the spot where Liu had just been. Lin Luo couldn't help but curse softly at the speed of Lu Yu's escape and then instructed Master of Wishes to continue tracking him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, still in the air, was puzzled. How does Dark Emperor know my location? Does he have a substitute that can track targets? Having multiple substitutes that can also integrate with each other, his talent is definitely more terrifying than an ordinary SSS class talent. I never heard of such a person from Utaijia in his previous life. Just as Liu landed on an insect, a soldier rushed over anxiously and said, "Brother, are you here to help? Our second echelon's S-class awakeners are running out of energy. Can you come and assist them?" Liu looked towards the Void King insect that the army was attacking and immediately showed a disdainful expression. Just a mere Void King insect. Just as Liu was about to say something else, he heard another dreadful sonic boom sound in the air behind him, like a maggot attached to a bone. His expression changed drastically, and he pushed the soldier away impatiently, saying, "Don't bother me, get lost." Then, once again enveloped in lightning, Liu rapidly fled the area. The soldier watched his retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. Behind him, unbeknownst to the soldier, a bug-like monster crept closer. By the time he realized, a pair of massive sides was almost upon him. Suddenly, a red and black sword shadow flashed by, cutting the insect monster in two. Lin Luo, leading Trinity Kagaya, asking with a smile, "Are you alright?" The soldier was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly noticed several more monsters attacking from behind Lin Luo. Like a frightened chicken, he pointed at them in complete shock. Lin Luo summoned his longsword, and with a few swings of whirlwind sword aura, the surrounding insect monsters were instantly slain. The soldier was completely stunned by the display of power. He had seen many S-class awakeners, but never anyone this formidable. He immediately grabbed Lin Luo and pleaded, "Please, help us. The monsters here are too powerful. Firearms and machine guns can't kill them, and my comrades are suffering heavy casualties." Lin Luo responded with a gentle smile and a thumbs up. "Don't worry, now that I am here, you are safe. Leave the rest to me." The soldier wanted to warn Lin Luo about the dangers, but he was too overwhelmed by the sight of the large insect creature. The Void King insect was an old adversary for Lin Luo, and he had always believed there was only one of such a level. Now it seemed that these Void King insects, like ordinary animals, had their own territories. Staring at the Void King insect, the soldier noticed that it was summoning a swarm of insects again. Then looking back at this young man, the soldier knew Lin Luo was powerful, but he still felt Lin Luo was being too reckless. A single mistake due to underestimating the enemy could be fatal. Lin Luo, indifferent to the soldier's concerns, stated unequivocally, "Have your people fall back. This place will be my battlefield now." Lin Luo rose into the air as he sent several whirlwind sword auras straight at the Void King insect's face. At that moment, the fusion time for Trinity Kagaya, the composite form, ended, and her black flame shed from her body, transforming into Dark Emperor, who immediately dashes towards the Void King insect. Lin Luo wasn't surprised by this transformation, as the events were already foretold by the future diary. Their current task was to obliterate the Void King insect. Lin Luo, together with Lady Kagaya, attacked the Void King insect with multiple whirlwind sword auras from the flanks, as Dark Emperor unleashed a barrage of iron fist on its head. The soldier beside him was completely flabbergasted, a realization flashing through his mind as he screamed in disbelief, "Dark Emperor? You are the Dark Emperor." He quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Captain, we are saved. The Dark Emperor is here. It's unmistakable. It's really the Dark Emperor." His substitute and the one described by reporter Yao in the videos are exactly the same. A beautiful girl in a maiden dress with a sword and a warrior in black armor. Lin Luo, with a casual gesture, sent countless azure sword energies piercing into the Insect King's body. They continued with their strategy as Dark Emperor mindlessly unleashed a barrage of punches on the head, while Lin Luo and Lady Kaguya seized the opportunity to also do the same, unleashing multiple whirlwind sword auras straight at the flanks and legs. Soon, the Void King insect emitted a loud, earth-shattering wail. Hearing this, the surrounding insect creatures immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed towards Lin Luo. The soldiers, already exhausted from prolonged fighting, suddenly felt revitalized. As if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, the Dark Emperor, through widespread propaganda, had become something of a national hero. Lin Luo, awaiting the approaching swarm of insect creatures, revealed a cold demeanor. And with a cold smile, he murmured to himself that the experience points the Void King insect was delivering at his doorstep was nothing for him. He took out a frost-white horn, and after taking a deep breath, blew into it fiercely. The long sound of the horn echoed through the sky, summoning a colossal frost giant dragon from a crack in the void, though similar in rank to a typical S-class substitute. Its massive size made it ideal for dealing with the lesser insect minions. As the frost giant dragon opened its mouth and roared violently, countless insect creatures were shattered by the sound and fell from the sky. Lin Luo was pleased with the effect. Defeating this king insect would grant him at least 5 Wheel of Fate single draw tickets and 5 Fate crystals. Just then, a chorus of rallying cries rose behind him. "Dark Emperor, hold on. We are coming to help you." A large group of soldiers was charging towards his position. Lin Luo was bemused, thinking, "When did I need help?" Lin Luo quickly called out to stop them from approaching, telling them that the Void King insect was just a thick-skinned pest that didn't require their assistance. The soldiers stood there, stunned, as their night-long adversary was dismissed as mere trash. Lin Luo then wielded the Heart of Oblivion, and its sword energy surged. Several more fierce whirlwind sword auras swiftly depleted the Void King insect's last sliver of health. Lin Luo proudly stood on top of the corpse of the defeated Void King insect, showing no sign of fatigue. "Congratulations, player, for defeating the Wormhole Guardian Void King insect. Congratulations, player, for earning 5 Will of Fate single draw tickets and 5 Fate crystals. Congratulations to the player, you have caused 70% damage to the Void King insect and gained 35,280,000 experience points. Killing monsters above level 6 gains 700% experience bonus, for 100% added disaster experience bonus, and 100 Wish with 300% experience bonus, gaining a total of 8,400% experience bonus. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 29. The soldiers watched in utter astonishment at the unfolding scene, some speaking in disbelief. He really is the world's #1 Dark Emperor. These bugs really are no match for him. Lin Luo waved at them, and then swiftly continued chasing towards Lu Yu's location. Although he couldn't catch up, scaring him was also rewarding enough. He was determined to leave Lu Yu with an unforgettable experience. From this point onward, the name Dark Emperor will be engraved into Lu Yu's soul, making him terrified of his own shadow at the mention of the name. A few soldiers, upon seeing the Dark Emperor just kill the Void King insect, turned and disappeared into the mist, their eyes brimming with moved tears, immediately turning into enthusiastic fanboys. Doing good without expecting a reward, truly a role model for our generation. Meanwhile, on the balcony of a villa in the neighborhood, Lu Yu, somewhat in disarray, landed with the thunder. He could no longer care about losing face. Compared to his life, it was mere trash. He had to seek help to survive. He kicked open the balcony door and shouted loudly, "Old Yu, are you there?" However, the villa was pitch dark, and only his voice echoed, clearly indicating no one was there. He could only take out a talisman, recording the details of his fight with Dark Emperor and adding at the end, "Old Yu, Dark Emperor's abilities are too strange. If you want to know more about him or retrieve your lost powers, you'll have to contact me." After recording, he stuck the talisman in the most conspicuous place. At this moment, he finally calmed down a bit. He knew he couldn't keep running like this. The energy of the substitute was limited, and he had to find a way to make it impossible for the other party to track him. He immediately performed a hand seal and softly exclaimed, "Please, Wen Kuxingjin, relieve my worries and help me get rid of the enemy's tracking technique." Instantly, an elder in plain robes appeared beside him. Smiling at Lu Yu, he said, "I, Wen Kuxingjin, have been invited to come and wish the Heavenly Master a helping hand." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he replied that Wen Kuxingjin got the order, and a mighty aura of righteousness descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Yu. Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. He knew the mark on him must have been erased. Lu Yu murmured, finally, "That guy won't be able to find me in a short while." With a gloomy expression, Lu Yu continued, "This battle had been too costly for me. The energy I gained from staying up late to grind secret realms with Yute Jia and others the other day is down to just a few hundred points. Moreover, I was really careless and lost the Celestial Master Sect Heritage Treasure, the Celestial Master Token. Fortunately, without the secret method taught by my Heavenly Master, it cannot be used at all. When I grow stronger, I will definitely take back the Celestial Master Token and completely avenge this humiliation." After realizing these things, Li began to check his substitute's attribute panel. However, his face became ugly when he found something very unsettling. His substitute, Tianzuan Majesty, had lost a significant 120 points of intelligence, and the skill, Majestic Demeanor of the Heavenly Lord, had also strangely diminished to only 60% of its original power. However, with no time to ponder further, he knew he had to quickly leave this place before trouble arrives. Meanwhile, Master of Wishes informed Lin Luo that the tracking had been removed. Lin Luo didn't show much disappointment. With the power of the future diary, whatever the other party does, he can find out a day in advance. Lin Luo made a wish to Master of Wishes, saying, "Oh, Master of Wishes, if Liu appears within 10 kilometers of any important person to me, let me be notified." With the wish made, Lin Luo felt relieved, free of worry. Now, it was time to check the spoils of the battle. He first opened Dark Emperor's attribute panel. He remembered that during the battle, Lady Kagaya struck the elderly substitute twice with the Blade of Invasion. He was curious about what power had been seized. Dark Emperor's attribute panel has gained a few changes as his intelligence had increased by 120 points, and he had acquired a new skill, Majestic Demeanor of the Heavenly Lord, 40%. Lin Luo was surprised. Forget it. Maybe after Dark Emperor is upgraded to SSS level, he can evolve a stronger plunder skill. This Majestic Demeanor of the Heavenly Lord skill is quite good, but what use is such high intelligence for a warrior like Dark Emperor? A bit disgruntled, Lin Luo closed Dark Emperor's attribute panel and then took out the Celestial Master Token. He recalled Lu Yu's method of using it and held the token to his forehead, but nothing happened, leading to some embarrassment. It seemed that this sex-specific item wasn't meant for outsiders like him. Annoyed and somewhat embarrassed, Lin Luo handed the Celestial Master Token to Master of Wishes, demanding, "Master of Wishes, modify this Celestial Master Token so only I can use it." Master of Wishes replied with some difficulty, "My great master, to modify this Celestial Master Token, it will consume at least half of my energy." Upon hearing the need for energy, Lin Luo laughed heartily and immediately sprinkled a large amount of the mourner's ashes towards Master of Wishes, stating indifferently, "Energy is meant to be used. A problem that can be solved with energy is not a problem at all." With no further hesitation, Master of Wishes began flipping through the Book of Wishes with a satisfied expression on his face. The Celestial Master Token, transformed by the power of wishes, looked slightly different. Its color was somewhat refreshed, as if it had shed some of its historical dust, and Lin Luo smiled brightly when he saw this. The most astonishing part was the token now had its own attribute panel. Celestial Master Order Quality, Holy Level, the best grade. Only usable by Lin Luo. Effects: permanently lowers own mana limit to 1,000 points. Summons 10 ancestors from Celestial Master Sect to assist in the battle, lasting for 10 minutes. And with a cooling time of a day, Lin Luo was astonished, smiling from ear to ear. He hadn't encountered a holy grade item in 3 years in his past life, and here Liu had been carrying such a heaven-defying treasure. But soon, he noticed something amiss. Why are there only 10 ancestors available for summoning? I clearly remember Liu summoning 12. Could it be that the 2 slain by Lady Kagaya have completely disappeared? Lin Luo felt a pang of loss. Those 2 ancestors' powers were comparable to a standard S-tier substitute, but given the circumstances, there was no way to hold back. 10 S-tier and all combatants. What a gain! I wonder what that Liu will do if he finds out. Maybe if I'm lucky. He might get so angry to the point of having a heart attack. Next, he planned to continue gathering energy and boosting his mana limit. Once the rat-level disaster passes, he intended to head to northern Myanmar, a hunting ground ripe for his taking. At this time, Yu Taijian and Qin Fan returned to the villa and immediately noticed the talisman Liu had left on the wall. After reading the recorded message, their expressions changed drastically and Yu Taijian quickly tried calling Liu. However, all were baffled. What? Liu lost to Dark Emperor in a duel? Wasn't Liu claimed to be strong enough to defeat the 3 of us alone? To think he couldn't even overcome Dark Emperor by himself. Upon receiving the news, Yu Taijian was quite astonished. He was well aware of Liu Yu's capabilities as a top-tier SSS-class talent, combined with the mysterious and profound heritage of the Celestial Master sect. The fact that such a person lost to Dark Emperor was bewildering. After hanging up the phone, Yu Taijian headed to the location of the battle by following the clues left by Liu Yu. As he arrived at the location, the area still held remnants of the substitute's energy from the fight, and the ground bore many traces of the battle. He instructed the girl beside him, King of Time, conduct a time reversal of this area's scene. Upon command, King of Time initiated her power, and several large clocks appeared around her, their hands moving rapidly counterclockwise. Suddenly, Yu Taijian was engulfed in a blue aura and countless scenes started to circle around him. The scenery suddenly begun to shift, reflecting the area's past events in front of Yu Taijian. This ability to rewind time wasn't an actual reversal of time, but rather a means to witness past events in a specific area. As the scene unfolded, Yu Taijian suddenly called for a pause, and then he dived right into the scene before him. The next moment, he appeared beside Lady Kagaya, turning his gaze toward the shadowy figure shrouded in the dense fog, recognizing Dark Emperor. "So, you are the Dark Emperor, the one who returned with me to the time before the mass awakening," he murmured. After scrutinizing Lin Luo, he frowned. "I don't recognize this person, and I've never heard of such a figure in my past life. His strength has increased so tremendously in just a few days. Let me uncover your secrets." As Yu Taijian's words trailed off, the scene resumed. By the time it paused again, the battle was halfway through. Yu Taijian immediately recognized the white clock embedded in Dark Emperor's chest and exclaimed, "It's indeed you. The power of King of Time has been seized by you." King of Time, who had come closer, confirmed, "Master, that white clock is indeed the transformation of my second hand's power. Should we join forces with Liu Yu?" Yu Taijian didn't immediately agree, but continued the time reversal, eager to understand how Dark Emperor managed to defeat Liu Yu, an SSS tier talent. After a while, Yu Taijian had watched a significant portion of the battle. He knelt down, overwhelmed and incredulous. How is this possible? How can one person have so many substitutes? And moreover, they can merge with each other. What exactly is the awakened talent of this Dark Emperor? Continuing with his quest for answers, Yu Taijian instructed King of Time to keep the time reversal going. The King of Time warned him, "Long-term time reversal is too taxing on energy and your physical strength." Yu Taijian clenched his fists and firmly said, "Even if it uses up all the energy I've accumulated recently, I must know the secret behind Dark Emperor's strength." As time rewound, the scene rapidly reversed. Even going back to before the battle between Lin Luo and Liu Yu, Yu Taijian followed the reversing Lin Luo to the moment when he had just killed Gao Qi and plundered his talent. Thus, Lin Luo's deepest secret was finally laid bare before him. Yu Taijian was slightly stunned, so this Dark Emperor can actually plunder others' talents by killing them. This is terrifying. No wonder he has so many different talents and substitutes. But whether in this life or my past life, I've never encountered him, let alone been killed by him. How did he seize the power of King of Time? At that moment, King of Time spoke up. "Do you need me to continue tracking his location? We could use delayed blasts to eliminate him while he sleeps." Yu Taijian hastily declined. "This Dark Emperor is shrouded in too many mysteries. We need to observe what kind of person he is first. After all, our real enemy comes from beyond the skies. If Dark Emperor's character isn't bad, collaborating with him isn't out of the question." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Luo, his greatest secret had been uncovered by others. He had just completed another successful raid on the Tomb of Tears, this time preemptively controlling the Lich Bride to prevent any leaks, resulting in his acquisition of 30 portions of Mourner's ashes. Following that, he revisited the refreshed Sacred Forest and obtained a significant amount of God-given crystal shards. Satisfied with his loot, he then asked Master of Wishes to locate the secret vault left by the prison warden Duan Qifeng. Shortly afterward, they arrived at a villa. Lin Luo carefully instructed Master of Wishes to disable all surveillance devices. Before nonchalantly entering, he went straight to the basement, which turned out to be a modestly decorated study. Following the method previously mentioned by Duan Qifeng, he explored the bookshelf until one book was pressed into it, causing the entire bookshelf to slowly rotate and reveal the entrance to a secret chamber. Though he was prepared, the sight inside the secret chamber still staggered Lin Luo. He had never imagined nearly 100 million in cash would look so vast. Overwhelmed by the sight of the massive amount of money, Lin Luo mused that in his past and present life combined, he had never seen so much money. An ordinary person earns 3,000 to 4,000 a month. It would take 2,000 years of work without spending a dime to accumulate this amount. After collecting his thoughts, he immediately, without hesitation, stored all the money in his space crystal. Having dealt with this unexpected windfall, Lin Luo then directed Master of Wishes to locate the position of Wang Hengji, the second son of the Wang corporate empire. If it weren't for being preoccupied with dealing with Lu Yu, he would have sought revenge for his brother much earlier, stealing national treasures and framing his brother for jail where crimes Lin Luo could not tolerate. Inside a building at this moment, Wang Hengji, clearly impatient, rose from the bed. A butler beside him hastily offered his clothes with respect. Wang Hengji spoke with displeasure. "Clean this place up. I'm going down for breakfast. Next time find more. One is simply too fragile." The butler, looking at the girl on the bed already foaming at the mouth and lifeless, couldn't help but shake his head. It was unknown how many girls had perished after the city was shrouded in fog. It seemed that his young master was extremely bored in a splendid office. Wang Hengji was somewhat boredly eating his breakfast when suddenly the lights in the hall went out. Then, an icy voice suddenly rang out in front of the office desk. "Do you enjoy playing? Then, I'll play a game with you." Startled by this sudden change, Wang Hengji stood up with a trembling voice. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Suddenly, Wang Hengji's head was slammed against his office desk with great force. Wang Hengji felt that there might be something wrong with this man's brain for him to have the audacity to do this, and just when he was about to curse, he was shocked and suddenly found that he could not move or speak. Lin Luo murmured, "Tianzuan Majesty is quite easy to use, although it only has 40% power." He then took a seat, joined his fingers with a serious expression, said something incomprehensible to himself. "Young Master Wang doesn't need to worry about who I am." He had a cold look towards Wang Hengji, then suddenly, his face turned wicked and with a mischievous smile, he said, "You better listen carefully to the rules of the game as it concerns whether you can live through today." He got up from his seat, and with a murderous aura, he continued, "I've released 100 giant locusts into this room to chase you. However, I'm not so heartless. If you can run out through the back door, I'll let you go." With a side glance at Wang Hengji, Lin Luo remarks with a smile, "Young Master Wang, I wish you a happy time. Enjoy." The next moment, the lights turned on. Wang Hengji suddenly looked bewildered, uncertain if what just happened was real or an illusion. Just then, the sound of insects flapping their wings emerged in the room. Countless giant locusts swung directly at him. Wang Hengji was completely panicked, running and shouting for the butler to help. Suddenly, he remembered the words of the mysterious person and quickly ran towards the back door. The moment he pushed the door open, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, the mysterious voice rang out again, startling him. "Congratulations on passing the first level. Let's move on to the next one, the Mist of Murder." Wang Hengji suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed intently on the location within the white fog from where the voice was emanating. A hint of ferocity surged on his face as he demanded, "Who exactly are you? How dare you toy with me like this? Remember your unyielding demeanor now, young Master Wang. Don't beg for mercy later. The second round of our game, Mist of Killing, is about to begin. I'll release an alien hunter to chase after you. If you can run back through the front door to your home, then you'll be considered the winner. So now, let the game begin." Upon hearing this, Wang Hengji immediately began to curse loudly. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow, as tall as a 2-story building, appeared before him. This frightened Wang Hengji into silence, and cold sweat uncontrollably began to stream down his face. His body went rigid with fear, and he turned to run, cursing Lin Luo in his heart. "If I can escape this time, I must use all of Wang Corporation's resources to delete you." Just as he was about to re-enter through the front door, a large swarm of giant locusts suddenly burst out, forcibly pushing him back out. The alien hunter caught up, and its sharp limbs brutally pierced his calf, lifting him into the air. Just when Wang Hengji thought his life was over, the motion of the alien hunter suddenly halted, and a mysterious man's voice rang in his ear again. "Young Master Wang, you were quite energetic just now. Why so lethargic all of a sudden?" Hearing this voice, Wang Hengji no longer dared to act rashly. He had a wonderful life to live and could not die here. He pleaded, "Big brother, I was blind to your greatness earlier. I'll give you anything you want. Please spare me." Lin Luo's mouth curled into a slight cold smile. "I still prefer your unyielding demeanor from earlier. Now, I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I might spare your life. Do you remember the theft of relics from the Hang City Museum a few years back?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hengji immediately recalled the incident. Such dealings with stolen relics occur often for the Wang family, but besides making an orphan take the blame, it seems we didn't offend anyone else. Just then, he was dropped from the air by the alien hunter. Looking up at Lin Luo, Wang Hengji's eyes shifted as he placed all the blame on his brother, Wang Chongji, claiming he was the instigator of the whole affair. Given his current predicament, he dared not admit to being the culprit himself. If Lin Luo were to take out his brother Wang Chongji, then he could rightfully inherit the Wang family's fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. Your brother Wang Chongji did it? Indeed, it was him. He's the eldest in our family, the one behind all the dirty work. I'm just the scapegoat. Please, don't misunderstand me, big brother. Wang Hengji's tone was so pitiable it almost seemed genuine. At the same time, he secretly activated his B-level talent, Bewitchment, hoping to deceive the man in the fog. It seemed the mysterious man in the fog actually believed his words, as the gigantic insect gradually disappeared into the mist, indicating he would be spared. However, just as Wang Hengji let down his guard, a sword energy suddenly pierced his chest. Wang Hengji fell into a pool of blood, filled with unwillingness. Lin Luo's mouth showed a trace of cold smile, a mere B-level talent trying to brainwash me. Inside a luxurious villa, Wang Chongji was smiling as he told a story to his son. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis and quickly sent his son back to his room. Then, he summoned his substitute transcendent and took out a gun, as a last resort if needed. Wang Chongji had always publicly claimed his talent was only of C-level, but as a scion of a major family, concealing one's true abilities was a lesson well learned. His actual talent, an S-level called on a whim, was passive and alerted him to danger. It varied in intensity depending on the threat level. With a calm demeanor, Wang Chongji awaits what was approaching his door, gun in hand. At that moment, Lin Luo pushed open the door and entered with a smile, asking, "Are you Mr. Wang Chongji?" Wang Chongji's expression changed upon hearing this. He then replied by asking, "Who are you? What do you want to see me for?" Staring at Lin Luo skeptically, Wang Chongji silently thought, "This young man is dangerous. He got here through the fog without any problem. May I know who you are and what brings you here?" Lin Luo didn't immediately answer. Instead, he casually seated himself before saying, "Mr. Wang, don't be so tense. I was passing by just now and heard Mr. Wang's eloquent story. Mr. Wang, what do you think the sheep will do to the wolves if one day they gain power? I, the sheep, came in on my own initiative and wanted to discuss it with you." Wang Hengji replied, "You are so humble, you can ignore all the security guards and sneak into my Wang family directly." Then he silently thought, "With the S-class substitute transcendent standing by, I should be able to rest assured." Then, with a smile, Lin Luo continued, "The rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutation. And you said you were a sheep? I would like to ask Mr. Wang to answer my question just now." Wang Hengji raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "With all due respect, a sheep is still a sheep after gaining power, and it cannot change the outcome of being a sheep. Because the fate of sheep is destined to be eaten by wolves, even if they have strength, I don't dare to have any thoughts about wolves. Really, it's destined to always be a sheep then." Lin Luo was in a daze and couldn't help but recall the time before his rebirth. His brother has clearly awakened his A-level talent, but he still sticks to his duties and behaves honestly. Little Luo, although our awakened talents are not the most powerful, but as long as we abide by our duties, be honest, and help others, life will definitely reward us well. Staring at Wang Hengji with a mockery smile, Lin Luo thought to himself after a brief realization, "Brother Zhou, it's all in vain. We all think that good people will be rewarded with good things. But in the end, they died together in the hands of these greedy scum, completing the destined ending of a sheep." Then Lin Luo replied by saying, "What Mr. Wang said has benefited me a lot." Wang Chongji continued, "It seems that only by not being a sheep can we escape the fate of sheep. You probably didn't come here just to chat with me, right?" "Yes, I almost forgot that I was here to collect a debt." Wang Hengji was puzzled. "A debt?" Suddenly Lin Luo's expression turned wicked, and with an evil smile, he said, "Regarding the theft of cultural relics from the Hangzhou Museum a few years ago, your brother Wang Hengji said that you ordered him to do it." Wang Chongji looked shocked, slightly sweating hearing this, and, after a moment's thought, replied, "I've heard of the case, but it has nothing to do with me. I'm involved in legitimate business. If my family is indeed involved, then it would have been my brother's doing. In our kind of family, it's common to deal in both legitimate and illegitimate businesses, and as the successor, I stay clear of the latter. My brother acts as the frontman for such dealings. This isn't a secret. Anyone in our circles would know. It seems my brother has deceived you." Lin Luo watched him intently, seemingly convinced by his sincere gaze, and the confirmation from the Master of Wishes at the door that Wang Chongji wasn't lying. Then he looked back at Wang Chongji and thought, "This man's strength should not be underestimated. He is probably an S-level talent awakener like me. It's better to tell him all the inside story about his brother and let him try to settle the score for him." Seeing this, Wang Chongji continued more earnestly, "It seems you might be a victim of that incident. I apologize on behalf of my brother. Please tell me your story." While I can't undo the hardships you faced, I hope to offer some financial compensation. The man before him was capable of sneaking into the Wang family's home silently. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. He might be an S-class talent awakener just like himself. If he could settle this with money, that would be the best. Lin Luo didn't expect the other party to be such a good actor. If it were an ordinary victim hearing these words, they might even feel grateful. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Mr. Wang's attitude is indeed commendable. Much stronger than your useless brother. No wonder you can become the heir to the Wang family. I originally wanted to just crush you, but since you're quite cooperative, I will give you a chance to live. Wang Chongji raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant. He had already been so humble, yet the others still wanted to kill him. Did he really think he was easygoing? Wang Chongji's mouth curved into a smirk. You speak big words, but you might have overestimated your strength. Lin Luo glanced at the transcendent standing behind him, then summoned Dark Emperor and said, if your substitute can last more than 5 seconds against my substitute, I'll give you a chance to live. Wang Chongji couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. What if your substitute is no match for mine? I assume you're also an S-class awakener. Don't think you're invincible just because you have some power. Although substitute transcendent is also only S-class, both its strength and agility are at a full 200 points. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is its skill, future transcendence, which allows it to foresee 1 second into the future, absolutely taking the initiative before the opponent's action. Wang Chongji suddenly widened his eyes as future transcendence activated. He was shocked to find that in a second, the transcendent would be defeated by the opponent's substitute with a punch. So, he immediately ordered the transcendent to use its super agility to kill the opponent's host first, not to clash head-on with the substitute. But, unexpectedly, the next second, the transcendent was blasted back against the wall, denting it. Suddenly, another punch was heading towards the transcendent substitute. The black shadow of a punch didn't give him any chance to react and smashed heavily onto his face. Watching the transcendent that was now completely lifeless, Wang Chongji's face was filled with disbelief. The opponent's black substitute was so fast that it left the transcendent with no chance to dodge. Lin Luo pointed his finger at Wang Chongji and said, since you have no substitute, I can only beat you to death now. Wang Chongji hurriedly pulled out the gun and pointed it at Lin Luo at such a close distance. Even if your substitute is formidable, it's useless. Lin Luo looked disdainfully at the dark muzzle of the gun, then calmly commanded, Master of Wishes, I wish that the gun won't fire any bullets. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongji immediately pulled the trigger. But unexpectedly, after pressing it 5 times, all attempts misfired. He quickly threw away the weapon and pleaded, killing me won't benefit you at all. Name your price. I'll buy my life. Lin Luo's lips curled into a sly smile. Let's hear it. How much are you willing to pay for your life? I offer you 50 million. And wherever you need the Wang family's help in the future, I, Wang Chongji, will definitely assist you with all my might. Is the heir of the Wang Corporation only worth 50 million? A corrupt prison warden embezzles more than that, but you've given me some inspiration. I've decided to let Dark Emperor give you a quick end. Wang Chongji didn't expect the other to turn against him faster than flipping a book. He was about to say something more when Lin Luo ordered Dark Emperor to strike. And just like that, Dark Emperor's iron fist boomed into his chest, permanently rendering him unable to have the chance to speak again as his vision darkened. Lin Luo looked at Wang Chongji's body and muttered, I really should build my own force. After getting rid of you, I can install a compliant puppet in the Wang family to still aid me. Lin Luo then activated his talent Plunder on Wang Chongji's corpse. He checked an attribute panel for the skill, on a whim, which provides an effect as when danger is imminent, different levels of warnings will be generated according to the degree of danger, with no cooldown time. Lin Luo smiled in satisfaction, being able to sense danger without a cooldown time. This talent is quite nice. He then began summoning his new substitute. A warrior clad in silver armor appeared before him, named Transcendent. His attribute panel shows an AS-level substitute, Transcendent with strength of 200, 10 for ordinary people, agility of 200 with intelligence of 15, defense of 30 with HP of 5,500, energy of 150 with growth of 100, energy recovery rate indicating that with every hour, a point is restored, and finally, 15 meters of action distance. As mentioned earlier, Transcendent has a skill, Beyond the Future, which enables him to see the future in the next second in advance. Consumes 5 points of energy with no cooldown time. Transcendent, extremely similar to the S-Class period Dark Emperor, is a high agility, high-strength melee-type substitute. Lin Luo was very pleased with this substitute, though he felt the skill was a bit underwhelming, only able to foresee 1 second into the future. Hearing Lin Luo's evaluation, Transcendent clearly felt underestimated. Master, you undervalue me. My power is much greater than you imagine. That black thing behind you could win against me just because the previous master's commands were flawed. Hearing this, Dark Emperor immediately became enraged. Newcomer, do you want to have another go? Transcendent naturally would not show weakness, and both substitutes were about to brawl again. Lin Luo naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen and immediately stopped them. Next, he began considering who to choose to control the Wang family as a puppet. After analysis by Master of Wishes, Lin Luo finally selected Wang Chengji's third uncle, Wang Daoqing. Meanwhile, at the Wang Group Industrial Park building, the line of Wang Daoqing has always been competing for power and profit with the head of the family, making him the most suitable candidate. Wang Daoqing is a businessman with a keen sense for commerce. After the era of universal awakening, he began to make his moves. However, with the sudden fog and monstrous insects, he planned to sell off 90% of his assets after the fog cleared, elevate his and his son's talents to S-class, and then form several strong teams. He aimed to monopolize the resources of the dungeon secrets, whether equipment, crystals, or energy, all in his own hands. Perhaps, father and son could become local lords. At that moment, applause came from behind them, and Lin Luo walked in with a smile. Mr. Wang has grand ambitions and a far-reaching vision. Being a second-in-command is really beneath you. How about I offer you a grand opportunity? Wang Daoqing's expression tensed upon hearing Lin Luo's words. I wonder what you mean by that, young friend. I've just conveniently taken care of 2 heirs of the Wang family. Now, your son is the only heir left. Wang Daoqing and his son's faces changed drastically, momentarily stunned by Lin Luo's words. Lin Luo looked at them mockingly. Or do you brothers have such deep affection that you wish to avenge them? Wang Chengji was about to retort but was stopped by his father. Wang Daoqing ordered Wang Chengji go and pour a cup of tea for our honored guest. Wang Chengji was slightly stunned, not quite understanding his father's intention, especially as he referred to this audacious young man as an honored guest. Without further explanation but a stern look, Wang Daoqing sent him on his way. Once his son left, Wang Daoqing managed to smile. My son is not articulate. I hope you don't take offense, young friend, but is what you just said true? Lin Luo nonchalantly waved his hand, indicating that what he truly valued was Wang Daoqing. As long as his son didn't cause any trouble and obediently listened, it was all fine. Lin Luo said with a smile, once this disaster is over, you'll receive news. But if you want to fully control the Wang family, you will undoubtedly face many obstacles. I'll help you clear these obstacles. I only have one condition, whether it's financial or other aspects, you must provide me with sufficient support. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously asked, may I be so bold as to ask, what exactly do you mean by clearing these obstacles? Lin Luo didn't immediately answer his question, but instead said somewhat playfully, Mr. Wang, although you have already anticipated the future development of the situation, you still see too superficially. The decisions you are making are not wrong, but you still underestimate the changes that the future world will undergo. Soon, this peaceful world will enter a great era of strife until the order completely collapses. Wang Daoqing questioned in somewhat disbelief, complete collapse? Then, Wang Daoqing's expression became somewhat dazed upon hearing Lin Luo's complete conviction that he will bestow equal death to anyone who stands in his way. His awakened C-class talent, synchronization, allowed him to feel someone's emotions completely for a brief moment. He felt the firmness and confidence in the young man's heart, an unbreakable resolve. Even the long-extinguished passion in his heart seemed to reignite. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I, Wang Daoqing, will join you in this madness. Lin Luo smiled at this. It was naturally less troublesome if the other party agreed. He was already prepared to find someone else to continue negotiations if they didn't agree. After all, if the second-in-command died, there was still a third-in-command. Just then, Wang Xuxi came in with a cup of tea. Wang Daoqing quickly instructed him, go and call Li's son, who has awakened an S-class talent from the factory. Then he hurriedly explained to Lin Luo, this matter is of great importance. I happen to have an employee who has awakened a contract-type talent. It might be a good idea to have him come over as a witness. A tall young man, Li's son, was brought in by Wang Xuxi and immediately bowed and greeted his boss, Wang Daoqing, who nodded at him and then unceremoniously ordered him to summon his substitute and explain his talent to Lin Luo. Li's son promptly summoned his substitute, which appeared as a giant light brown parchment in the void. He looked at his substitute and then introduced, my substitute is called Pact of Yesteryear. Its ability is quite simple. It establishes a contract between 2 parties. If one side fails to abide by the contract stipulations, once the agreed-upon time comes, it will be enforced compulsorily. Lin Luo listened and didn't object. If the other party is only S-class, then I should be able to ignore this enforcement. His own substitute, Master of Wishes, claims to fulfill any wish, yet it's limited by the S-class. If a wish is too difficult, it simply collapses. Seeing no objection from Lin Luo, Wang Daoqing then instructed Li Sun to draft the contract. From today onwards, Lin Luo will help Wang Daoqing take complete control of the Wang family. Upon successful completion, the Wang family must provide Lin Luo with no more than 30% of the total assets as financial aid, as well as up to 40% of connections and other types of support. Once the content was confirmed, Wang Daoqing pressed his palm onto the contract, then turned to look at Lin Luo. Lin Luo, without any hesitation, also pressed his hand onto it. Suddenly, Lin Luo sensed an inexplicable sense of karma, but he didn't take it to heart. Even if he breached the contract, this S-class pact of yesteryear couldn't do much against him. After ensuring the contract was finalized, he left the place. Wang Shuji, with a curious expression, immediately asked his father, "Are we really going to cooperate with him?" Wang Daoqing's expression was resolute. The man single-handedly killed 2 heirs of the Wang family and can move freely even during the lockdown. He is probably indeed a benefactor for us. After leaving the Wang family, Lin Luo planned to continue strengthening his capabilities by grinding energy in a mystical realm, then amassing various potions in preparation for future endeavors. He intended to establish a company and build his own gaming guild after the mouse-level catastrophe had passed, learning from the recruitment methods of major powers in his past life to build his own force. The next morning, Lin Luo, while venturing into a secret realm known as the Lava Caverns, incredibly lucked out again, obtaining a diamond-grade weapon, the Flame's Leap, which granted him mastery in two-handed swords. After days of relentless effort, Lin Luo's level had reached 39. His basic physical attributes nearly maxed out in proficiency and various skills reaching new heights. Lin Luo's attribute panel shows a level 39 with an occupation, Storm Swordsman, class, Legendary, HP 100,000, Mana 50,000, Fighting Chi 20,000, Attack Power 2,000, Strength 500, Physique 500, Agility 500, Spirit 259, Intelligence 241. Both physical and magic defense 500. The above attributes are all max out and not superimposed. Equipment attribute skill are Shadow Hunting level 1 and Shield of Fighting Spirit of 490%. Fighting skill, Flame Devouring Wave Sword of 460%, Ice Frost Breath, Crushing Claw Strike, Two-Handed Sword Mastery of 400%, Second Turn Specialty, Feat, Sound Speed Sword Breath, Specialty, Swiftness Feng Jian Gang, and finally a Nun Jian Chi feature. Beyond his 2 diamond-grade weapons, even his least impressive gear was of gold level. However, as dungeons and secret realms for levels 40 to 60 were not yet open, Lin Luo's level and equipment temporarily hit a plateau. In the afternoon, he arrived at a secret realm called the Black and White Bear's Forge. As diamond-grade weapons would accompany him for a long time, they necessitated thorough fortification. Approaching the forge, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing a player berating a black and white bear for ruining his black iron weapon. He remembered these black and white bears might look cute, but were notoriously temperamental and terrifyingly strong in battle, recalling a scene from his past life where an SS-ranked talent was brutally beaten by one. Sure enough, as his recollection ended, the player was kicked flying by the black and white bear, shaking his head with a smile. Lin Luo presented a Celestial Master token to the black and white bear, inquiring about enhancing it. To his surprise, the black and white bear was taken aback by the sight of such a sacred item. However, enhancing sacred items required not only game currency but also a special item known as Essence of the King, an elite drop only from level 60 plus monsters, which Lin Luo couldn't procure yet. Disappointed, he put away the Celestial Master token and handed over his 2 longswords instead. The black and white bear swiftly swung its small hammer, enhancing both swords to +5, each gaining 50 points in attack power. Then, with a sly grin, the black and white bear commented on the pity of only enhancing such fine diamond-grade weapons to +5. Lin Luo, caressing his swords, handed them back to the black and white bear. Enhancing equipment is guaranteed to have a 100% success rate up until +5. However, after reaching that point, the success rate will gradually decrease, and the cost will continue to increase. This black and white bear is obviously trying to scam me out of my money. Then let me take good care of them, to vent the frustration for the majority of players. At that moment, Black and White Bear's lips curled into a sinister smile, eagerly anticipating the sight of frustration after a failed weapon enhancement. Just then, Lin Luo calmly said, "My enhancement will surely not fail." Black and White Bear gave him a look as if he was an idiot, then excitedly started hammering at Flame's Leap with his small hammer, scoffing at Lin Luo's words. The higher the enhancement level, the lower the success rate. Failure is just a matter of time. After a busy flurry, Flame's Leap successfully upgraded from +5 to +6, which annoyed Black and White Bear greatly. A Flame's Leap with an upgrade to 6 quality, diamond level, rare with a restricted level 32, restricted occupation, melee type, and second career change with an attack power of 407 with an increase of 60. Critical hit rate, 24% with 2% increase, critical damage plus 27% and an attack speed of plus 26%. Burning armor, 15% probability of permanently reducing the physical defense of the attacked equipment by 3 points. A remnant fire skill which causes 15 points of burning damage per second that ignores defense to the enemy hit, lasting 3 seconds, and can be stacked up to 10 times. And finally, an active rising flame which activates the power of flame jump, and the next damage will be physical attack power multiplied by 10% of burning damage. A cooling time of 1 hour. As Flame's Leap burns brightly, Black and White Bear immediately took out another small hammer and started working on 2 swords simultaneously. To his disbelief, 30 consecutive enhancements succeeded without a single failure, an utterly unreasonable outcome. Lin Luo and Master of Wishes exchanged glances, and Lin Luo asked playfully, "Must have been hard on you. Is the enhancement done?" Black and White Bear wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I've reached my limit. I can't continue enhancing." Lin Luo responded with a tinge of regret. "That's too bad. Thank you anyway." At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed as a human-shaped substitute covered in mosaics perfectly recited the attributes of Flame's Leap. Lin Luo, slightly startled, knew his weapon's attributes were hidden, yet this being could read the concealed information. He coldly warned, "Continue exposing my weapon's attributes, and see if I don't chop you up." The mosaic-covered substitute immediately ceased its actions, twisting mechanically. Then, the mechanical voice resonated directly in Lin Luo's mind. "I apologize for my rudeness. Your weapon is so astonishing that I couldn't help but recite its properties. My name is Eagle. My ability is to see through any hidden information. My substitute is called Unfathomable, capable of remote operations and sharing vision with me. I noticed your confident expression during the enhancement. I suspect your substitute might be able to improve success rates." Lin Luo's gaze sharpened. "You know curiosity killed the cat, right?" Eagle's voice resounded again in Lin Luo's mind. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm just looking to exchange contact details for future high-quality equipment enhancements. Besides, I know many wealthy individuals and I could introduce business to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo immediately recalled some events from his past life, where indeed many wealthy individuals paid handsomely for equipment enhancements. Thus, he didn't reject the offer and exchanged contact information with Eagle. Meanwhile, in Hang City Military District's conference room number 6, dozens of high-ranking officials were gathered to discuss establishing a supernatural law enforcement team post-disaster. The team's primary focus would be on higher-level awakened individuals with supernatural abilities. Instantly, a proposal emerged to invite the city's hero, Dark Emperor, as the first chief of the team, which met immediate opposition. Some argued that such a critical position should be filled by someone from within the system. Others mentioned that Dark Emperor's guardian, Zhou Dongxing, who was still serving a sentence, had a tainted background, making Dark Emperor unsuitable for such a significant role. The commander, Nia Xiangdong, intervened in the discussion. "I have reinvestigated Zhou Dongxing's case and found some trickery. I plan to release Zhou Dongxing and clear his bad records after the disaster. Moreover, if the Dark Emperor is willing to join the Supernatural Management Bureau, any conditions and positions can be satisfied." Upon hearing this, the other officials' expressions changed dramatically. Such conditions are simply outrageous. Is the Dark Emperor really worth such significant attention from the nation? Nia Xiangdong continued, "From now on, all government agencies must cooperate fully with the Supernatural Administration in handling supernatural cases. This is not a request. It's an order." Meanwhile, Lin Luo, unaware of the official plans to recruit him, visited his brother Zhou Dongxing in detention, giving him a feather of hope as he was about to head to northern Myanmar. He wanted to ensure his brother's safety while he was away. He told him that he can go about his business without worrying about him. He will be fine. The prison guards quickly reported his visit to Commander Nia Xiangdong. After visiting his brother, Lin Luo wandered the empty streets, instructing Master of Wishes to find a company that could quickly transport him to northern Myanmar. Soon, a company named Brilliant Media caught his eye. Lin Luo, with a slight smile, sent his resume to this company that was hiring. The cleverest hunter often appears as the prey, he mused. Inside an office at Brilliant Media, Mr. Xing was discussing life with his new female secretary, with whom he was extremely satisfied. She was not only competent at her job, but also helped him relax after work. The next day, Lin Luo arrived at the Brilliant Media office building following the instructions and the reply he received. Lin Luo summoned Master of Wishes and immediately wished for ordinary strangers not to recognize him. As he approached and entered the building, he was greeted by the female secretary, Minjer, who had worked overnight, struck by Lin Luo's youthful and handsome appearance. She personally escorted him to Mr. Xing's office. When they entered the office, Mr. Xing briefly glanced at Lin Luo's resume before offering him a job on the spot, inviting him to join a company-organized overseas trip in 2 days. Lin Luo readily accepted, as it aligned with his objectives. As he left the building, Lin Luo commented about how his resume was almost blank, but he was actually hired. "Well, I'm very satisfied with it. Does what everyone who comes to Brilliant Media wants anyway." 2 days later, dozens of employees gathered at the company building. The team leader for this team building exercise, Manager Gu, saw that everyone had arrived and promptly arranged for everyone to board the bus headed to the airport. However, confusion spread among the employees when they noticed that the tickets distributed by Manager Gu were for northern Myanmar, not the previously mentioned Singapore. Faced with the employees' confusion, Manager Gu quickly explained that due to the peak travel season, they were unable to purchase enough direct tickets and would need to transit through northern Myanmar to reach Singapore. Lin Luo didn't buy this explanation at all. He was well aware that Brilliant Media was a hotspot for luring people with high salaries to northern Myanmar to engage in kidnapping and telecommunication fraud. "It doesn't matter, I will take action anyway. Before becoming the king of this country, I will have to complete this small goal first. Becoming the king of Mianbei." Soon, Manager Gu led the employees outside after they arrived at the terminal, where Mr. Xing was waving a small red flag at the exit. Behind him was armed security detail in their transportation vehicle. Upon seeing Mr. Xing, Manager Gu said softly, "Boss, will you join us here?" "Yes. I'm not at ease, so I plan to go with you. There are still 2 or 3 hours before the connecting flight. Come on, I will take you to Myanmar." Hearing this, all the employees cheered excitedly as they followed behind Mr. Xing, who was smiling mischievously. But when they saw the broken windows and worn-out-looking shape of the bus, they became somewhat puzzled, their faces showing a dejected expressions. More people among them also realized that something was wrong, and they began to whisper to each other with worried faces. On top of that, the gunmen standing behind Mr. Xing were intimidating as the guns in their hands were not ordinary weapons but military grade. Panic immediately rose among them. Manager Gu, wanting to calm the situation, suggested, "Boss, how about we wait at the airport? The public security here is not good, so it doesn't matter if we don't go shopping." Just then, Mr. Xing bitch slapped Manager Gu across the face, shouting, "I asked you to get in the bus, so just obey quietly and get in. Why are you sprouting so much nonsense?" He then turns to the employees as the armed men pointed their guns at them with sturdy and cold gazes. "Get in the bus quickly, or you'll die here. When you come to my territory, be obedient to me. You idiots still believe you're in Hangzhou?" Upon hearing this, a person from behind the team turned around and started to run away. He exclaimed in panic that he wants to go back home. His speed was so fast that he was about to run out of the street in the blink of an eye. A gunman quickly pointed his gun at the man and was about to start shooting when he was stopped by a dark-haired man, Shinhee. Then, Shinhee said to him, "Wait, he has awakened a speed-type talent. You can't shoot him." Shinhee suddenly shouted as blue aura emanated from him. "Come out, judge's pen." He reached out and casually grabbed an enlarged version of a writing brush, which looked more like a big stick than a pen directly appearing in his hand. He suddenly wrote a few words randomly in a void. And just like that, the guy who was running out of the street instantly froze in place at this moment. Mr. Xing smiled brightly, handed a cigarette to Shinhee, and said with some envy, "I have long heard that Brother Shin has awakened his S-level talent. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, you are so awesome. It is like a superpower, even more powerful than a gun, right?" After Shinhee lit the cigarette and took a sip, he smiled casually and replied, "How does it compare to a gun? I'm just a thug, and it's more comfortable for a person like you to be in charge. By the way, some of the girls I had just now were pretty decent, and you were pretty good at it. No wonder the boss praised you to a few of us yesterday." Mr. Xing chuckled and said, "They are all serving Boss Ming. Those girls, you can play with them as you like after they are trained. Well then, let's talk when we have time. I will get in the bus first." An expression of satisfaction suddenly appeared on Mr. Xing's face, and he stretched out his arms, grinned and said, "This is the north of Myeongdong where I grew up. Welcome to my world, delicate sheep." This act of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys can be said to have silenced the rest of the people as they lined up to get on the bus. Lin Luo, quiet and observant, watched everything from the back of the line. Shinhee waved his hand and asked the 3 locals with guns to follow Mr. Xing onto the bus. "Brother Shin, won't you come with me?" "No, it's okay. I'm waiting for someone. You go first." Unlike the rest of the people in the bus who looked worried and pale, Lin Luo got in the bus and sat in the back seat smiling brightly and almost laughed out loud. "It's so cool. As soon as I came to the north, I met an S-class awakener. No matter how many people are killed here, no one will care. Sure enough, this is my paradise." The speed of this bus is not very fast. The movement range of Dark Emperor is 170 meters, and the movement range of Lady Kagaya is 190 meters. After this bus starts moving, as long as the 2 substitutes are within the range, they will definitely kill with one hit. A gust of cold winter wind happened to blow as the bus started slowly. 100 meters, 130 meters. Shinhee stood there and didn't notice a pair of eyes staring at him with interest at the last window of the bus. Lin Luo immediately used the pink fantasy on him and murmured softly, "Dark Emperor, Lady Kagaya, take action now." Shinhee was instantly under an illusion and couldn't move as the 2 substitutes charged at him. A dark figure instantly appeared in front of him, with thick shadows blocking his sight. Bang! There was a violent sound breaking through the air, and with it a billowing stream of heat. It instantly rushed towards his face as the terrifying black iron fist landed on Shinhee's chin, deleting him immediately. Lady Kagaya didn't even get the chance to even attack Shinhee. Lin Luo was still smiling from ear to ear as he received a notification. To activate your SS level talent Plunder, please choose one of the 4 target attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, and soul power to plunder. Choosing talent effects, Lin Luo checked the attribute panel. Host successfully plunder the target's talent and obtain the S-level talent audit. An S grade with passive effect when activated. The enemy attacking you will automatically enter the audit state. Once it is confirmed that host cannot dodge, the attack will enter a brief stagnation due to violation. After violation is triggered, there will be a 12-hour cooling time. After Lin Luo understood the ability of this talent, he thought to himself, "What a good guy. This is equivalent to a life-saving shield once every 12 hours. It can also temporarily stop the attacks of powerful enemies. It is a magical counter-killing skill. Sure enough, this is definitely paradise made for me." During the ride, Lin Luo was bored, so he decided that now that he had too many talents and substitutes, he will use this time to sort them out carefully. Classify and become familiar with the many talents and substitute abilities, because only when he has a clear understanding of his own abilities and strengths can they be used in the most efficient way. In the future, when facing various situations, you can make the most correct response as quickly as possible. First, in terms of combat type substitutes, there are 4 in total: Dark Emperor, Lady Kagaya, Savior, and Transcendent. The first 3 of these 4 are very powerful, almost equivalent to level 40 and above level 3 players, and they are also the most powerful among them. Among them, Savior is a big consumer of energy, but he also has the status of a 24-hour personal bodyguard. His first skill, Blooming Flowers, on the other side, can also instantly resurrect him with full health at critical moments. With him around, he can rest peacefully even in basically any chaotic place. Compared with the other 3, Transcendent is much weaker, at most equivalent to a player close to level 40. But after all, he is still S level now. When he is promoted to SS level, he still has great potential. I don't know what abilities he will evolve except for the most important combat type stand. Next is Master of Wishes, the Power Bank Angel of Hope, and Future Diary that can predict the future. Although the other 3 substitutes, Green Goblin, Succubus Queen, and Purple Shadowvine, have certain combat effectiveness. But the situation is very embarrassing, because in most battles now, they basically have no room to take action, and they play more of a supporting role. They're in a state where it cannot compare with the combat doubles, nor can it compare with the 3 auxiliary doubles. Maybe in the future, as their levels increase, they can be of greater help. In addition to being a substitute, in terms of talent, Plunder is the core of my strength, in the 3 states of the Book of Wishes where each have their own magical uses. Rainy Night can block detection, and Hermit can directly become invisible. Both have their own merits. Perfect Fusion was my strongest trump card before, but now that my own strength has improved, it can only be regarded as the second card. However, when I reach level 40 and complete the 3rd transformation, the power of the substitutes can be sublimated into Light of the Soul. By then, the talent Perfect Fusion will still be of great use. Emotional Detonator and Pink Fantasy are both purely auxiliary and control talents, and can be of great use at critical moments. Finally, there are 4 types of defense and protection talents. The combination of the 4 talents of personal mask, simulated future, on a whim and audit should be enough to prevent any situation from happening. Lin Luo went through his 11 substitutes and talents one after the other in his mind several times. Now that I have a clearer understanding and grasp of my own strength and various abilities, I'm no longer the weakling who needs protection from a substitute, and if someone thinks that my body is my weakness, I will definitely give them a big surprise. After the dilapidated bus bumped along the dilapidated road on the mountains for several hours, the sun gradually went down. Sitting in the back, Lin Luo thought, currently in this country, the image of the Dark Emperor had been exposed. If I want to hide my identity, it is better not to call out Dark Emperor unless it is absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the newly acquired Transcendent is also a combat substitute. In a place like this, he should be enough to cope. At that moment, there were low whimpers from 2 guys sitting in front of Lin Luo. We haven't reached their home yet. If we kill them together, we might be able to escape. What? They have guns. So, there are only 3 of them. This is our only chance. If you want to go, go, but leave me out of it. I don't want to die. Ignoring them, Lin Luo closed his eyes, thinking that that was a predictable answer. After all, no one wants to be the one who gets shot. Soon, the dilapidated bus drove to an empty playground in a factory area. Mr. Xing turned to the terrified passengers and said, "Everyone, get ready to get off the bus." Hearing this, they all began to scream in panic while others also started crying. Mr. Xing's face showed an evil grin as he points his fingers at the scared people. Behind him were the 2 armed men with guns. "Why are you making such a fuss? If anyone makes any noise again, I will skin you all." The 2 gunmen pointed their firearm at the already frightened people with greedy eyes and a smirk, like a group of hungry wolves looking at many fat lambs waiting to be devoured. Their saliva was almost drooling. "The goods this time are very good. I wonder if we will have a chance to enjoy them. I heard that some families are quite well off. I will make a fortune first, and then force them to go to Babel Tower to earn money by completing dungeons. Finally, let them commit phone fraud. The year-end dividends will be much thicker again." Suddenly, a slightly violent-haired woman jumped at Mr. Xing's feet, begging to be let go because she has children at home that needs her. Mr. Xing, displeased, told the gunman beside him to drag her out because she was making a scene. Without hesitation, the gun-wielding local man immediately rushed forward with a fierce expression, grabbed the girl's hair and pulled her out of the bus as she shouted her lungs out about how painful she was being treated. Everyone in the bus was speechless when they saw this scene. As one person was dragged out screaming, the rest of the people still in the bus chose to go out on their own. Soon, a long queue was escorted out of the bus. Lin Luo happened to be at the end of the queue. At this time, no one noticed that his body was quickly disappearing into the air. He activated his S-level talent Hermit. When Lin Luo finally got out, hands in his pockets, he was standing at a high-rise building in the factory area under the watchful eyes of armed men. All the windows outside this high-rise building were boarded shut, and a casual glance showed that there was no room for escape. Mr. Xing stood in the corridor, chatting with another person who looked like a small boss with a comfortable expression, and said with a sinister smile, "Brother Chen, let me tell you, this batch of goods is better than the previous ones. I have chosen one specially for you. It is absolutely on point. I'll go see the boss first and send her to your room later." Smoking a cigarette, Chen Lelong grabbed Mr. Xing's shoulder in a brotherly manner and replied, "You still know me so well. No wonder Boss Ming values you so much. He will definitely reward you well." And with that, Mr. Xing headed to his boss room, smiling and daydreaming about the rewards he will receive. Still invisible and his hands still in his pockets, Lin Luo followed Mr. Xing quietly and leisurely. With excitement, Mr. Xing finally came to an iron gate. He calmed down his surging mood, showed a respectful expression on his face, and then reached out and knocked on the door carefully. Soon a deep voice came from the room. "Xing? Come in." Hearing this, Mr. Xing immediately licked his lips and pushed the door open with a flattering smile. Just when he opened the door, Lin Luo's invisible foot suddenly kicked his behind with a slight force. Mr. Xing immediately fell on the ground unceremoniously, to which his confused boss, Ming Wuchang, was sitting behind a sandalwood table in the room. He asked Mr. Xing what he was doing. Mr. Xing stared back at the door and, finding no one there, replied that he was pushed. Just then, the iron door seemed to automatically close with a loud sound. Ming Wuchang's eyebrows couldn't help but frown, and his voice became fierce. "If I compliment you trashy people for a moment, you decide to cause trouble for me in the blink of an eye." Mr. Xing immediately panicked and explained, but he was cut off as Ming Wuchang got up and slammed his desk. Ming Wuchang, worthy of being the leader of the Northern Forces, instantly realized something was wrong. He demanded that the person shows himself. "Come on out. I know you're here." As soon as Ming Wuchang said that, Lin Luo's head suddenly appeared in the air, then his whole body quickly materialized in the room. He said with a smile on his face, as expected of a boss, "You're really calm." At this time, Mr. Xing looked at the somewhat familiar face of this young man. He suddenly came back to his senses, pointed at Lin Luo and questioned endlessly in a panic. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be taken to detention? This young man is one of the employees. How did you end up here? And what was his weird ability just now? Lin Luo paid Mr. Xing no attention and said to Ming Wuchang, "Wow, just awesome. You acted well. You were even more of a villain than the villains in the movies." Ming Wuchang immediately took out his handgun and pointed it at Lin Luo. And with a fierce expression on his face, he questioned, "Who are you? What is your purpose? Don't think that just because you have awakened some special talent, you can mess around on my territory. Be careful, Grandpa. I will kill you with one shot." Seeing this pathetic threat pointed at him, obviously meant to intimidate him, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile and reply with a question of his own. "Are you sure you can kill me with one shot?" At this time, Mr. Xing had had enough of Lin Luo's arrogant attitude. He rushed forward, cursing angrily, and reached out to hit Lin Luo. "Damn it, you little bastard. Why are you talking to Boss Ming like this? See if I don't kill you. If the boss doesn't want to deal with you personally today, then I, Xing, will do it." However, Mr. Xing found a weird thing halfway through his assault. With his raised hand not yet fallen, a warrior clad in silver armor with a red aura around him appeared instantly, and then punched through the air, hitting him directly in the stomach. The weight of this fist made Mr. Xing's face turn pale in an instant. Cold sweat began to flow from his forehead, and then his whole body was like an arched lobster, flying straight away and hitting the wall next to him, denting it greatly. The pain was so severe that he couldn't even make a sound and died instantly. When Ming Wuchang saw this scene, he questioned Lin Luo softly, "You have awakened an S-level ultimate talent?" Cold sweat formed on his forehead, and for a moment, Ming Wuchang contemplated on his next move. It was obvious to have a substitute for those with awakened talents above S-level. Although it is a new era of national awakening, his crouching tiger villa manages thousands of people, and some of them have awakened powerful talents. Isn't it still impossible to use a gun? Then, a thought occurred to Ming Wuchang: as long as this young man dies, the substitute will naturally disappear. Realizing this, Ming Wuchang wore a smug smile on his face, and with his gun still pointed at Lin Luo, he said, "Young man, you are still too young and complacent. Can your substitute be faster than my AK?" Facing this kind of weapon at such a close range, the human body is like paper. And with that, Ming Wuchang shot decisively. The gun's muzzle instantly sprayed deadly bullets towards Lin Luo. Huge gunshots rang out continuously in the room, like the scythe of death falling rapidly. A set of silver crystal armor engulfed in red flames instantly covered Lin Luo from head to toe. Astonishingly, it was the fighting armor of Transcendent, as the series of bullets could only make a tinkling sound when hitting it. These indestructible bullets hit the fighting armor, emitting wisps of sparks, and finally fell to the ground weakly. Ming Wuchang didn't stop firing until all the magazines were empty, and upon realizing how ineffective his firearm was against Lin Luo, Ming Wuchang couldn't help but take a half step back and fall on his office chair sheepishly, frightened and dumbfounded. He nervously asked Lin Luo what on earth he wanted from him. Lin Luo, with a cold stare and a hand leisurely in his pocket, said calmly, "I want to be the king of Mianbei." "I wonder, Xiaoming, what do you think?" Ming Wuchang repeated in a confused tone, "The king of Mianbei?" The arrogant tone of Lin Luo made Ming Wuchang further break into cold sweat. He became the leader of this place by not being a fool, so he knew what Lin Luo meant. At the same time, he wondered silently that the gunshots in this room were so loud just now. The guards outside should have rushed in by now, so why is it still quiet outside with no sound at all? Lin Luo poured himself a cup of water, took a sip, and then said with a faint smile, "Xiaoming, you should understand your situation by now, right?" Ming Wuchang, still a bit shocked from what he heard, thought that it was better to stabilize Lin Luo first, as long as the guards outside came. He believed they could still capture him. In his eyes, Lin Luo should be a thug, and there might be some powerful warlord behind him. Slamming the cup back on the desk, Lin Luo seemed to have had enough of Ming Wuchang stalling to buy some time. He then spoke in an authoritative tone, "Don't worry about who I am. From now on, you have to listen to me. If you make any stupid moves, I will beat you up. Do you understand?" Seeming satisfied with his threats, Lin Luo smiled brightly and beckons Ming Wuchang with his finger, and a few seconds later, Transcendent didn't wait for Ming Wuchang to answer before punching him straight across the chin. The force of the punch wasn't meant to kill him, and Ming Wuchang, confused as to why Lin Luo was suddenly attacking him, said in a pained tone, "Brother, if you kill me, Crouching Tiger Villa will not hesitate to avenge me when you walk out." Hearing this, Lin Luo just stared at him coldly and ordered Transcendent to continue. Suddenly, Transcendent kicked him hard in the stomach. The force of the kick was much stronger than the punch earlier, and he hit directly against the wall. Holding his tummy, Ming Wuchang vomited everything he had in his stomach as Lin Luo stood directly in front of his crouching form. Xiaoming, as a villain, you are really tough. But if I use all the methods you used on those who cheated you, how long do you think you can hold on? Hearing this, Ming Wuchang's face turned pale, and shaking uncontrollably, he replied, Brother, please spare me. No matter what you ask me, I will do it. With a warm smile, Lin Luo asked how many talent awakeners of S level or above does he have under his command. 2. I have 2. One of them had been transferred out, so there is only one person left at the moment. Lin Luo was a little disappointed hearing this, but he understood it after he calmed down and thought about it. This factory area is about the same size as a school, and naturally there are not many people here. It would be good to have 2 S level or above talent awakeners. Still feeling slightly disappointed, he continued and asked Ming Wuchang to call him and ask him to come over. Ming Wuchang obediently took out his phone and did as Lin Luo instructed. The scene shifts moments later and we see Wang Xiaohu, the S-level talent awakener. As Wang Xiaohu approached Ming Wuchang's office, he received series of notifications, alerting him of a threat. Inside the Iron Gate, there is a terrifying being who has come all the way from the big city. At this time, no one has realized that a vast storm is about to sweep across the entire Mianbei with an unstoppable force. Seeing this, Wang Xiaohu thought of how his awakening substitute is an auxiliary substitute named Irrational Narration. It can discover valuable information, and thanks to it he has often been able to save himself from danger in the past few years. Based on this, something must have happened to Boss Ming. Wang Xiaohu's substitute's notification continued. Idiot! Leave quickly. If you enter this door, you will definitely be dead. Don't say hello to them. Turn around and leave immediately as if nothing happened. And with that, Wang Xiaohu silently apologized to Ming Wuchang in his thoughts. Sorry, Boss Ming. Wait until I escape and find someone to rescue you. A few seconds later, a bright light shone on Wang Xiaohu, briefly blinding him as he used his hand to block it. Simultaneously, his substitute alerted him. Danger! Danger! Leave Crouching Tiger Villa as quickly as possible. But it was too late as behind him was Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya. Turning around to face the two substitutes, Wang Xiaohu was frightened and astonished as his substitute alerted him one last time. Now you are dead. These two substitutes are dozens of times stronger than you. You have no chance at survival. In an instant, Lady Kagaya unsheathes her sword and plunged it directly into Wang Xiaohu's chest. And as if that wasn't enough to delete him, Dark Emperor's iron fist collided directly on Wang Xiaohu's face, dark flames gradually swallowing him up as his lifeless body slowly fell to the ground. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth couldn't help but curl up in a satisfied arc when he suddenly heard a familiar prompt in his ears. Your SS-level talent plunder is activated. Please choose one of the 4 target attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, and soul power to plunder. Lin Luo nodded casually and said in his heart, Talent effect. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level talent. God's perspective, incomplete. It took a moment for Lin Luo to come back to his senses when he heard the name of this talent. What the hell kind of talent is this? He began to examine this newly acquired talent with a little curiosity. An S- grade talent. God's perspective, incomplete. Description. Your substitute has an incomplete God's perspective, of course. This range is only within 10 meters from you. As soon as he saw this effect, Lin Luo knew that this was a talent mainly based as an auxiliary substitute, and it doesn't look like a battle double. But before he could summon his substitute, he heard an ungrateful voice ringing in his ears. Hello, I'm your new substitute. New substitute? This made Lin Luo question why there was only sound but no entity because he was about to summon a substitute, but found that the substitute with this new talent had an attribute panel, but no entity. An S-level substitute, indecent narrator with strength, agility and defensive 0, intelligence of 150 with HP, unknown. Energy of 200 with energy recovery rate of a point every half hour. Growth of 90 with no movement distance. Its passive skill, narration, is when the substitute, a regular narrator, can detect valuable hidden information on all targets within 15 meters through God's perspective, incomplete. After you focus on the target, narrator will start chanting directly. Each recitation consumes 4 to 50 points of energy, and this consumption is determined according to the strength of the opponent. And finally, an active skill named digging, and that's when you are interested in a certain target, you can continue to take the initiative to learn more about the other party's information. Each time you are directed to dig the other party's information, you need to consume 2 to 50 points of energy. This consumption depends on the opponent's strength. Just then, the substitute spoke, telling Lin Luo not to be surprised as he was in his body and only Lin Luo can hear his voice. Hearing this, he wondered how weird his two substitutes he plundered are. One was a pin and the other doesn't even have a form. And with that thought, he casually summoned Audit, along with its attribute panel. This weapon-like substitute made Lin Luo's eyes light up, and he thought to himself, although this new type of substitute is a little bigger, it feels pretty good in the hand. This scene was seen by a captured minion. He couldn't help but blurted out incredulously, "Why is Shinhee's judge's pin in your hands?" At the same time, Lin Luo lifted the brush with one hand and waved it casually in the air. A strange power seemed to be condensed on the end of the brush. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could write words directly in the void. He thought about using this guy as guinea pig to test the power of his two new talents. He held the judge pin facing the guy and wrote the word, "empty," directly in the void. The guy stared at this scene blankly, an ominous premonition welling up in his heart. Shinhee seemed to have done this when he showed him his substitute ability before. Then, he hurriedly said, "Brother, please show your mercy." Lin Luo looked at his face, suddenly turning pale, and couldn't help but asked curiously, "Tell me how you feel." Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He crawled on the floor, stretched out his hand and pleaded, "What did you do to me? I feel so weak, so tired." Lin Luo nodded with interest when he heard this, and then used the judge's pin to write something else in the void. Suddenly, the man was rejuvenated. His eyes shone with renewed strength as he clenched his fist excitedly. Then, Lin Luo wrote the next words in the void. As he finished writing, the man's face suddenly returned to color and looked at Lin Luo in disbelief. The look in his eyes had changed from shock to fear as he cowered on the floor. Still staring at Lin Luo, he murmured, "This man is simply a real devil." Seeming satisfied with his little experiment, Lin Luo stared at the judge's pin and murmured softly that although the ability of this pin is limited in the power of a single word, it can write several words at a time, so it is not weak. As for the ability of this substitute, it is somewhat similar to the power of Master of Wishes. One relies on speaking and the other relies on writing. They both have their own merits. However, Master of Wishes is SS level after all. The upper limit of Master of Wishes must be higher. Judge's pin is not a weapon that matches my style. How about using it directly with Master of Wishes during a fight? The two combined together should have a stronger effect. Then he thought, next is indecent narrator again. And with that thought, a narration began. Mingwu Chang is the leader of the top 10 Crouching Tiger villas in Mianbei. In addition to a large amount of real estate, he also has more than 90 million yuan in liquidity. He has an armed team of more than 200 people, various guns and ammunition, and even 15 rocket launchers. He also controls 672 people and makes profits by forcing them to engage in various black industries such as telecommunication fraud, prostitution, and organ trading. After Lin Luo listened carefully, he nodded secretly, smirked, and commented, "Yes, this substitute can get key information easily. It's definitely a good auxiliary substitute. But how come Mingwu Chang only has more than 90 million yuan in liquidity? Isn't it too poor?" Shocked, the guy asked Lin Luo how he knew. Only Mingwu Chang knows how much liquidity he has in his hands. At the moment when he was dazed, Transcendent punched him hard on the cheek with a big fist, making his head buzz. When he regained his breath, he quickly got on his knees and begged for mercy. Lin Luo smirked sinisterly when he heard the man's apology. He then sighed softly, crouched down slowly in front of him, and said he doesn't want to kill him, but he has to do one thing for him. Puzzled, he asked what it was. It was to gather the people from Crouching Tiger Villa under the order of Mingwu Chang. Soon, everyone arrived. A little boss in there glanced at Lin Luo in confusion and asked where Boss Ming was, and why they were all gathered here. A satisfied smile graced on Lin Luo's lips as he stared at them. In their doubtful and curious eyes, Lin Luo whispered, "Grow like crazy, purple shadow vine." The next moment, a total of 30 huge purple vines burst out from the ground under the feet of these people and wrapped them all tightly in their screams. After a brief panic, these people entangled by the purple shadow vine became furious and began to yell at Lin Luo and Mingwu Chang. However, Lin Luo just waved his hand casually, and with a mocking smile, said they were going to be his next rations so they should shut up with their noisy tantrums. Staring at this terrifying scene, Mingwu Chang, who now had a somewhat different appearance, was frightened beside Lin Luo and began to sweat profusely by what he just heard. Just when Lin Luo was enjoying the chaos and terrified stares, a somewhat familiar voice sounded from the crowd. "Are you Lin Luo?" Lin Luo looked towards the crowd, and the person was no other than Manager Gu from Brilliant Media. He was originally a well-mannered and well-dressed man. At this time, the clothes on his body had become tattered, and his face was also a little red and swollen. The confidence and calmness in his eyes had long since disappeared, leaving only panic and caution. Apparently, this experience left him with memories that would last a lifetime for some time after he was captured. Lin Luo approached him and said seriously, "Brother Gu, I'm going to tidy up this whole place. You can organize the brothers from the previous company to help me tie them up. They all have guns in their hands." "Lin Luo, are you really sure?" Manager Gu's confused expression was like a frightened bird. In his mind, Lin Luo seems very strong, but compared with those AKs and pistols, there was still a gap. He knew very well that if he followed Lin Luo to resist now, what would happen to him if the resistance failed? Lin Luo saw his worry, pointed to Ming Wuchang who was standing in front of Transcendent, and said calmly, "I have captured all the leaders of Crouching Tiger Villa. If you cower now, you will have no chance to return home. Are you prepared to stay here for the rest of your life?" Manager Gu's pupil shrank, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it's done." Manager Gu no longer hesitated. At this time, he was resolved and no longer regretted his current decision. He turned around, raised his hand and rallied a few worthy men, shouting, "Brothers, if you have a grievance or complaints, the time has come for revenge." The crowd shouted in unison that they want revenge, then looked at the captured men with mischievous smiles. Within a few minutes, they brought down a lot of thick hemp ropes and together they hurriedly tied them up. Manager Gu glanced at Lin Luo's cold expression and hurriedly said excitedly, "Brother Luo, you are really awesome. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead. When will we return back home?" Lin Luo turned around and looked at Manager Gu with a deep gaze, making him feel guilty. "Go back home? When did I say I wanted to go back?" This answer made Manager Gu take a half step back and a bit hesitant as he replied that he had taken care of all those bad guys. Why don't they go back? If they are discovered by other warlords, it will surely be their end since they had guns. There was a hint of chill in Lin Luo's tone as he turned to face the crowd. With his hands leisurely in his pockets, he said to the crowd that he was not deceived. He came here voluntarily. Hearing this, Manager Gu and the rest of the crowd were dumbfounded as they couldn't believe anyone would volunteer to come to such a place. Lin Luo continued without any interruption. "These barbarians specialize in deceiving us and our fellow countrymen and controlling us for a long time. Are you willing to go back like this? How about we build our own strength here, seize the secret realm, and completely rule them?" After being silent for a while, some lamented and asked Lin Luo that there are only a few of them, and they had no weapons. And others didn't care and want to go back home. Manager Gu felt that Lin Luo was a bit too inflated, so he tried to reason with him. "Brother Lin, we only have a few hundred people. Even if we occupy Crouching Tiger Villa, it is impossible to rule Mianbei." Just then, a regular narration rang in Lin Luo's head. "You haven't had time to think about how to convince these people to be your helpers. An uninvited guest is about to break in. You can use this opportunity and let these people see your strength and work for you willingly." With this, Lin Luo said calmly to Manager Gu that he shouldn't worry about how Mianbei can be ruled. "I have a plan. Just appease those people and don't cause trouble for me." With a confident smile, Lin Luo leisurely said that he will show everyone that it's possible to rule this place. The scene shifts and we see a car driving through the mountains. In this vehicle was Ji Xing, who was on the phone with someone, discussing about Dark Emperor's recent battle with the Wormhole Guardian. It was evident that Dark Emperor's talent level must be above SS level. Ji Xing replied saying that to be able to kill the Wormhole Guardian in reality, this Dark Emperor must have used a lot of real crystals to bring the attribute power in his copy back to reality, so that he could fight with the substitute. Otherwise, he would have died in the Sea of Worms. Suddenly, Lin Luo landed sturdily on the moving car with a menacing gaze fixed on Ji Xing. As the car came to an abrupt stop, Lin Luo, with a short blade, released several dark whirlwind sword auras at the vehicle. A group of chickens and dogs with only a combat power of 5 will arrive on the battlefield in 3 seconds. At this time, you grinned, showing the Dragon King's signature smile. You've already decided where to bury these miscellaneous things. After listening, Lin Luo sighed softly and murmured to himself, "Irregular narration, you really talk a lot." With that, the skill on a whim was activated and Lin Luo was immediately alerted that danger was approaching. At this moment, a pink figure suddenly with red eyes launched towards Lin Luo from behind, as fast as a phantom, and silently, as if it was the most perfect hunter. However, Lin Luo, who had foreseen the danger in advance, reacted faster and directly exerted force with his feet. His figure instantly moved a bit to the side from the car, avoiding this almost certain sneak attack. Again, irregular nation rang out. Carry out a sneak attack without respecting martial ethics? But this is nothing to you who has multiple life-saving talents. As smart as you are, you will naturally not take risks until you know the opponent's attack methods. After all, the dangerous matter of testing the means and abilities of the substitute should be left to the Dark Emperor. Lin Luo paid no mind to irregular narration and solemnly stared at the half-human tall pink pig in front of him, somewhat scowling with those red eyes. He wondered, questioning himself, where's the host of this substitute? Irregular narration continued to spurt its unnecessary messages in Lin Luo's mind without spending any energy, suggesting that since Lin Luo was thinking about this SS-level talent, how about he orders Dark Emperor to face this substitute and try its ability first, or let Master of Wishes directly find the opponent's true identity? Turning his head from left to right and right to left, he glanced around calmly. At this time, everything was silent, except for the annoying and noisy little pig a few meters away from him. As Lin Luo's attention focused on the pink piggy, he noticed it had a huge tummy. When he finally figured it out, he smiled and told Ji Xing, "Come out. I know where you are hiding." Then its body began to expand, and out of its mouth crawled out a muscular man dressed wildly and with sharp features. Jixing's substitute, red-eyed pink piggy, commented that the enemy's level was too high and moves very fast, making it not easy to use pig swallow to eat him into its stomach. Jixing, shocked, murmured how this was possible since as far as he knows, there are no such powerful guys in the shithole. When the two sides faced each other, neither of them acted rashly, and Lin Luo's substitute, irregular narration, was activated again. Hiding inside is the second boss of Crouching Tiger Villa, the most trusted person under Mingu Chang. But except for Wang Xiaohu, no one knows that this ruthless second-in-command's other identity is a member of the secret force of Nanyan Province in the country, codenamed Postman, and is performing an undercover mission at Crouching Tiger Villa. His codename for the upline leader is Fisherman, and the secret code for both parties is Tell Lao Mo that I want to eat fish. Fresh horsetail fish will be delivered to you immediately. Hearing this, Lin Luo smirks, thinking that he was worried that he needed help from someone who understood the local situation, and just like that, a good helper like this appeared. Lin Luo shouted, "Postman, there is no one else here. I was sent by Fisherman to help you." Jixing was a bit puzzled when he heard this. How is that possible? A few days before I went online, I was advised to be patient. Is this person really sent by Fisherman to help me? Then, to clear Jixing doubts, Lin Luo continued with confidence, "Our code is, Tell Lao Mo, I want to eat fish. Fresh horsetail fish will be delivered to you immediately. Don't worry about coming out of the pig's belly. Crouching Tiger Villa is already under my control." With his doubts cleared, Jixing questioned how many people have been sent from the higher-ups. After Lin Luo quickly looked at the man, he said calmly, "In a small place like Mianbei, it's just me." The scene shifts again, and we see the rescued people led by Manager Gu approach Lin Luo and Jixing. Lin Luo introduced Jixing to everyone and said Jixing was sent by his superiors to assist him in ruling Mianbei. Jixing greeted everyone with a warm smile, stating he was an undercover agent sent from the big city to rescue everyone. He then apologized of being late and didn't expect that Crouching Tiger Villa had been captured. Being a regressor, Lin Luo continued brilliantly with his lie, telling everyone that various disasters will occur frequently in the future. What his superiors meant was for them to secretly control Mianbei so that they can have the ability and the resources to go back and protect their families before a worldwide disaster strikes. Hearing this, Jixing questioned if Lin Luo meant the same disaster as the white fog that closed the city 2 days ago. With a light nod, Lin Luo answered he was right. However, Manager Gu, ever cautious and vigilant, commented that even if Brother Lin and Brother Fan are strong, it's not enough. Putting aside the various thermal weapons, there is a high possibility that among those warlords, there are also awakened ones above S level. With a touch of pride, Lin Luo took out his gun from the spatial crystal. Smiling, he aimed it at the side of his head and pulled the trigger. Savior's magic barrier blocks the bullet as Dark Emperor instantly appeared behind him. Ordinary guns and cannons are useless against me, and you must have heard of my reputation, right? Seeing the tall figure wearing sharp black armor with his body wrapped in dark flames, and an invisible pressure rushed towards his face as Dark Emperor stood next to Lin Luo like a god or a demon. Jixing was utterly shocked and in a dumbfounded voice, shouted, "Oh my god, are you the Dark Emperor?" Seeing Jixing recognizing him immediately, Lin Luo just smiled, turned to Manager Gu and continued, "It's not easy for the awakened ones above S level, not to mention Mianbei, even for the entire Blue Star, to find one who is stronger than me." Jixing added that he would have agreed to cooperate with the Dark Emperor if he was Manager Gu. Then he turned towards the crowd and continued, "Brother Lin is right. The world has changed now. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to fight for a way out." When Lin Luo heard this, he persuasively said, "I can promise you, it won't be long. When I completely rule this place, you can go wherever you want, and I will provide you with everything you want most." Hearing those calming words, the crowd immediately got fired up and offered their support to help Lin Luo. "I came, I saw, I conquered." Lin Luo's mouth widened into a ferocious smile. He reaffirms the need to cleanse this land of sin and become the new king of Mianbei.